Hello and welcome to the Megacast by Actual Tech Media. Today's topic, ransomware recovery, best practices and products to prevent and recover from ransomware. Thank you so much for joining us. This is going to be an incredible event, our biggest ransomware event yet, and dare I say, maybe the biggest ransomware prevention and recovery event in the world today. On this event, you'll hear from experts at KnowBe4, Druva, Pure Storage, Rubrik, Sophos, Gigamon, CrowdStrike, Commvault, Zerto, Kasten, and Haiku. We've got the top experts, the top innovators from around the world to help you prevent and recover from ransomware. If you've never been on our Megacast event before, you should know that we at Actual Tech Media created the Megacast and EcoCast event series to help educate IT professionals such as yourselves about the latest and greatest enterprise technology solutions to help you do it quickly and efficiently from the comfort of your home or office, to help get all your questions answered and to have a chance to win some awesome prizes as well. We at Actual Tech Media are all former IT professionals ourselves, so this event is designed to help you to solve those challenges and prevent problems like ransomware before they happen. Now, before we get started, there's just a few things that you should know about the event. This is a Megacast, and I'd like to say we have a mega lineup of prizes, some incredible prizes. I'll be talking about those here in just a moment. We also will have some poll questions for you throughout the event, and we appreciate your participation in those. Many of you have already found the questions pane saying good morning, hello, welcome from across the United States and around the world, and we love to see that. But we also want your technical questions on today's topic. We'll be doing dedicated Q&A sessions with each of our expert presenters, and I need your questions. In fact, we've got our best question prizes as well. I'll talk about that in just a moment. We also want this to be a social event. You can tweet directly from your console using the Twitter icon, and the hashtag for the Megacast will be automatically appended. I'll be monitoring Twitter throughout the event, and of course, we appreciate you sharing what you learn on the event. And then finally, I encourage you to check out the Handouts tab in your audience console for some awesome resources hand-selected by today's presenters on the topic. I'm talking about ebooks, special links, trials, solution guides, and more, so make sure that you check that out. The prizes on today's Megacast are 5 Apple M1 iPad Pros. Honestly, I've been wanting one of these since they came out. I've got it in my cart, but 5 of you are going to win one today, and honestly, I'm a little jealous. So congratulations to those in advance who win the 5 iPad Pros, the new M1. And as if that wasn't enough, we've got $500 Amazon gift cards every 30 minutes. And if you look at the length of this event and the number of presenters, that is a lot of gift cards. 10 Amazon $500 gift cards, in fact, for another total of $5,000. You must be live in attendance to qualify. Winners will be announced live by me, your moderator, during the event. We also have our best question prize, one for each session, for another Amazon $50 gift card. That's another 10 Amazon $50 gift cards. But you must submit a question to qualify for that prize and also meet the Actual Tech Media prize policy, which you can find there in your Handouts tab. All prize winners have the option to make a donation to a selected charity, and you must be able to submit an IRS Form W-9 to Actual Tech Media. We'll reach out to prize winners via email after the event. Thanks to generous prize winners over the years, we've donated thousands of dollars to charities. The charities you see on the screen here, if you win a prize and you'd like to donate it to a cause like these, we would love to help you do that. We've done that, in fact, in partnership with the Gorilla Guide Book Club as well. You can download free educational IT books at gorilla.guide. The hashtag for today is ATM Megacast, and that will be automatically appended when you tweet from the Twitter icon on the console. You can follow Actual Tech Media on Twitter as well, and me, your moderator, David M. Davis. Also subscribe to all the Actual Tech Media social channels, YouTube, Facebook, the 10 on Tech podcast, and we just launched another new podcast called the Inside the Guide, Gorilla Guide podcast, Navigating the Technology Jungle. You'll find it in all the podcast directories. The first 3 episodes are already released. Episode 1 was on Kubernetes, and I'm sure we'll be talking about ransomware as well. You'll find a link to the Inside the Guide podcast there in your Handouts tab, and we're also going to redirect you to it at the end of the event if you want to check it out then. Make sure that you follow Actual Tech Media on LinkedIn as well. You'll find a link to our LinkedIn homepage there in your audience console for all of our latest and greatest content. And with that, it's time to kick off the Ransomware Megacast with our keynote presenter, Mr. Scott D. Lowe, CEO and co-founder of Actual Tech Media. Take it away, Scott.
Hi there, I'm Scott Lowe with Actual Tech Media. Today I'd like to talk about the annoying lack of a ransomware silver bullet. A lot of organizations ask, what one thing can I do to prevent ransomware? The answer is there is no one thing that's going to do it all. There's a whole bunch of things we have to do. Let's talk about the reality of ransomware today before we get into things. First of all, if you've watched the news in any way, shape, or form in the past few months, you know that ransomware continues to be a scourge on society, and it's getting worse all the time. We're seeing new attacks with more severity than ever before. Unfortunately, attackers are getting increasingly sophisticated. If you think about email-based attacks, the emails that were being sent now from the bad guys are actually quite well done, and that's kind of scary because it makes it easier to fall victim to a well-crafted email than to one that's, not so good. And the bad guys are more incentivized than ever. Depending on the source of the data you look at for surveys, anywhere from 31 to 53% of companies are paying the ransom, which means that the bad guys really have money to look for, and they keep doing this because they're getting paid. So the stark reality of all of this is you should assume that you will probably ultimately get hit by ransomware and act accordingly. Now, why is this the case? Why should you assume this? What factors have come into play in recent years that make it more likely that we're going to suffer from a ransomware attack at some point? Well, first of all, organizations are more distributed than they've ever been before. Just think about how many people now work from home. Everyone's home is essentially an extension of their company, the organization. And that means, and especially when you think about technologies like cloud and all of and SaaS services and all the other things that we're doing these days, there is no single point of entry into a corporate network anymore. The new perimeter is practically invisible. And if it's visible, it's really wide and there's a whole bunch of holes in it. So there's lots of places where the bad guys can slip through and do things they shouldn't be doing. And unfortunately, malicious actors sometimes seem to outnumber the good guys. The reality is that they have scale on their side. We have individual security pros that have to help protect our company, but the bad guys have security pros that can go after lots of companies at once. So it makes it seem like the bad guys outnumber the good guys from 10 to 1 or whatever it happens to be. But the reality is that it's just the world we live in now. The bad guys really do have a lot of power. If we look at recent attacks, they've been very public and extremely damaging. I mean, we shut down gas stations in Southeast U.S. for a number of days because of a recent ransomware attack. That's unfortunate and not good for society in general. And there's innumerable other types of ransomware in the news, ransomware attacks in the news that we've seen that are just getting worse all the time. And unfortunately, in some ways, governments are making the situation more difficult. They're requiring a lot more in the way of disclosure, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but it also means that people are understanding who's being hit and they may be hit again. There are some statistics out there that indicate that organizations that were hit with ransomware are very likely to be hit again. And we're also seeing a potential for governments to step in terms of whether or not organizations should pay the ransom or are allowed to pay the ransom. After the pipeline attack earlier this year, there were some calls for making it illegal for organizations to pay ransoms. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I can definitely see both sides of the argument, but I think it's going to require a lot of careful consideration by governments to make sure that we don't make this situation even worse than it already is. So in terms of what we do, there is no silver bullet. Instead, we need a silver quiver. We need a layered approach to prevent ransomware in our organizations, and in the unfortunately increasingly likely event that we do get hit with ransomware, a way that we can easily recover. So we got to start with the human. Awareness training is no longer optional. Humans are and will always be the weakest link in any security chain. We have to make sure that they are extremely aware of what ransomware looks like, some of the red flags they need to understand in terms of what ransomware looks like, and what to do in the event they get a message that appears to be ransomware. We also have to help people understand what happens when they get a pop-up for drive-by downloads on malicious websites. All of that is really important to make sure that we help keep the human as secure as possible in this entire paradigm. In terms of storage, and that includes both production storage as well as backup recovery storage, at some point we have to have the ability to store what we call an immutable copy of data so that ransomware can't get to everything. Immutable data means you basically can't change it or overwrite it. So we look at backup solutions where we have something that is essentially a vault, where even if we do get hit with ransomware, we can recover our data because the original data has not been impacted. One of the unfortunate realities is we have seen a lot of organizations get hit with ransomware, and that ransomware is extended to their backups because they were live and on the network and not well protected. So they actually encrypted both the backups and the production data, meaning that nothing could be restored without either paying the ransom or recovering data from some other way. We also need backup and recovery tools with robust recovery time and recovery point objectives that can enable quick recovery in the event of a successful ransomware attack. It can happen. You can take all the precautions in the world and still get hit with a ransomware attack. If that happens, you have to be able to recover very quickly. So look for backup and recovery tools that can help enable this quick recovery and making sure you don't lose a lot of data. It's also important that we have monitoring and visibility tools that can spot anomalies that may point to ransomware being present on the network. We want to make sure that administrators can be notified that something strange is going on. And there are tools out there that can help identify patterns that seem anomalous, and so that someone can look into it a little more deeply and hopefully prevent a successful ransomware attack from taking place. We also need absolutely robust endpoint protection to help stop what humans may miss. We used to call it antivirus, now it's endpoint protection, and it has a lot of different things. But we need to make sure that endpoints are protected with software that can help against things like viruses as well as, hopefully, ransomware attacks. We also need to think about what we do if an attacker actually is successful in infiltrating a company. How can we limit their activities and reduce the amount of potential damage that they do to the organization? Things like network microsegmentation and a focus on zero trust security principles, whereby we limit user access to only things that are absolutely necessary, will help inhibit the spread of ransomware to systems that people don't need access to. And the tried and true thing that we've been talking about for decades, we need a robust and automated patching strategy with patches being applied immediately or as soon as possible upon release so that we can limit potential attack vectors if we do see a successful ransomware infiltration into an enterprise. Today's presenters are going to be a fountain of knowledge in terms of how their organizations help you prevent ransomware attacks, and if you do become the unfortunate victim of ransomware attack, how you can recover. There are a lot of different people here today to talk to you about the way that they attack this problem. And these are the leading companies in the market on helping you make sure that your organization doesn't fall victim to ransomware. And if it does, you can recover as quickly as humanly possible. Thank you very much for watching this presentation.
All right, I've just brought up a poll question there on the screen. I want to call your attention to that poll. And of course, thank you, Scott, for your excellent presentation. The poll question on the screen is, what's your time frame for adding new or updating existing ransomware prevention or recovery solutions at your company? Is this something that you're immediately, on the lookout for, updating, for example, your data protection or antivirus or security awareness solutions that you're using at your company, or maybe adding those solutions if you don't have them in place? So I'll leave this up here for a moment. Let everyone respond to that. We do appreciate your feedback. And then I'll introduce you to our first presenter. All right. Thank you, everyone who responded there to the poll. If you haven't responded yet, we do appreciate that. Go ahead and get your response in. It looks like most of you out there are taking action here very soon to better protect your company from ransomware and to recover from ransomware if you are impacted. All right, and with that, I'm excited now to introduce you to our first presenter on today's Ransomware Recovery Megacast. Welcome, Mr. Roger Grimes, Data-Driven Defense Evangelist at KnowBe4. Roger, take it away.
Ransomware has gone nuclear, how you can avoid becoming the next victim. I'm Roger Grimes. If you haven't heard me before, besides that, I talk really fast. I've got 34 years of computer experience. I've working on my 13th book right now, and over 1,100 magazine articles. There's some of my books. Hacking Multi-Factor Authentication is my latest book. I work for KnowBe4. We're the world's largest integrated security awareness training and simulated phishing platform vendor. Basically, we help you and your coworkers not to be socially engineered and phished. But today I'm going to be talking all about ransomware, how it's getting more malicious, the defenses you can have. And actually, this is very topical because my 13th book that I'm writing for Wiley is called the Ransomware Protection Playbook, and it comes off of a lot of this. Certainly, the book's going to have more information than a 25-minute video, but this has got a lot of the key information in it. But essentially, ransomware is becoming a lot more malicious, as you know. It used to be all it did was encrypt files, but then ransomware crooks got tired of victims saying, no, we're not going to pay you because we have a good backup. Initially, most victims didn't have good backups. Then people got the message and the memo, and they started to get better backups. And the ransomware crooks say, we don't like it when you don't pay us. So they realized that the access they had, that they owned the environment, that they had all the passwords and that sort of stuff, that really was the hacker gold, and that they could do anything that they wanted to with that access, and encrypting the data and holding it for hostage was the least of the victim's worries now. So here's what I call the nuclear badness that it does. It steals intellectual property and data. Something like 77–80% of all ransomware now exfiltrates data before it starts the encryption process and says, if you don't pay us, we're going to release it to the internet, the dark web hackers of the world, or your competitors, or something like that. It steals logon credentials for employees and customers and other business accounts in the environment, and it threatens employees and customers and sometimes extorts them for additional ransom payments. It will use your computer systems or the victim's computer systems to then look at different emails and then spearfish trusted partners and customers, making them become one more victim. And they publicly shame victims that try to maybe hide that they aren't paying the ransom or that they've been compromised at all. But with all of these things, good luck having a good backup save you. As a matter of fact, I hear the term sometimes double extortion, meaning, hey, this is when ransomware will encrypt you and extort your data. It really is like quintuple extortion when you look at it, something like that. So certainly ransomware more frequently copies data before encrypting it. They'll spend time, a lot of ransomware programs, vendors, gangs is a better word, will spend weeks to months combing your company's networks, looking to see what data that they want to copy, your valuable crown jewels, your embarrassing emails. Let me say that they've gotten some embarrassing emails there. I think I even read one last week where some company, big gaming company, is being sued for copyright infringement. And many people say that suit for copyright infringement only came out after the ransomware data leak contained information showing that they'd stolen this idea, or purportedly had taken this idea from somebody else, and that guy's now suing for $10 million or something. But they'll spend time trying to figure out what's the most pain that they can put the company in, what is the stuff they least want to get out into the world, and then they say, if you don't pay us, we're going to release your data. And they'll even stop your database. They'll stop database servers. That's actually one of the signs that you're being hit by a ransomware attack, is you have unexplained database server shutdowns while they're copying your data. And again, they publicly post it. They'll give it to the victims, competitors. This all started not too long ago. In November 2019, we saw the first ransomware group, Maze, do this. And at first they had actually said they had exfiltrated the data and they're going to release it. They threatened that a couple times, but they didn't release it. Then they finally did. By November 22nd of 2019, they actually released this data. They followed through with it. After that, a lot more people started paying the ransomware groups. And from that, the other groups like REvil, Sotobaniki, and Snatch and all these others decided that they were going to start doing the same thing. And again, we saw Maze ransomware hit, even the city of Pensacola, which is nearby by me. We saw NIMT ransomware makers pick it up by January. And again, Sotobaniki, Evil started doing it around January as well. And back in the day, back in 2019, 2020, it was maybe 10% of ransomware programs. Today in 2021, it's at least 70, 80% of all ransomware. That means the vast majority of ransomware that hits you is also going to do data exfiltration first before it does it. And they leak the data all the time. They've done it for big companies like Boeing, Lockheed Martin, SpaceX. They've done it to lawyers that held Lady Gaga and Donald Trump stuff, and energy companies. You can see here, they not only stole the data, but they also deleted those firms, backups and that sort of stuff. So I don't know how much these paid. I didn't hear that a $42 million ransom was paid. I think the highest paid ransom so far that we publicly know about is $40 million. I bet there's been bigger ransoms paid in private, probably plenty of times. And I'm seeing publicly $5 and $10 million payments paid a lot. I mean, it's not really, if someone pays a $5 or $10 million ransom, I don't know that it always makes the papers anymore. And then sometimes they'll even put your data up for bid. They'll put it on an auction site. This is kind of wild. I haven't seen this done a lot, but this one ransomware group would say, hey, you can pay us. We have a starting price, a minimum deposit, and a blitz price that you can buy it. I wonder, does this ransomware group know that they're probably violating eBay, copyrights here? But anyways, it's kind of wild that they steal it. They'll give it away. They'll ransom it. They'll give it to your competitors. I've heard about a lot of law firms that have their data files turned over to their competitors. I've heard of companies put out of business, or really hurt substantially. TravelX, that's a company at the airport I used to go to all the time to change my currency out whenever I was going to another country. Hackers broke in using a missing server VPN patches. The patch had been available for months. The hackers ran for 6 months before the ransom kicked off. And they stole 5 gigabytes of sensitive customer data, including my data, including not only my social security number, my date of birth, and my credit cards, but also copies of my passport, because frequently TravelX would take copies of my passport. I never understood why they did it, but they did it so I could get my currency. Well, they first asked for $3 million of ransom. TravelX said no, and they went because they had good backup, supposedly. And then the hacker revealed they had the customer data, said, we won't double what we asked before. You wouldn't give us $3 million, we want $6 million. I don't think they paid the ransom. They were down for at least 18 days. It did not get fully operational until many months later. And in the end, their parent company put them up for sale. They said it was really a double whammo because of the COVID hit, decreasing airport traffic significantly, and partially due to the ransomware event. As far as I know, this was the first time I saw a ransomware event used by a company in a public document as to why they lost money and why they were selling that part of the arm. Because that's, believe me, I'm also a CPA, or was a CPA 20 years ago. Saying something like that is not done lightly unless it's very what's called material to the law. So that was pretty wild. These days, ransomware criminals will just search for every credential they can find on a network. Remember, they're in the network for some ransomware goes in and just goes off, but more of it spends days, weeks, months, and even years. I have heard of several instances where ransomware was in undetected for years, multiple years, 700 days. Without being detected. It's not unusual at all. And during that time, they'll actually sniff and look. They'll run password stealing Trojans like TrickBot. They'll use scripting algorithms and things like that. And they will try to scrape and screen scrape and keylog and even steal out of password manager programs every password they can get. And they're very good at it. And it used to be, again, they would still, the passwords they still used to be like Windows passwords, so they could spread their ransomware around the company. But these days, they're actually doing it. They're stealing employee passwords. They're stealing other types of company passwords to do more damage. They're stealing customer passwords. If you have a customer-facing website, they're stealing the customer passwords, not only to extort the customer, but also embarrass you and let that customer know that the only reason they're extorting the customer and that they have the customer's password is that this victim company, let's say, didn't pay. So they're causing reputational harm by the customers and employees. Brian Krebs reported on this for the first time in January 6, 2020, the first time I saw it. And it was this company got hit by ransomware, and Brian Krebs wrote about them being hit by ransomware. He was like the first one to break the news. And the IT security company, I think somewhat rightly at first said, hey, Brian, I know you're reporting on us, but I think we did a good job. We got rid of the ransomware in a couple of days. We think you should report on what a great job we did. Brian Krebs started researching around and found out that the hackers, the ransomware group, was selling all the passwords there. and that they'd been in the company for 14 months without detection. And here's the type of passwords that they stole. They had password credentials for more than 300 websites for the business and for the employees and the customers, including passwords from their password management platforms and multi-factor authentication platforms. They had their Office 365 platforms. They had their personal and business banking portal passwords, direct deposit passwords, Medicaid billing, cloud insurance, online payroll processing services, payroll services, prescription management. You can read them here. State and local government, competitive portals, shipping and postage accounts, and people's, Amazon, Facebook, LinkedIn, Microsoft, and Twitter accounts. I mean, you're like, whoo! You mean that's all? I mean, they got passwords to their postage accounts. They just took as much as they could get. And these days, that's what ransomware does. It's a large percentage of ransomware now tries to quickly, usually it's a very quick process. As soon as the ransomware gets in, it starts trying to collect passwords and use that as value. They will now target a victim's employees and or their customers. They will tell the employee, we've got your information and we want you to pay us not to leak your information. They will threaten the victim's customers and say, we have your information. If you don't pay us, we'll leak it. This is sort of the messages they'll send out for people. This is from somebody of April 2021. They got this message. Your personal data has been stolen and published. This is if you're an employee of Racetrack, gas stations and convenience stores. So they stole that and said, here, so people that worked at that gas station, were employees of that gas station or a customer or a partner, and they had the email addresses, they sent these emails saying, you got to go here to pay us $300 or $1,200, whatever it is, so we won't release your information and make your life a living hell or something like that. They even went after the patients of a compromised plastic surgery center in Florida and said that it says here in this news report that 15 to 20 of the patients reported they'd also received individual extortion attempts where the hackers were threatening to publicly release their photos and personal information unless they were paid ransom. Now, just think about that. People that are going to plastic surgery, I'm sorry, most of them are not like Playgirl and Playboy models, right? I know that if I was going to get plastic surgery, I wouldn't want people to see my before or after photos, whatever those photos may, you got your body out there and the plastic surgeons putting markers on there or shooting you or sucking stuff out. Who wants that mess out there in the world? But it happens all the time. Even in the Helsinki, Finland was probably the biggest one I knew of, that their mental health care clinics, I think it's called Velasimo, something like that, they got compromised, and all of these patients' mental health care records that had been sent into had been put into records were stolen by this ransomware group, and he individually extorted, I think it was 25 or 30,000 patients, asking them for the equivalent of $300 or $600 not to reveal their information. A lot of people didn't pay, and he revealed their information in the real world. People telling their most tender, emotional moments when they're teenagers to their therapist about girlfriends and boyfriends and moms and dads and stuff, and that people were really distraught. I heard there was a couple of suicides or something like that, or attempted suicides, or people that thought about suicide. But again, what they'd say is they had to pay 200 euros, or and that was because, again, that the parent company had refused to pay the initial ransom, and that company eventually basically got shut down. It took a year or so, but it never recovered from this attack. But it's Wired just had a story on this, and it was just to read the details. It was just devastating. And even, I guess, I wondered why the victim didn't pay the ransom. But I guess, I think he said, you don't know for sure that they're not going to release it. It turns out a lot of times if they don't release it, they still don't delete the information. But it's all said all the way around. And 300 records had already been on the dark web by that time. And it was a whole lot more, but it was tens of thousands. I think it was 25 to 30,000 patients got extorted out of that one. And again, a lot of times when the attackers are in your machines, they're actually going to your machine, find out where you're emailing. Maybe they get copies of the email using email rules sent to themselves, and they start looking for relationships with different partners to see what invoices are going to be paid by when and who. And they'll use an email rule to swap out the wiring instructions, or they'll start an email conversation with somebody going, hey, Betty Sue, just want to let you know we're switching banks next month, so be expecting in a couple of weeks. I'm going to send you some new banking information. And Peggy Sue doesn't know that this is a spear phishing email because they're getting it from somebody they've done business with for years, and they're not immediately asking them to make this change or immediately asking them to make this payment. So it seems a little bit more real. Because they're doing what's called pre-texting. The hackers doing what's called pre-texting, building this rapport, building this relationship. But they'll actually then, use use those relationships to send out and steal money from other people and to install Trojans and spyware and stuff in a trusted partner, which again causes reputational harm. It's one of the fastest growing phishing segments we see out there. They'll also, again, publicly shame the victims. There used to be some people tried to hide and didn't want the world to know that they were doing this, that they were hit by ransomware. I remember when I worked at InfoWorld and CSO magazines for 15 years, and towards the end of my tenure there at 2019, Maze was reaching out in that November 2019 and asking me would I publish their latest attacks. They were kind of trying to use this as an unofficial PR arm, and I met with the editor-in-chief publisher Eric Knorr, and we decided no, we're not going to just republish ransomware demands and who they've hit lately. It's somewhat newsworthy, but we didn't want to be their unofficial PR arm. And so they actually opened up their own websites and own blog sites. And today, most ransomware gangs have their own blog sites where they will have a list of names of the victims and the data that they've stolen. Here's a picture of the Maze ransomware thing again. They're like, hey, we sold it from this person and we have this data. And they'll usually put up examples up there. They'll send out to other people and they have their own, their Facebook and Twitter accounts, and they'll contact out to other journalists that will reach them. Like this one says, hey, the Our Evil ransomware gang just dumped the files of American fashion house Kenneth Cole. And that's how I know I'm not really a fashionable person, because I have never heard of Kenneth Cole. And if I heard that name, I wouldn't think American Fashion House. Turns out I don't know what I'm talking about. But this, apparently American Fashion House Kenneth Cole got hit by ransomware. The data got stolen. They had 60,000 personal data and 70,000 financial and work documents. They gave examples of it. They always do. And then eventually, notice this on the Kenneth Cole website, they said they modified their Kenneth Cole's website to say, hey, they're good guys who value their reputation and their customers. Be like Kenneth Cole and take care of your nerves and money. And this was posted again by the ransomware Sotobaniki group, ransomware group. I think let everybody know that apparently Kenneth Cole did care about the customers and themselves and paid the ransom. And again, here's a list. Most of these are on the Onion, Tor websites, dark web, but some of them are public there. But they had their own pages where you can go see what their latest hits are and who they've taken down. I also saw this. This is a real extortion notice. I'm a guy that's into boats a little bit. And a friend of mine said, hey, did you hear that Denison Yachts got compromised, got a ransomware site? And so their website got hit. So the attackers ransomwared their site, stole their data, actually took over their main webpage of DenisonYachtSales.com. And you can read what it said. And they put a countdown. I think it was a 5-day countdown saying they were going to wipe away the information in 5 days if they didn't get paid. But you can read the messages. Because Robert Dennison failed to take very simple security measures on his devices, I hacked into all of his employees' Google accounts or hosted on the domain name DenisonYachtSales.com. All company leads, accounting archives, employee social security numbers, employee signatures, yada, yada, and clients at Dennison Yacht Sales may be under my control. So if you ever conducted business with Bob Dennison, your private data might be in my hands right now. What do I want? I want Bob to send me 15 Bitcoin. What will happen if my demands not fulfilled? When this countdown finishes here, all the data here will be publicly available, deleted on this website probably, and publicly available for anybody that visits the website. Bob, this was your fault. Don't make other people pay for your fault. For any other questions, you can reach me at, and he actually created the new email address at DenisonExtortion@ProtonMail.com. ProtonMail.com is an encrypted free email service. And notice they actually placed this link. When I initially saw this link, it was on DenisonYachtSales.com, but DenisonYachtSales.com cleaned up that webpage, but I knew that it was going to go to this other webpage called DenisonExtortion.com, where I saw the countdown. I don't know if Dennison Yacht Sales paid that ransom. I don't think they did, but at least there was a countdown there, and some people were certainly nervous. So what do you do? In the last 5 minutes I got to talk here, what do you do? Well, I think step number one is you need to communicate to everyone that is a stakeholder in what happens if ransomware hits your organization, and explain that a backup alone is not going to save you, that there is this now double or quintuple extortion, that ransomware is now encrypting the data, exfiltrating the data. They're exfiltrating the data most of the time, and they're going to threaten you with it, that they've got your data and that they're going to publicly reveal it or give it to hackers or put it on the web or give it to reporters. They're going to have your employees and customers login credentials. They're going to have spearphished your partners and all kinds of other badness. And so there's a lot more going on than what a backup is going to save you from. And if your company is trying to think, well, would we ever pay the ransom? A lot of times that's because they have a good backup and they think a good backup is going to save them. Make them understand that you're probably going to lose some critical data and emails as well. And does that mean that you're never going to pay the data? Also realize that ransomware is not the real problem. It's how the ransomware got in. It's how the ransomware got domain admin. Ransomware is a symptom of your problem. There is a hole in your security defense. There is some way that ransomware got in, probably social engineering, could have been unpatched software, could have been, RDP, password guessing, something like that. But somewhere you have a hole and that led in ransomware. And ransomware is not your problem. It is an outcome of your real problem. You must make sure you close the vulnerabilities that allow badness to get into your environment, because if you don't do that, you'll just get hit by some other ransomware group. Usually there's honor among thieves, and the same team, if you pay them, doesn't hit you again. If you don't pay them and you just use a tape backup, they're just going to hit you again if you don't close the hole. So make sure you find out how it got in and close all your security vulnerabilities to keep the hackers out. Now, with that said, the 5 top defenses I recommend for most organizations. Number 1, focus on mitigating social engineering. Social engineering is responsible for 70 to 90% of all successful malicious data breaches today. 70 to 90%, nothing even comes anywhere close. So everything you can do to fight social engineering. So the policies and your technical defenses, your firewalls, your antiviruses, your secure configuration, that sort of stuff, and training, making sure you train people. Patch your internet accessible software. Unpatched software is responsible for 20 to 40% of all successful data breaches today. So patch your software. Make sure that everyone uses non-guessable passwords. So it's not password or password 123 or QWERTY. Use multi-factor authentication, MFA. If you can, that's always guess. But no matter what passwords you use, make sure that people use a different password on every website and service. The average person has 3 to 7 passwords that they use across 170 plus websites in a given year. That means if one of those websites gets compromised, that same password can be used to compromise a bunch of websites. And if the attacker compromises a website and sees your password is like frog5, they might know that somewhere else you got a frog4 and a frog6. So make sure you use distinctly different, long, and unique passwords. Also, it's very important to teach your end users how to spot rogue URLs. Most phishing and social engineering is going to have a rogue URL in an email or a website or an SMS message or something like that. So make sure you teach yourself and your coworkers how to read what a good URL is, how to tell that email really is from Microsoft or really is from Facebook or really is from your credit card company. And then also teach them how to spot the rogue URLs. Also use least permissive permissions. That means not letting yourself or your end users logged in as admin or root all the time, and making sure when you have files up on Amazon, AWS storage buckets, that it's not everyone can read or everyone full control. Hackers have been taking advantage of that lately. Also, if you want to know everything you can do to stop phishing and social engineering, I created a 1-hour webinar that you can watch here called The Ultimate Guide to Phishing Mitigation. It's got everything I know. It's a 1-hour webinar with 100 slides that tells you everything. Or if you just want to read it, there's a 49-page ebook that contains everything that I have in the webinar. So you can just read it and take a chance to tell you everything. But make sure that you teach yourself and your end users how to read, how to spot malicious emails and spot social engineering, including this really cool PDF. You can go to the link at the bottom of this page here. That's an article I wrote. You can download this PDF or email me at rogerg@noble4.com, and you can download this PDF that talks about the 22 most common ways, red flags, signs of social engineering. Things like the from and the to addresses are very strangely formatted, or if you hit the reply to, it's different than what the from was, or the name and the email is different than the name and the from, or the title doesn't make, or the subject doesn't make any sense to the text, or it arrived at 2 o'clock in the morning or something like that. It's all or has dangerous file attachments, or has a file attachment claiming to be a PDF, but really it's a document file or an executable or a screensaver or something like that. That's a really good PDF that you can print out and use yourself or send to anyone in your environment. I also created this 12 red flags of rogue URLs, teaching you the 12 most common tricks that hackers use to try to create these bogus rogue URLs to trick people into doing something. Like that second one there looks like LinkedIn. Well, that's LL LinkedIn without an I, 2 L's instead of an I. That is a real domain that was used by somebody to send out fake LinkedIn emails. And I've seen LinkedIn LL LinkedIn and link two L's and I in there, LinkedIn going to Nigeria with a .ni instead of a .com, or that third one there looks like it's coming from Microsoft, but really it's coming from the URL that's from December, update December 20th .url and that sort of stuff. Overall, we really believe that everybody should always train themselves and their end users. You should have longer training once a year, shorter trainings every month. After every training, everybody should have some type of simulated phishing test to see how well they learned the training. If they don't, if they fail the simulated phishing test, they get a little bit more training. Our customers that do what I just told you, which is training and simulated phishing to see how well people do on that training, they will decrease the number of people in their company that will click on a phishing email from about 38% down to below 5% in less than a year. And that's not our best customers. That's our average customer. With that said, we don't have time to take questions today because I talk too much. I want to hear myself talk too much. But if you email me at rogerg@noble4.com, I promise I'll get you back. I'll get back an answer to you within 24 hours. And of course, you can follow me at LinkedIn and Twitter. And thanks for putting up with me in my fast auction house car licensing talking voice. Y'all have a good day.
Awesome presentation, Roger. Thank you so much. Take a drink there, take a breath. So much information packed into a short presentation. So again, fantastic presentation, and we got a ton of questions coming in for Roger. I'm routing those over to Roger. I apologize, we didn't have time for our live Q&A. I've just brought up a poll question here on the screen for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about the KnowBe4 solution? And I'll leave that up while I announce our first Amazon $500 gift card winner. Looks like we've got an Amazon $500 gift card going to Sean Ford from Missouri. Congratulations, Sean Ford from Missouri. We'll reach out to you to deliver that prize. Excellent. All right. Thank you to everyone there who responded to the poll. We do appreciate that. With that, it's time to move on now to our next presentation. I'm excited now to introduce you to Celeste Kinswood, Senior Product Marketing Manager for Data Governance and Security at Druva. Celeste, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me all right?
I can, yeah. Thanks for being on. Take it away.
Beautiful. Awesome. Thanks so much. I appreciate the intro. Everybody already knows the topic for today, right? It's one of those beautiful things where we're going to talk about ransomware all day long. But specifically, I want to talk today about accelerating recovery, right? We know that it's really important to have backups. We know that it's really important to be prepared for a ransomware attack. But again, one of the most important things is how do you recover after a ransomware attack? What's the next step? And so we're going to talk a lot about that today. We'll do a real brief little market insight section. Obviously that KnowBe4 training was great context for what's going on with ransomware in the world today. But we'll talk a little bit about the challenges that our customers are seeing with protection, some of the advanced challenges they're having with recovery, and then we will talk about how Druva can help with that and share a fun success story, which is a nice thing to be able to say about ransomware, a fun success story. Everybody knows why ransomware is bad, right? Like nobody wants to be in the news, nobody wants to be the next headline, but let's put some numbers behind it. The general idea of what I'm trying to convey here is that ransomware attacks are happening not only more often, but as you saw with the information from KnowBe4, they're becoming increasingly sophisticated. Also, as they become sophisticated, more effective, ransom demands are going up because threat actors know that companies will pay to get their data back. And as data systems become more complex, the downtime after an attack is increasing. So as of this year, there's a ransomware attack happening every 11 seconds, which means by my clock, there have been 4 ransomware attacks since I started talking to this slide. And all of those attacks add up to a huge global number, right? We're looking at 20 billion. That's a billion with a B as the global cost in ransomware this year. And that's, again, 57 times what it was in 2015. So this is a rapidly growing threat. We talked about the increase in downtime to put a little context around that. And obviously, it's hard to get real clear international data on ransomware attacks in terms of the details, because folks don't want to, nobody on the call would want to say, oh, yeah, it was me. I got hit with ransomware. But even the most conservative estimates around recovery say that it takes over 2 weeks to get your data back, to recover after an attack. And we all hear about Colonial, right? We all hear about CTW. We always hear about these, the real big ransomware attacks, but the average ransom last year, Q3, was over $200,000, and that's because ransomware hits every level of enterprise, right? It hits mom and pop shops, it hits Colonial Pipeline, right, and everyone in between. So again, $200,000 is still a big chunk of change, but it doesn't take into account all the issues that show up with ransomware, the damage to reputation, the issues with recovery. Finally, we heard about a couple scary trends. There we go. In the last presentation, folks out there stealing data and then threatening to put it on the dark web. But I want to draw attention to another trend that's happening. Threat actors deleting backup data before they send a ransom note, because again, they want to do everything in their power to make sure that the person, the organization hit with that attack has to pay. And so those ransom notes no longer just say, hey, we've encrypted your data, pay to get it back. It says, hey, we've encrypted your data, and before you tell me that you have backups, you don't. We already deleted your backup data, so now you really do need to pay. Finally, let's take a look at how ransomware works within the system, right? We talked about how the many threat vectors that are used to bring ransomware into the system. Once it's there, it tends to lay dormant for over 3 months. During that time, what is it doing? The very first thing it's doing is it's connecting to a command and control server, right? Just like ET, it is going to phone home. But after that, when it's getting commands, generally the commands are things like learn file systems and specifically locate backup copies. If you can find a drive that is labeled backup, please bookmark that, because we're going to delete when we go to our day 0 and have that bulk encryption of system data. And again, may again try to encrypt your backup or delete the backup as well. At that point, obviously, the ransom note comes through, and either you have an awesome backup solution and you're going to recover from that, or you're going to need to pay the ransom or lose the data. So it's a serious threat, and it's one that's prolonged. The other thing that becomes a real issue, because ransomware is in the system for 90 plus days before the ransom note is sent, it can be really difficult to identify what point in time you want to back up from. And even after you identify that, it can be really difficult to make sure that you're not reinfecting the system. We'll talk about that more in a little bit. So this is a little bit about Druva, and to talk about what we do, we're first going to talk about what we don't do. And what we don't do is we're not a firewall, right? We're not an email gateway. There are a lot of really awesome security vendors that work in that primary environment stack. So whether you have FireEye, Palo Alto, CrowdStrike, whoever's in that stack, one of the main things that Druva is trying to do is help orchestrate the way your backup environment and your primary environment work together. So again, we integrate with those primary environment security vendors while also helping to protect and help you with your response and recovery in your backup environment. With that, let's take a look at some of the ways that we do this. So we have our foundational protection that's built into the Druva platform. So anybody who is looking at Druva, anybody who's already a Druva customer is benefiting from this. And we'll take a deep dive on that in the next couple of slides. But if I had to summarize the left-hand side of the slide, it's to say that no matter what, you will always have unencrypted, non-deleted backups that you can recover from with Druva. On the right-hand side of the slide, we have our accelerated ransomware recovery. And what's important about that is that if something happens and you do have to go to those unencrypted, non-deleted backups that we just talked about, we're going to make sure that your recovery is effective, that it's complete, and then it's as fast as possible so you can be back on your feet as soon as possible after a ransomware attack. So let's talk about what's baked into the platform, right? Why is Druva the best platform that you could look at for backups in terms of ransomware? And the first piece that we're going to talk about is data integrity, right? The requirement here is that data in the backup environment it should not ever be encrypted by ransomware. And the way that works for Druva is that because we're an object-based storage solution, because of the way our network, because of the way we connect and our architecture, we're highly resistant to malware. So even though ransomware might get backed up into the Druva environment, as it would with any backup, once it's there, it can't execute. It needs two things to execute, right? A persistent environment and a file structure. And Druva does not provide either of those things. In terms of our zero trust architecture, the goal here is that compromised primary credentials cannot be used to delete backups, right? We talked about that trend of deleting backups before sending the ransom note. Through our multi-factor authentication, through the fact that you're not only off-site with Druva, backing up to the Druva Cloud for AWS, you also are in a different account. So again, because Druva is cloud native, because we have object-based storage, because we have that zero trust architecture, and we have that authentication, again, we can't end up in a situation where a compromised primary environment credentials are then being used to delete backups. Finally, to add another movie reference, Shrek talks a lot about onions and their layers, and security is just like that, right? It's layers on layers, and you have to have multiple fallback positions. So with Druva, again, as a backup solution, we offer the ability to ensure that ransomware cannot permanently delete backups. Again, we do that through excess deletion prevention and through giving you a soft delete or recycle bin. So what that means is that if we see a huge spike in deletion, we're going to call you up and say, hey, a bunch of stuff just got deleted. We think that's a problem. Did you really mean to do that? And if the answer is no, for any reason, we can help you get that data back. We also offer best-in-class security, right? So there's within the Druva platform, we are FedRAMP certified. We are compliant with HIPAA, with FIPS, with all those other pieces. But because we are a cloud backup solution powered by AWS, we also rely and benefit from all of AWS's many certifications as well. Beyond that, we are continually penetration tested by third parties and our very own customers. We have a great open vulnerability disclosure policy and some great SLAs around getting any vulnerability that is discovered fixed, which you can actually click through to view there, or you can search for it on our website. So we've talked about why the Druva backup platform is so important for ransomware, is so resilient, does a great job of protecting your data, again, so that you will always have clean, unencrypted, non-deleted backups that you can use to recover in the event of an attack. That being said, we've done some really great customer interviews over the years and had some customers be really vulnerable, talk to us about security incidents that occurred for them, and really open up about what was the challenge that they had after that security incident. And we realized there were more ways that we could help. So we decided to go beyond protection and build an accelerated ransomware recovery solution that helps to address some of those issues. So the pain that we heard from our customers, and if this resonates with you, put it in the chat. If one of these 5 points is the one that's most important to you, I'd say put that out there, and I'd love to see where people's concerns are. But the first and foremost is that there's a lack of orchestration, right? We are a backup vendor. We're working in your backup environment. But again, there's that need to orchestrate with the primary environment, with the security tools, with the data that's in that primary environment, and that can be really difficult. The other things that come up with ransomware that are really scary, obviously, are the spread of contamination between systems and issues around reinfection due to contaminated recovery data. The inability to access targeted data sets comes up most often when we're talking about forensics, right? So I know we probably have some security practitioners on this call. We have IT admins. But again, for both of those groups, one of the most important things after an attack is to understand what went wrong and how do we make sure it doesn't happen again, and how do we fix it. So folks need the ability to really get into a quarantine bay, be able to run forensics on the data, and understand what happened. Finally, data loss is obviously the big threat with malware, right? Whether with ransomware, whether it's losing the data because you refused to pay the ransom, we're unable to access your backups were deleted, or if you were to back up and need to back up from a previous point in time, there's the issue of maybe recovering an incomplete data set. So we talk a little bit about how we address each of those. The first thing that I want to talk about within the Druva solution, this is that accelerated ransomware recovery module for endpoints, for select hybrid workloads. We're helping all of our customers monitor access attempts into their backup environment. And what that gives you is the situational awareness of what's happening, so that you understand, hey, who or what, we'll also show API calls, who or what accessed your backup environment, where were they geographically when they did that, when did they try to attempt, and what actions were attempted. So again, this can help you understand if there's something like a ransomware attack that's making an unsanctioned access into the environment and trying to do that bulk deletion. We're going to give you the ability to see that, to understand what's going on. And our customers who see the most value with this are integrating that data into their SIEM and SOAR solutions. That's their security incident event management tools and the orchestration tools for security. And what that does is it allows you to understand really a lot of signal from the noise of the many alerts that you're receiving, because again, Druva, probably only one part of the security stack for our customers. So again, those integrations are really vital. Understanding who is trying to access the data is important, but it's also really important to get that data level understanding of what's happening in the backup environment. To do data level insight, and that for us takes the form of anomaly detection. One of the complaints that we hear, from folks in the industry, again, is I've got alert fatigue. There's a lot of noise. All my programs are very noisy. So how do I know that your alerts are accurate around anomaly detection? Are you reducing false positives? What are you going to tell me? And so with that, the response there is that we have a proprietary machine learning algorithm that is learning what's going on, the behaviors, the normal patterns of your backup environment all the time. So if we notice that there is a major spike, for example, in deletion, or a major spike in file changes, we can flag that and understand, hey, this was truly outside the norm for the organization, and that's why we want to flag that alert. This is also great because there are no rules to set, right? We turn this on, we flip the switch, the algorithm goes to work learning the environment, and then can automatically produce those alerts as needed. And again, those are going to be accurate to your environment specifically. In terms of how the algorithm, how we're tuning this, one of the things that's really important, we're looking at 4 things, right? We're looking at uploads, recoveries, so file creation, file recovery, file deletion, and file changes. Because of the way that Druva works, we do a source-side dedupe, so that means that as we back up data, we're only backing up data that has changed. And that gives us a really excellent window into, along with looking at the entropy values in the headers of what we're backing up, gives us a really excellent window to understand if a bunch of files change all at once, we have a really strong indicator of encryption. And again, we can kick out that alert for you. Again, the SIEM and SOAR integrations are vital here because it makes sure that that alert can be seen and that response can be automated. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. One of the reasons it's so important to automate response is because the folks who are behind, the threat actors who are behind ransomware, again, on the general whole, not stupid people. Obviously, ransomware as a service is a growing trend in the industry, and so there are, more attacks, more widespread, but they're still run by people. And let me tell you, folks who are executing a ransomware attack don't generally choose to encrypt all your data on a Monday morning at 9:30 when they know everyone's in the office. That attack is likely to hit at 7 p.m. on a Friday before the 3-day weekend when they think, hey, nobody's in the office to see this. So you want to be able to automate the response to that, right? You want the response time to be as quick as possible. And you want that response to happen automatically without the intervention of somebody who isn't in office, somebody who's having dinner with their family that night. So again, without that coordination, you can have issues with slow response time, which can lead to contamination spread as more systems are affected, as more encrypted data is backed up. So again, what we offer here is the ability not only to quarantine snapshots and resources. So let's say that my company sees that, hey, I usually change 5 to 10 files a day. Suddenly my endpoint is changing 600 files. Hey, this is a problem. We believe that there might be an issue here. Again, we kick out that alert to a SIM tool, which flags it for the orchestration tool. The orchestration tool can immediately quarantine through the Druva platform, can quarantine the resource, my endpoint, so that my endpoint is no longer backed up into the Druva cloud. And then also quarantine infected and affected snapshots to make sure that nobody can recover that infected data. Once all those resources are quarantined, again, we give folks the opportunity to go in, use a federated search tool to help run forensics with the security team, and to understand really what happened, which becomes very important in the next stage in this process, which is recovery. So we mentioned earlier that it's difficult to sometimes identify the correct snapshot, right? If we went back 90 days and said, well, we're going to just go back to a point in time 90 days ago before the malware ever entered our environment, we're going to recover from there, there would be a huge amount of data loss associated with that, right? It's almost as bad as just losing the data to the ransomware. But if we go back to yesterday, before everything was encrypted, we can almost guarantee that the malware that's causing the ransomware attack, that malicious code, is still in that backup or recovery data because that was backed up into the environment with all of the files that were affected by where the malware was living within the endpoint or the file server. So what do you do about that? The answer is run scans on snapshots before recovery. And Druva gives you the opportunity to do that, both with built-in antivirus scanning from within the Druva solution, but also we talked about forensics, right? If your security team understands exactly what they're looking for, right? They have the hash for the indicator of compromise for the specific ransomware variant that you're dealing with. You can use that data. You can use that information to scan the snapshot prior to doing that recovery. So again, this lets you recover with confidence. It gives you the opportunity to say, yes, I really believe that the data that we're going to recover from is clean, and understand that you're not going to have that reinfection issue that could take you back to square one. So this is the wrap up, right? What does Druva offer? What's most important that I want you to take away from this? Again, Druva, cloud native architecture. We're a cloud SaaS backup solution. There's no hardware to maintain. There's no need to do planning for your backup volume over the course of the year. We give you the opportunity to back up all your workloads directly into the cloud. into that object-based storage, which is, again, resistant to malware attacks. It does not provide a consistent environment or a file structure for the malware to execute in. So, again, highly resilient. Then, if we talk about that best-in-class security, it's not just that we adhere to the most stringent security standards in the U.S. and globally. It's also that we have that zero-trust architecture, and that prevents ransomware from being able to use compromised credentials to delete backups. And then as we look at the recovery, again, the automation and orchestration piece is because we have those built-in, out-of-the-box integrations with the security solutions that you're already using in your primary environment. And what that does is help you reduce your mean time to respond by automating actions like quarantine, so you don't have to worry about ransomware hitting on a Friday afternoon when nobody's there. Again, you have that covered. Then finally, that ability to use our recovery scans feature and scan your snapshots before you recover from them using not only the built-in malware protection in the Druva platform, but also your own threat intelligence. So I told you that we were going to have a fun customer case study here, a success story, happily ever after ransomware. Again, this is a customer who experienced a ransomware attack and had some issues with it. They were running both us and a competitor. They had some issues with the complexity of the console, and they were having some issues with file restores. With the data that they were managing with Druva, what they saw was faster data restoration. What they saw was a significant reduction in management time, and all of that with a lower TCO, a lower total cost of ownership. So again, they benefited from our layered security defense in-depth model. They benefited from the ability to manage their backup and their recovery across that single dashboard, and they did it for cheaper, for a much higher value. And so all of that led to this quote, which I love to share. This is, again, with our customers, what we're seeing is that they have issues with recovery, and Druva can help solve for those. So again, we help with automation, we help with orchestration, we help streamline the process, make it easier. With that, I think we'll roll over to Q&A.
Fantastic presentation, Celeste. Really appreciate that. I learned a lot. I'm sure the audience did as well. And so let's, as you said, kick it into Q&A now. While we do that, I'm just going to bring up this poll question for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about the Druva solution? And Celeste, I'm not sure where to start here. We got 45 questions for you.
I know, and I'm rolling through them, and they're all good.
Yeah, so many great questions here. So if you see any that catch your eye, feel free to chime in. But, first one I was going to ask you, let's see, Tim here says, we've got a VMware vSphere infrastructure. We've got a NAS with file storage. Can Druva help us to protect that? Yeah, absolutely. So the Druva protection is built in across all of our workloads on our platform, and we do have some of the broadest coverage for not only data types collected, but workloads collected. So can you list those for me again real quick? VMware and just a file storage NAS. Absolutely. So so with the built-in platform security, we're absolutely covering both of those workloads. For the accelerated ransomware recovery, we're currently working with file servers, endpoints, and NAS. We're actually looking at VMware, at Office 365, at other workloads to understand where we want to move next with that accelerated recovery product. So it's a really great question, and the answer is we've absolutely got you covered with that security, with that protection, and that recovery is also available for that file server, that NAS storage. Excellent. Okay. Let's see. Next question here. They said you mentioned data loss due to point-in-time recovery. Is that something that Druva addresses? Absolutely. So I think we talked about the point-in-time issue in two different ways. One is that if we go back to a point in time before the ransomware ever entered the system, we're going to be dealing with a huge amount of data loss, and that if we recover from a point in time sooner,
we're going to be dealing with possible reinfection. And so for companies that say, hey, we don't want to lose data, we don't want to manually search for files, we don't want to go back 90 days and then manually search for the important files, we want to recover from a more recent point in time, we offer those recovery scans. And then as we look at that longer window, I would just say watch this space. The product team is, I work with a really amazing product team. I'm really proud to work with them. So stay tuned. I think it's something that'll be really interesting to watch as it evolves.
Awesome. And then I know you kind of summarized this in the end, but I think it's good to reemphasize it. They're asking, what really makes you Druva unique from other data protection solutions, in your opinion?
Sure. Yeah, so I think the things that come to mind for me immediately is the way that our solution is architected, right? We are a cloud, backup as a service provider. We're not on premises. We're not Windows-based. We're not. We're really built for the modern workplace, right? And so what that means from a ransomware perspective is that folks have the opportunity to look at that built-in security, that infrastructure is already built to be resilient against ransomware attacks. I think that's maybe the first thing that comes to mind as a unique differentiator. On the recovery side, I think that we're doing more to integrate with the primary environment, more to make sure that the tools are built in, right? When you're recovering from a ransomware attack is not the time that you want to be trying to learn a new tool, dealing with exporting data to a third party for scanning. You want everything to be built in. You want a single console. You want a quick place to be able to go and work on that recovery, and Druva offers that.
Excellent. All right. Well, Celeste, I'm afraid that's all the time we have here in our live Q&A session, but there's a lot of electronic questions. Maybe you can get back to those folks. Thank you so much for being on the event today.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, I'll definitely spend some time here in the Q&A typing out some answers for the folks we weren't able to get to live on the call.
Awesome. All right. And thank you to Druva for supporting the event. Make sure you check out the poll question on the screen and also the handouts tab there, where you will find a resource with more information on the Druva solution. And with that, it's time for our next gift card announcement. We have another Amazon $500 gift card. This is going to Jackie Haig from Michigan. Congratulations, Jackie Haig from Michigan. After our next presentation, we'll have another gift card and then our first of our iPad M1 grand prizes. And with that, I'm excited now to introduce you to our next presenter. Excited to welcome back our friend, Mr. Andrew Miller, Principal Systems Engineer at Pure Storage. Andrew, great to have you back on. Take it away.
Thanks so much for the kind introduction. I almost feel like I'm a little bit of an actual tech frequent flyer at this point, but it's cool because I love the format of the folks in the actual tech team, and we've always got fun stuff to talk about, or maybe important stuff to talk about, as in this case. In case we haven't had the pleasure of meeting, my name is Andrew Miller, Principal Technology Strategist here at Pure, and today we're here to talk about ransomware jail. Is there any way out? Or maybe along the lines of, ransomware jail, how to make bail. We're only asking that kind of question for a friend. Now, what I don't want to do here is just dive right into what Pure does. I actually want to start with more of a threat scenario, some new developments and the underlying factors in this landscape, because it keeps changing. Then some defense and depth recommendations, and then, of course, how Pure can help. Like I said, if we haven't had the pleasure of meeting, my name is Andrew Miller, Principal Technology Strategist here at Pure. I've been here about 2.5 years now. Potentially, most importantly for today, started on the customer side, kind of admin to engineer to architect across a whole swath of the data center for about 7 years. 8 years on the partner side, SE to manager to a director. Make promises on a whiteboard. If they come true, you get to come back. If not, not so much. But on a technical marketing team, actually one of the other companies presenting on this on the Megacast today. And I've tried not to lose my technical soul as I've gone along the way. I really appreciate the V-Expert program. 10 years now in that. And I'm human. I've got kids. And hey, this is the only kangaroo picture you might get to see today. Diving in, though, to the landscape, though. We wish our life was like this. from a day-to-day standpoint, wherever you are in the IT organization, and maybe some of your day has been like this in the last year, you've actually been able to work from the beach or work from home kind of thing. But we know that it's much more like this, actually. This is the reality. Maybe a big, hairy, audacious goal is the first one, but day-to-day life, there's so much going on. And in that, yeah, it's stuck in my throat. What we get for doing it live. In that comes ransomware. So, base definition, encrypt your data until you pay money, you don't get it back. Okay, fine. But an alternate definition, and one that's a little bit technically snarky, but actually very valid, is a problem requires unplanned restore massive amounts of data from products that just weren't designed for it. When you asked me, out of college, I was a backup admin because no one else wanted backups, right? Backup exec, then later went to Tilly Storage Manager and Avamar Data Domain, a whole bunch of products over the years. If you'd asked me, hey, can you restore 50% of your data center really fast from backups? I just look at you kind of sideways, like that's not what we designed the environment for, what you gave me the budget for, what I inherited from the other guy, all that kind of stuff. But the underlying reality is that for better or worse, a lot of times ransomware ends up taking offline the primary methods of recovery. I'm thinking of a customer that I know of. It's a Fortune 500 where the attacker got in and actually was able to encrypt systems, compromise backups, compromise DR systems, storage array snapshots, which actually leads into the anatomy of an attack. So how does this play out? So there are a bunch of different versions of this. This is one that I use when I'm kind of, trying to trim down for time a little bit. So attackers are going to get into environments if they're determined enough, just to be very honest. Average attack length in 2018 was 206 days. 2019 was 51 days. 2020 numbers are a little mushy. No one's really rushing for this kind of information. But the key here is we think about, that point of infiltration, getting access. Often we as humans are the weakest link, for better or worse. Now, unfortunately, I've been presenting, or maybe fortunately, I've been presenting this topic for 5 to 6 years now. You put Andrew Miller ransomware into Google, and you'll find after you get past that pitcher who makes way more money than I do, you'll find a bunch of stuff that I've done over the years through different roles. One of these times I was actually in Toronto talking, and a gentleman came up afterwards and said, hey, I received an email from iTunes yesterday. Looked like it was for a $49.99 app purchase. Now, if you're like me, hopefully that's not make or break money for any of us on the listening in, but it is like, what did I or my wife or my kids buy? Come on, for real. So the only thing wrong with that email was the dispute this purchase link, which, you'd have to look at the HTML source code to actually see that, is it going to take you to a non-Apple website kind of thing. And hey, you tie that into something like the U.S. government warning 8 months or so ago about a Firefox 0-day vulnerability attack. Right, kind of thing. So this is where attackers can very well get in, especially, and this isn't impugning you or me or anyone else. But once they get in, then what they're doing is they're surveying to get as into many systems as possible. Microsoft has some great Ryuk attack chain research trying to get to the holy grail of domain admin credentials or even storage array or server or backup system credentials, so that the day before they encrypt the data, they can remove the means of recovery. This is a very logical thing to do, right? You think about it, an attacker, they're in this for the money, so if they remove their means of recovery, you're more likely to pay the ransom. And now this is not just theoretical. Sadly, we are seeing cases and talking to customers where backups have been compromised, even storage array administrative credentials have been compromised, and the attackers have removed snapshots on an array. Next, ask for ransom. And then the day after, you're stuck figuring out, what do I do? Now, this is where we have this interesting intersection of disaster recovery and security, because ransomware protection is this intersection of these two. Okay, so we often talk about recovery point objective, but here we're talking about really in a different way. It's, do I have my data? Not necessarily back to the point of infiltration. At the point where you detect the attack, we do have to do incident response. Have to figure out patient zero, figure out, what system they got into, where all they've been over time, right, kind of thing. But then once I'm talking about recovering my data, I can't roll my data back 6, 8 months or 6 or 8 weeks or months kind of thing. I need to know that I have my data at the point before the point of encryption, but in a way that is fast to restore, and not just a couple systems at a time, potentially 20, 30, 50, 60% of my environment. That's a key item. We'll come back to that later as we go along the way. Now, I want to be very upfront. I am here somewhat to scare you, but you probably already know some of this based on it. But in 5 years, we've seen ransomware impact go from 24 million in 2015 to 20 billion in 2020. There's a Gartner survey that I saw which actually showed digital transformation spending priorities. And if you're like me, I'm not entirely sure what digital transformation is. For some folks, it's very real. For other companies, it's like, well, that's a buzzword. But whatever it is, I don't necessarily think of cybersecurity as being the number 2 priority there. We've seen so many high-profile targets. I don't want to kind of beat the drum here because there's been more than enough in the news. I'm sure you can think of some that I'm thinking of right now, even. The other piece here is that it's not just about ransoms paid. It's about the organizational, reputational, financial impact. So we've had worms and viruses with us for a long time, right? So, you can go back to the first, you can do some fun YouTube and Google and Wikipedia rabbit holes on that stuff. But so where has this actually come from? What has changed, especially in the last 4 or 5 years? There's 2 big underlying factors that I like to highlight here, which is why this is going to be challenging to slow down. First, how do you pay the ransom? So classically, you think of movies, you put a briefcase full of money under a park bench or maybe in a trash can out in a park, that kind of thing. The first key thing that's changed here is cryptocurrency. Now, I'm not here to have a political, social, et cetera, conversation about cryptocurrency, but the key is that it does provide a relatively anonymous, relatively reliable payment method that goes across jurisdictional boundaries. You've seen a very interesting exception to this recently about recovering some Bitcoin payments, but that is the exception by far rather than the rule. Something else to factor in here. One of the stories that I'll often tell for a medical center, several years back, the ransom was only $10,000. These have gone up over time, but average software developer salary in the United States, it's around $69,000 a year, give or take. You go to different parts of the world, lower cost of living, it can be dramatically lower. So this is now where we weave in the idea of economics and of outsourcing. This is part of why I find this topic relatively fascinating, because it is this intersection of technology, finance, psychology, economics, all of that mixed in together, right, kind of thing. So you take people around the world without ethical boundaries or with very different ones, and they say, hey, a $10,000 ransom or $100,000 ransom, that could be a lot of money to them. And we know that economics, outsourcing follows, the cost of goods, where there's skill sets, all that kind of thing. What we're talking about is this gives the ability for it to be a worldwide outsourcing model. And then you add into that, number 2, there are literally ransomware as a service kits out there that you can purchase in the stereotypical dark web. It's a buzzword, but it's not just a buzzword. These have different technical levels attached to them. They've got different levels of skill sets needed. There's even models, where companies keep a certain percent, so I've gone from, customer to partner to manufacturer or vendor. You've got even that same kind of dynamic going on here. And then even customer service improvements, like with follow-up surveys of how they did, or how well did we help you walk through your Bitcoin transaction, all that kind of stuff. Last in this section, landscape. If you'd asked me when I was a data center architect, is everything in your data center up to date and patched? I don't like that question. It's extremely uncomfortable because I know how much I have to do every day. So we're used to competition in certain ways, maybe software as a service, Rogue or Phantom IT, maybe vendors that package products up together. We're not used to something that competes with the core and efficiency of the modern data center, in the cloud or not. All the layers and keeping every single one of those up to date and patched and hardened. And it's when the attacker, we have to be right every single time. The attacker only has to be right one time. And this is the reality, and why slowing the growth of ransomware in the near term, and I've been saying this for years now, will be almost impossible, and sadly it continues to be true. So what can we do here? Defense in depth. This is a security conversation. We do have to, now we're into part 2, defense in depth. As always, there should be multiple layers, security after all. We do have to think about operational overhead, making sure to not have too many layers. So we get what I sometimes call barking chihuahua syndrome. We get too many alerts and things going off and too many things to keep track of. And it's actually an exercise in diminishing returns. So first, I'll often think about, from a before the attack, during and after the attack. So first, before the attack, from a human standpoint, we've already heard some great stuff on this already about, don't enable that macro. Be careful about attachments. If I get an email from Charlie Giancarlo, our CEO, who emails me just about never, I should be really careful about that, right? That kind of thing. Next, you have a great cross-section here of before the attack from a technical standpoint. Be aware, this is a huge landscape. So many products here, so many good products here. This is often where I suggest having a very good solutions integrator, value-added reseller, even a managed security firm, that can actually help you with this, because this layer needs to be here. We don't want things to get all the way down to the last layer of defense, but there's a lot of complexity and potentially options in this layer. Next, there are actually cybersecurity insurance policies before the attack financial. At times I've been cynical about these a little bit, to be honest, where insurance companies are in the business of writing policies and not paying claims. We know that, but often there's fine print about systems have to be patched and up to date as of the time of the attack at a certain level. So watch out for that. The flip side is I've seen cases where cybersecurity insurance vendors do actually go and have lists of approved vendors, people to help you, companies that will help you understand what you need to disclose or not, because actually if you can recover within certain timing or based on certain regulations, you may not have to disclose, right? Kind of thing. And that's very that's something you definitely want to think about or be aware of. But of course, we were probably going to get here. Data protection after the attack, technical. So does anyone need the FBI or HIPAA or anyone to tell you that you need backups? All right. So it's a little bit tongue in cheek, but it means it's easy, right? I'm not even done my segment and we're done, because we all know we're supposed to have backups after all, right? I mean, even when I was straight out of college, I knew that. But there's something deeper going on here. And for me, this takes me back a little bit to when I used to do business impact analysis consulting or disaster recovery. You take your applications, you put them in tiers based on, how much data you can lose and how long it can come to bring back online. That's RPO and RTO. It's all about, the cost of downtime. But in that, you think about the idea of risk and unpacking that, the likelihood of a threat, acting on a vulnerability, and what's the impact. So how do you protect against a high impact but low likelihood or low probability scenario? Here I would argue complexity is the enemy. When we're talking about our last line of defense, if it's something that requires day-to-day care and feeding, because you think about it, we're getting attackers are trying to get in all the time. We know this, but we're not hopefully recovering every single day from a different ransomware attack. We may be we have all this other stuff to do any given day. And so if your last line of defense requires day-to-day care and feeding, it's not going to be there when you need it. Okay, so what are the solution concepts here? First, and this is now goes into how Pure can help. First, fundamentally, do I have my data? Do I know that even if an attacker has gotten to the point of getting all the way into admin credentials, is it there? So this means it's got to be simple enough to set up and keep running on a day-to-day basis, as well as it can't actually be modified or compromised via stolen admin credentials. Next, can I get it back fast enough to make a difference? Tree falls in a forest, doesn't make a sound. I'm not sure I know or care, but if your backups take so long to restore, causes major organizational, reputational, financial impact, do they actually exist in real life? That's painful to think about. And here, one of the things that I highlight is that at times I'll see companies that will go in and say, yeah, I can restore really fast a couple virtual machines, or Sally from accounting deleted a payroll file. We can get back really fast. What about the scenario of mass restore? 50% of your data you have to bring back because attackers have gone through and gotten into tons of different systems. That's a challenge where sometimes, being real, whether you're coming back from tape or any form of even disk, it's hard. And of course, there's partnerships here with various backup vendors that we work with as Pure. And even some things around live mount, RTO equals 0 and Explorers. And we do have actual customers here that we've helped with this. Okay. So as we talk about ransomware attack mitigation, specifically how Pure can help, this is actually what I like to call the trifecta, even though I'll have a little bit of fun with Zoom backgrounds for just a second here. The idea of before the attack, very simple to implement and operate on a day-to-day basis. That whole, can't require day-to-day care and feeding. During the attack, immutability, so they can't be, modified, data protection methods, or even compromised. There's admin credentials. And then last but not least, after the attack, of course, there's got to be speed from a recovery standpoint. So I'll be good here and not stick with the fun background the whole time. But as we go into this, let's talk about kind of two lines of defense here. We're in the last lines of defense here, but two lines of defense. First one is, this will be really first line of defense. Immutable snapshots on primary data. And I say this carefully because often, sometimes when we're in this space, we talk about, when we're going to data protection methods, we're going back to backups. We're having to restore everything and restore speeds and all that kind of stuff. But what if you could say, I could have immutable snapshots on the primary data, because nothing's faster than metadata, at least well architected metadata. So I've got to do a little bit of a side note here. So on Pure, architecturally since day one, Pure's been a metadata first platform, if you will, and we showed that by virtue of our snapshot architecture. Going back since the beginning of Pure, snapshots have always been immutable. They're what I like to call, it's what snapshots want to be when they grow up, as opposed to some of the other storage platforms I've worked with them on. You can make them instantly. They're first-class citizens with full capabilities. You can take thousands of them. There's no performance impact when you make them. They don't take any space when you create them, as well as then it's thin, deduplicated, compresses. It diverges from the baseline. You can roll them forward or back instantly. Think recovery, and they are always immutable. Like I mentioned, there's no way to modify a snapshot. Modify the data in a snapshot. Now, you may be thinking, you said you can't modify the data in a snapshot, and I can create them easily, or I can have schedules that make them easily. We know how this is like very, very little to no day-to-day care and feeding. But what about a scenario where someone has potentially, because you just told me this, someone's actually gotten access to admin credentials? Hopefully not. Be very careful there. But what if they have? So the interesting thing there is we actually have an additional, almost what I call an elegant layer of protection that builds on top of how deleting data on Pure has always been a two-step deletion process. We use what we call an eradication bin, and we can actually walk through how this works in Java. We've done this for years, and what we realized is we get that additional hardening capability on top of this, and we did it by virtue of a customer who actually came to us and said, hey, large software as a service company, large Pure customer. If you know how product management and roadmaps work, a big customer means you can get your own feature, right, kind of thing. So we created what was called Pure Safe Mode, because for them, when they asked and said, hey, if we calculate one single employee, admin, if they walked out the door and they were very unhappy, the classic rogue admin scenario, how much financial damage could they cause? How much would we have to pay out to our customers? Software as a service company, they've got contracts and SLAs. So they wanted the ability to prevent even someone with local admin credentials from doing a final deletion of the data, of even the primary data, the data on the systems, much less the backup data. So for them, we built a layer on top of our immutable snapshots. So to be clear here, this is an additional layer that actually removes the ability for even a local admin to do the final deletion of data. It also then extends some timers out. So, you think about before the point of encryption. We talked about that before, so like how far do I need to go? We've added some hardening around changing snapshot schedule, retention, et cetera pieces. Now, when I'm in a public format, I'm always very careful about the specific details of what I say about how we've implemented these protections. But the core is that even someone with local admin credentials can't do the final deletion of the data, even if they want to, much less accidentally. It can still be helpful there too, right? But even a compromised admin credentials, and we don't charge for this feature. Does it use space? Of course it does. But especially when there's data reduction in play. Now, you may be thinking, you talked about primary data. There's nothing better than being able to roll back on a primary system. You will still need to have identified patient 0, trace the systems that were infected, change credentials, clean out rootkits. But the key is, do I have my data before the point of encryption? But maybe I don't have everything on Pure yet. So what about backups? Well, you'll notice here actually, better backups, and this is actually where some of these capabilities started on Pure, as we'll see on our website. It's the same trifecta. You can actually have a certain amount of your backup data live on Pure, whether that's FlashBlade or FlashArray//C. We work with multiple vendors here. Maybe you have 5 or 7 or 14 days of your most recent backups that live on Pure that can be restored incredibly quickly, whether that's via, it's on FlashArray//C. We work really well with Veeam there. Whether it's on FlashBlade, we work well with Commvault and Cohesity and Rubrik and other ones there as well too. Kind of thing where you can actually say, I've got very fast restore capabilities. And especially on FlashBlade, we see cases, where you can drive, drive up to actually 270 gig per second restores kind of thing. It's crazy numbers. We've even seen a petabyte per day in some testing we did. I think I got my 270 number wrong. I should have had a slide for that, but dramatically faster restores than you would see otherwise. And that exact same safe mode protection that I talked about, we can apply that to your backup data as well as the primary data. It's actually the same set of technologies under the covers. which is what then brings me all the way back around again to the trifecta. Whether you were talking about application data, primary data, we're talking about backup data, we can have simple to implement and day-to-day operate protections, immutable plus safe mode, even if there's been compromise of admin credentials. And we can do this at a general level. So you can actually say, I'm going to set this ahead of time. I don't have to have chosen policy by policy by policy, et cetera, that kind of thing. And then finally, unmatched speed for recovery and restore iteration. And I actually separate these two out very intentionally because when you look at this, actually, it's not just the recovery, but it's even, I may have to try multiple times. And if my iteration cycle is relatively slow or measured in hours or days, I can only try so many times to clean out rootkits, change credentials, et cetera, that kind of thing. And especially often and sadly in a ransomware scenario, we're not talking about, I may bring back 5, 10, 20, 50 VMs. I may be bringing back half of my environment or more kind of thing. And that's where any system that relies on disk under the covers can have a real challenge here. And we've seen this practically with customers. Okay, we've got a little bit of time for questions here. Appreciate everyone staying with me so far. I think we can squeeze them in here in a little bit of a lightning round style. Okay, the first question I'm going to paraphrase here a little bit is, do I need snapshots that go back, weeks or months, since you said that attackers can actually get in sometimes, that far back? So this is where I'll go back, to the anatomy of an attack slide. I think I can navigate here and talk well enough. Okay. So the key here is not do I necessarily have snapshots back to the point of when an attacker got in, because ransomware aside, I don't know anybody that can roll their entire organization, their data center back weeks or months and stay in business. The key is I need to find patient zero, figure out, this is an incident response discussion, figure out, what systems the attackers got access to. And then do I have my data in a fast to restore format before the point of encryption? That's what ends up being critical. And I really appreciate that question, because that's one of the most common questions I get, kind of separating out the point of infiltration from the point of encryption and thinking about that from a recovery standpoint. Okay, next. What about air gap? I'm paraphrasing here. So I'm really cautious with that term, because air gap can mean a lot of different things to people. Sometimes it means a true physical air gap. It's been morphed into this operational air gap and virtual air gap and some of that kind of stuff. I like to say sometimes that safe mode is a permissions air gap. It's a separation of that final deletion step that only you can actually work with pure support in doing that. Or we can say that's a separation of powers. But usually when I talk to people about the goals of air gap, we're achieving those goals in a much simpler way with a much faster way to restore. There's actually a great blog post by Andy Stone, field CTO for Pure, on the Pure blog about that. Okay, last question. Paraphrasing again. I can already restore pretty fast. Why do I care about Pure? So the comments, I kind of want to go back a little bit to how we talked about snapshots. There's nothing faster than rolling snapshots back on the primary data. It's just a metadata operation. And as well, if we are looking at actual full-on restore process, being able to say that I could do, potentially up to 270 terabytes per hour. I got that number right. We've actually tested out a petabyte per day. Those are crazy numbers, and ones that we haven't seen anyone else but be able to match, period, across the board. I think with that, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Actual Tech Media, for hosting. Please don't hesitate to reach out. You can find me at Andriven on Twitter or LinkedIn, of course, and always purestorage.com/ransomware. Thanks so much for joining us. Have a great day.
Always great to have Andrew on the event. Great presentation. We got a ton of great questions as well. I know Andrew is sticking around here for a little bit to answer your questions electronically, so we appreciate those in advance. And of course, thank you to Pure Storage for supporting our ransomware prevention event today. Check out the handout that's available there in your audience console on the Pure Storage solution. And as you can see, if you're looking at the screen, you see the poll question that I just brought up, which says, what additional information would you like about the Pure Storage solution? We appreciate your feedback on that, and I'll leave that up for a minute or so here while I announce our prize winners. So we've got another Amazon $500 gift card. This one's going out to Richard Zhu from Tennessee. Congratulations, Richard Zhu from Tennessee. And then our first grand prize winner for an Apple M1 iPad Pro This is going out to James Lacos from Utah. Congratulations, James Lacos from Utah and Richard Zhu from Tennessee. All right. Thank you to everyone for all the great feedback. For Andrew, thank you to everyone who answered the poll question there as well. If you haven't responded yet, now is the time to get your response in, and we do appreciate that. If you don't see the poll, I see someone said the poll isn't showing, just push refresh on your web browser, and 99% of the time that will resolve it. All right, so with that, let's go ahead and move on now to our next presentation here on the Ransomware Prevention Megacast. I'm excited now to bring in 3 expert presenters. Welcome Mike Tornincasa, General Manager for SaaS Apps Business Unit at Rubrik, Mr. Joshua Stenhouse, Advisory Sales Engineer at Rubrik, and Elor Kendar, Security Architect at Palo Alto Networks. Great to have this panel on. Take it away.
I will kick this thing off, and then hopefully Elior will drop a funky beat to spin us on out. It's an awesome setup you have there, pal. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the webinar, Security at the Point of Data. Excited to co-present with our friends at Palo Alto Networks. And Palo Alto Networks is also a customer of Rubrik's. We have an annual customer advisory board. And the attendees from Palo Alto Networks to our customer advisory board told us that ransomware was the main reason to look at backup as of late, because in spite of the layers of security that have been put into place, the bad guys are still getting through. Read any headline, and it's a major corporation or state and local government that's being breached by a bad actor, literally having their data held ransom. And so what we wonder is, what more can Rubrik do for our customers? And if you're first being exposed to Rubrik now, we'll talk a little bit about how we do this. But the idea is what if you had resilience built in, security at the point of data, so to speak? When these layers are breached, boing, the bad guys aren't able to get to the data. That's what we mean by security at the point of data. And let me quickly tee up how we've observed some of these attacks playing out. First, the transactional systems are locked and the note is received. From there, a decision needs to be made. Do you pay the ransom or do you attempt to recover? Well, most organizations have invested significantly in security tools and data protection tools. Of course, they attempt to recover. And in doing so, they engage 2 separate teams. The security teams perform forensics and a multitude of other tasks, ultimately asking IT operations to restore some data. The bad guys know this, and they go after the backups in particular. If you need to restore data from your backups only to find that they're compromised, many organizations have no choice but to pay the ransom. This is after weeks of potential investigation. But even if the backups are safe, organizations aren't totally out of the woods yet. They need to know, what is it specifically that I'm going to recover and how long is that going to take? If the answers to those questions are also insufficient, again, back to paying the ransom. Where does Rubrik fit? When it comes time to recover, we have insights that we share to drive collaboration between the IT operators and the security operators. And we've been working with Palo Alto Networks, specifically the XOR product, to help organizations deliver the fastest, best response possible. How do we do that? It all starts with a modern data protection solution that's built on a zero trust architecture and a scratch-built file system to make sure the backups themselves are immutable. We have insights that surface for you the scope of the attack, so you know exactly what it is that you need to recover. And we can also identify if sensitive data was in scope. Here's how it works. Like I said, it all starts with a modern data protection solution. So if this is your first exposure to Rubrik since 2014, we've set out to build a faster, better, cheaper backup and recovery solution built with API and cloud in mind. From there, the file system itself that underpins is completely immutable, append only, and zero trust within the cluster, the web scale cluster that we deliver. And Josh, who's recently been promoted to field CTO, is going to tell you about that in the next slide. Security intelligence, this is a really exciting innovation, and we couldn't be more excited to be co-developing the ransomware recovery workflow with Palo Alto XSOAR. And Elior is going to share the details of that and how we pull it off with the integrations via API. Finally, the whole reason people invest in projects like this, call it cyber resiliency or cyber vault, it's so that they can recover and restore business operations in the event of a cyber attack. With Rubrik, you have the option to do granular recovery of just a surgical set of files, bulk recovery, or even automated orchestrated recovery at the application level. Josh, are you out there?
So a couple of things here that we often see a lot of confusion in the industry on a few key terms that I just want to level set before I take you through how Rubrik secures your data. So first of all, air gap. You might hear this. We first of all have no air gap, which is the majority of backup platforms out there today, where all of the backups are online, they're accessible from the network, they're editable, and therefore they can be compromised, removing your ability to recover. We have a logical air gap where the backups cannot be accessed from the systems that they're protecting. This is just a basic requirement and recommendation from the FBI of how you secure your backups. And logical means that they can't be accessed, but it's still physically connected. And then we have a physical air gap whereby the data is physically disconnected. And a great example here is tape. Tape cannot be compromised by a ransomware attacker, but tape has problems with recovery speed, which is why it's not great as a tool in defense, because the downtime is going to be so lengthy from recovering from tape that it might actually be cost beneficial to pay the ransom, which of course nobody should be doing. We also have this concept of immutability, and this is often misunderstood as meaning that, hey, no one can delete my backups. That's not what immutability means. It's simply whether something can or cannot be edited. And this is, of course, still important because we don't want the attacker being able to edit the files, which means they could encrypt them or compromise my ability to recover. But separately, this needs to be combined with a retention lock mechanism, therefore ensuring that the backups and the files themselves cannot be deleted or arbitrarily expired by a compromised admin account that logged into my backup. And that's a key question that everyone should be asking your data protection teams, and not in a mean way or that's going to create conflict. Just, hey, if our backup admin account was compromised, how do we ensure that backups cannot be compromised and deleted by that attacker? Because that is what they're doing. They're quite simply just deleting the backups to make sure that they can get their payday.
Where's the sweet spot for Rubrik here, Josh? I've seen you ask to get a whiteboard pen out and start drawing on the screen.
I've got my pen, but I'm not sharing my screen, so I don't know. Maybe I could draw on that. But yeah, the sweet spot for Rubrik is definitely in the middle where you're highlighting that Rubrik by default gives customers a logically air-gapped copy of the data that is immutable by the file system itself. It's not an add-on. It's not a checkbox where you have to layer it in. It's baked in that once a backup is written to Rubrik, it cannot be physically edited. It is logically air-gapped, so it cannot be accessed from the systems that it's protecting. And then we also have additional retention lock capabilities layered onto the first copy of the data, not when it's sent off-site or to cloud, which then impacts the recovery time. And interestingly, 95, 98% almost customers of Rubrik customers just use our built-in protection with a logical air gap because it guarantees that the attacker cannot compromise your ability to recover. But you can still implement Rubrik and have a physical air gap, and we have architectures for it. And one primary reason might be that you need a clean space to guarantee you can recover to, where it's not going to get reinfected or it's not overriding data that's currently under investigation. So there's still use cases where you might need that. But the key point with Rubrik is that you don't need a physical air gap to protect your backup data. Every copy is logically air gapped and it's built in. If you look at traditional backup, that it has backup servers, proxies, catalogs, and then it's writing on the network to a disk-based dedupe target. So your traditional disk storage array with deduplication that has been around 10, 20 years now. And these solutions have no air gap and they have no immutability built in. So the attacker compromises the servers. They're coming for the backup software. They're trying to delete the backups by logging in with a compromised account. Or if they can't get there, they're going for the disk-based dedupe target itself, logging into that, or browsing its file system that's accessible on the network via standard storage protocol, and they're compromising the backups. And so the vendors selling these solutions it might be the same one that you've had for 20 years. It might be a newer version, and all they've done is virtualize that stack. They haven't changed the default security posture, and therefore they're saying that this is completely compromisable in the event of an attack. And the only way that they can secure your backups is by sending the data out to cloud or selling a third lot of the storage and the backup infrastructure, and then putting in a physical air gap. And so that's purely because it's the only way that they can protect your backups and your data is by sending it elsewhere on a different technology or a different storage or in a different data center altogether. And this is the core change of Rubrik. That, as Mike said, yes, 5 years ago, we completely modernized backup, and everything that is now table stakes that every vendor talks about is what Rubrik revolutionized in the market by going first with hyper-converged backup software and backup storage. But the one thing that we changed that no one else can emulate by collapsing that stack and building it from scratch is that when the backup data is ingested into Rubrik, it is logically air-gapped and taken offline from the network. It cannot be accessed from any of the protected systems. We layer in our immutable file system so it cannot be edited. And this simply means that in the event of an attack, the only thing that we can guarantee will be left standing is your Rubrik cluster, because you have this bunker in a box in your data center where it cannot be accessed from the compromised systems. And yes, of course, Rubrik has an interface and we can secure that login and we can put multi-factor authentication, etc. But that's the only thing on the network which is easily securable. Everything else can be compromised. They can't attack your backups. So, of course, Rubrik is still software. It has an operating system. This still needs to be protected. So a couple of key points. First of all, there is no Windows in this stack whatsoever. In 2021, I can't take any backup platform serious if it has the most compromised operating system in the world, part of it, a critical part of its stack. So you've got to get this out of your backup platform. You can't be protecting the servers with what is itself going to be compromised. So Rubrik is giving you the software and a pre-hardened custom build of Linux with all the unnecessary services stripped out. It's hardened, and this is continually patched and maintained by Rubrik to ensure the integrity and security of that data. We layer on the immutable file system, end-to-end encryption with TLS 1.2, and a zero trust cluster design, which means there is physically no way that an attacker on the network can spoof, impersonate Rubrik, or any way traverse or read or steal the backup data. It is a bunker in a box or a few boxes together in a cluster. We also then protect the login with multi-factor authentication. This is for integrated into RSA, Secure ID, Duo, in fact, anything SAML 2.0 compliant. So we actually use Okta on our Rubrik clusters, but we also layer in TOTP, so built-in one-time passcodes, whereby just scanning a QR code using your iPhone or Android app, any Rubrik admin can secure their credentials in 30 seconds so that they're not open to just a simple username and password login. AD can be completely compromised, as is often the case, and they can't get into your backups with just that username and password. And a great example is that online banking, none of us would hopefully bank online with just a username and password. You would expect multi-factor. Backup should now have the same minimum requirement, and we often see it on the perimeter. Rubrik's layering this on to the backups themselves. And then the final threat vector is, okay, what if all else fails, or the account's still compromised, or I have a rogue admin? And the final failsafe that Rubrik layers on is retention lock. And this is on the first copy of the data, your critical data. You put on this retention lock, and even a Rubrik admin cannot delete, arbitrarily expire, or remove the protection of your protected systems. It prohibits reassigning, node resets, NTP poisoning. It's CAHACIT, SEC, and FINRA compliant. And all this means is that combined with the air gap, the immutability, the multi-factor authentication, and this retention lock, this is how we guarantee the bunker in a box, that your data will survive and you have something to recover. But that's only one piece of the problem still, because the next challenge is, okay, you've got my backups, but how do I know that I've been infected? How do I know what even to recover, or what was in that infected data and what was potentially exfiltrated, which I think is a great segue to what does this then integrate to assist in that regard.
It's a relatively small piece of the puzzle, but it's an absolutely critical piece, because when something like this happens and you can't get your data, it could potentially be a catastrophe. Having your data safe is absolutely critical, but it is only one piece of the puzzle. So now, building on that foundation of having the data safe, let's recover. Let's recover. And the recovery from a Rubrik perspective is getting your data back into a clean production environment. Now, there's a lot of heroics that go into making that happen. And Rubrik is thinking hard about a bigger role that we can play for our customers in the industry. And one of the ideas that we've had, again, surfaced by our customers, was, can we integrate with some of the automation tools that exist for cyber response? And we've been really excited to partner with Palo Alto Networks to co-develop a ransomware recovery workflow within the XOR platform. But before I pass it to Elior, let me give you an idea of some of the insights that we can populate that system with to drive the collaboration between the IT operators and the security operators in the context of a response. So imagine Rubrik is a backup and recovery company. You probably got that at this point. What if we had a 2-for-1 architecturally, where as we were indexing the backups to enable some of this granular recovery, we were also able to introspect the data itself and surface what is it that you deem sensitive. You can tell the Rubrik system, I'm beholden to GDPR or CCPA, or I'm a healthcare HIPAA compliant company. And you can tell the system that. Rubrik will give you a report and it will say, here's where we found sensitive data. Again, just on the backup of spare cycles available from the infrastructure that is our system. We can answer who has access because we've got integrations into systems that will tell us such. But these all live within the Rubrik context. When something bad happens, you need the SOC to be informed, and you need the SOC to be informed via the tools that the security operators use, the SIM tools or the SOAR tools. We're not stopping here, just a quick kind of yellow button tip of the hat. We're also building user behavior analytics next, all with the aspiration of enabling the fastest, best response. So IT operators have their interface on the left, it's the Rubrik side of the house, and the security operators and the SOC have their interface on the right. And the one that we're most excited about is the Cortex XOR platform. With that, Elior, I think you're up, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Joshua, for your information. It was very interesting. So we're going to talk about Cortex XOR and what is exactly Cortex XOR. Cortex XOR is a security orchestration and automation platform. Basically, it provides a single pane of view, as Mike said, to SOC teams and SOC managers. So they can, if you will look on the following slides from the bottom up, you can see that we will ingest alerts and threat intel feeds from various sources, like your SIEM solution, any endpoint protection, or, for example, Rubrik Polaris. And we will provide a full canvas to automate and orchestrate your incident response process to a consistent and automated process. By providing a playbook-driven automation. But we do much more than that. It can be used to real-time collaboration between the different analysts and security teams that need to investigate the incident or the alert or the event that they are working on. We provide a full case management to manage all the cases the SOC is handling. And of course, threat intel management, which has been one of our latest additions to the system. On top of all of that, we have our marketplace, which is one of our main features. It's basically our storefront to all of our security content that we are developing internally in Cortex XOR. I'm basically part of the security research and architecture group that are responsible for our content. And as well, there is community contributions and partner contributions like Rubrik, and we have over 500 third-party tools integrations and hundreds of different playbooks for different use cases, from simple use cases to much more advanced and complex use cases like phishing and ransomware that we'll see shortly. And by combining all of that, you get a comprehensive platform that will let you to automate and orchestrate all of your security incident and will help you to reduce the time that need to be spent on investigating and responding to incident, which is one of the major pain points of organization still in these days. I want to talk a bit more about the marketplace in this session, because this is the point where Palo Alto and Rubrik are engaging together. And our marketplace is the digital storefront for discovering XOR content packs. Content packs basically are pre-built bundles of security orchestration content, which includes our integration, playbooks, dashboard fields, and every other services you need to automate and help you to create your own automation and security processes. And this is exactly where we and Rubrik are meeting. And this is a screenshot of the Rubrik pack in Cortex XOR, which already gives a lot of value out of the box. It gives you all the incident fields you need, all the incident type, the integration itself that communicates with Rubrik API. And the playbook that currently exists will help you to collect all the data around the Rubrik anomalies, which is the event we are ingesting from Rubrik. The pack will already has pretty significant building blocks to help you automate out of the box and integrate with Rubrik. So some key benefits of using Rubrik and Cortex XOR integration together. As I said, it will accelerate your security response and ransomware recovery with a complete end-to-end workflow between Rubrik and Palo Alto, and of course other security solutions that you have in your environment. Will help enrich investigation and threat intelligence to locate suspicious changes, malicious indicators, and basically provide the single pane of view where all the data is visualized and provided into Cortex XOR, and will eliminate any data silos and seamlessly navigate across your workloads. So this is to summarize the integration between us.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Elior. I think we're at the conclusion. So security at the point of data, it builds upon the modern data protection platform that is Rubrik to provide out-of-the-box immutability, rich insights into how the data is changing, anomalous events, mass encryptions, mass deletions, and where sensitive data lives, pushing those insights via API into the SIM and SOAR tools du jour that the SOC is using, and specifically building co-developed ransomware recovery workflow with our friends at Palo Alto Networks XOR. Thank you all very much.
All right, thank you to our friends at Rubrik and Palo Alto for the excellent presentation. I'm afraid we don't have any time left for live Q&A, but keep those questions coming in electronically. I am routing them to the experts at Rubrik and Palo Alto. In the meantime, I've brought up our next poll question on the screen, which just says, what additional information would you like about the Rubrik and Palo Alto solution that you just saw there presented? So I'll leave that up for a moment. Let everyone respond to that. We are taking your questions electronically. Don't forget about our best question prize. And speaking of prizes, let me go ahead now and announce our next Amazon $500 gift card winner. This is going out to Teresa Chekalski from Wisconsin. Congratulations. Teresa Chekalski from Wisconsin. I will post the names of all the prize winners there in the questions pane as well. All right, thank you to everyone who responded there to the poll question. We appreciate your feedback. I know the Rubrik team is very interested to hear what additional information you would like, what next steps you would like to take on their solution when it comes to better protecting your company's infrastructure from ransomware and recovering from it if you do. So let's go ahead and move on now.
I'm excited to introduce you to our next presenters. Welcome, Chester Wisniewski, Principal Research Scientist, and Aaron Bugle, Global Solutions Engineer, both at Sophos. Chester, I'll hand it off to you first. Take it away.
Welcome to our presentation, Unprecedented Times, Battling Ransomware and Today's Greatest Threats. I'm Chester Wisniewski, Principal Research Scientist at Sophos, and I'm here with my colleague, Aaron.
G'day everybody, I am Aaron Bugle, Global Solutions Engineer at Sophos, and let's get straight into it today and head on to the agenda. So today we're going to be looking at the threat landscape and some of the interesting observations that we've made as an organization. We're going to look at a couple of different active adversaries, or some that were active and have given up some really interesting information regarding what they do on a day-to-day basis, and also cover off some best defenses and also what the law enforcement has done to help stymie these attacks from progressing. So Chet, I'll hand it back over to you, mate, to continue on with today's discussion.
Thanks, Aaron. So let's start with, kind of how we're seeing the threat landscape at this time. I mean, these things have been moving faster than I can remember. I mean, we're always seeing a changing threat landscape, but it's taken all the teams within Sophos in order to provide the information necessary to provide you with our kind of distillation of this analysis. And in addition to Sophos Labs, which we've been presenting information to you and analysis from for years, there's a lot more teams involved now that are giving us a much greater depth and ability to analyze these threat actors than we've ever had before. In addition to looking at those malware samples and tearing them apart and figuring out where they came from, we also have the Sophos Managed Threat Response team that not only are actively monitoring many customer networks to help defend them in real time, but they also have a team called the Rapid Response team that when everything goes wrong, you can call them in and they help you recover from an attack, even if you're not a Sophos customer perhaps. And that gives us a lot more insight into attacker behaviors and how those things are unfolding within the network. Even more than that, we also now, of course, have had the Sophos AI team that's been part of our research group for quite a while. And they're giving us ability to analyze things and detect anomalies a lot more quickly and enable more proactive detection in many of our products. And we're doing lots of research using machine learning and artificial intelligence to kind of eliminate a lot of the drudge work that used to have to be done by Sophos Labs to greater enable our researchers to do even more in-depth, more important research on the hard problems. And that's having a big impact. So really everything we're talking about here today is a combination of information that we're receiving from all of these different research groups within Sophos to enable us to have a better, clearer picture than we've ever had of the threat landscape. When I look at the threat actors that are targeting most of the organizations we're trying to protect, they kind of fall into three primary buckets. On the left side of your screen, you see what would represent a nation state. And many of us think that nation state attacks are probably not likely to really impact our organizations, but that's starting to change. I mean, certainly if you're in defense or finance or government, defense nation state attacks are nothing new to you. It's always something we've had to be concerned with. But nation states are evolving how they behave, and that's having more and more of an impact on civilian organizations that may not be in those traditional categories. And we've seen some rather large-scale attacks recently. Of course, at the end of 2020, we saw the SolarWinds attack, which impacted organizations around the world and has been allegedly attributed to the Russians. But whether it was the Russians or not, it clearly looks to be nation-state work, and yet it impacted thousands and thousands of organizations that are not in those traditional nation-state targets. We've also seen more recently the proxy login attacks exploiting a vulnerability in Microsoft Exchange that was discovered and made public near the end of February and early March 2021. And that vulnerability, according to Microsoft, is being attributed to a group called Hafnium, that's a Chinese APT group. And again, impacting thousands of organizations around the world, maybe tens of thousands, a huge number. And this is not something, this is civilian impact from nation state activity, unlike we'd seen before. And we also see smaller threat actors engaging in more activity that impacts civilians too. We've seen a lot of Iranian groups that are targeting Western organizations and running crypto miners, presumably because of the sanctions that restrict their ability to get cash. We've also seen similar activity with ransomware, extortion, and cryptocurrency hacking originating from North Korea. So the idea that this is the realm of defense contractors and governments, those days are over. Nation states are actually impacting all of our security, and we need to take it much more seriously. In the middle category, I call this advanced persistent thieves. These are hackers like you and I, perhaps, if you're one of the technical folks viewing this. And they just happen to have turned their skills to the dark side. And We even see advertisements occasionally from some of them trying to hire other like-minded individuals looking for people with pen testing skills, because ultimately that is what they're doing. They are behaving like a malicious pen tester. And those advanced persistent thieves are the primary focus of the information Aaron and I will be presenting to you today. This group is getting more and more sophisticated in their attacks. They're getting more and more specialized, and they're borrowing a lot of pages from the nation-state playbook. So preparing yourself well to deal with this adversary will also prepare you well to better defend yourself against nation-state adversaries, and will certainly prepare you to be best defended against the last category on the right, which you see. I think of them as the cut and paste or script kiddie groups. There are still plenty of people that seemingly want to break into things. Some it's a hobby, some for money, some have no moral compass. But they don't have any skills to speak of, and they follow scripts in many cases, and not just scripts as in PowerShell scripts or Bash scripts in Linux. I mean little scripts like do step A, do step B, do step C. We've done a write-up in news.sophos.com on the Dharma ransomware group, and they literally provide scripts that are menu-based for people that really don't understand how to attack something, and say, do option 1, then do option 10, now do option 23, and it automates the execution of these attacks. Now, most organizations are hopefully not vulnerable to these types of attacks because they're very unsophisticated and mostly target very low-hanging fruit. However, preparing yourself for that middle bucket, I think, is the best position for most organizations. And these advanced persistent thieves have evolved a really sophisticated market. We know there's a large black market for hacking activity, but they're getting more specialized. We see groups that their only mission is to expedite money laundering, whether that be of real money, whether that be Bitcoin or other types of cryptocurrencies, and they will sell that service. They'll take 10% off the top, and we'll be happy to launder your Bitcoins and turn them into Monero on the other end, and provide that as a service to criminal groups. We see criminals hiring professional translators to increase the sophistication of their phishing attacks, to make people more susceptible to potentially opening the door to criminals. And of course, we got your traditional folks that are out there writing the code, but many of them are doing it sort of DevOps style. They're building cloud infrastructure to extort people and provide ransom tools. And they themselves don't operate those ransom tools. They're just a service provider, no different than Amazon or Google might be to a traditional enterprise. This is not the real attack framework. I'll leave that to Aaron, but I've kind of broke down a few of the stages of a common attack and put up some images that represent very common things we're seeing being utilized by these advanced persistent thieves. The first thing they need to do is get initial access, and they'll farm that out to a third-party group, often referred to as initial access brokers. And those initial access brokers are not doing anything terribly sophisticated. They're just targeting things they know are vulnerable. They're guessing RDP passwords or phishing you for a password that they can use to use remote desktop to log into your network. They're exploiting common vulnerabilities that are unpatched, like the Citrix NetScaler vulnerability known as Shitrix that was very popular at the end of 2019 and remained heavily exploited through 2020, in addition to exploits against FortiGate VPN, Pulse Secure VPN, and other products. Most recently, of course, Microsoft Exchange servers as well. Then, once they're in the network, they use legitimate administration tools known as lol bins. Lol means living off the land. And these lol bins are either things that are already present or things that are unlikely to be detected by an anti-malware product. So they're using Mimikatz, Microsoft sysinternal tools, Nmap, Nessus, things like this, Meterpreter from Rapid7. They may be using PowerShell. Many of these tools won't be detected or are difficult to detect because the legitimate administrators of these networks use those tools as well. Then they move into the kind of disrupt, confuse, and exfiltrate phase. By disrupting, they're looking at determining who the administrators are, maybe disabling their accounts. They delete your backups. If you're using things like Veeam, maybe you're uploading your backups to an S3 bucket, and they'll just, use the credentials they stole or the privilege they escalated on the network to single sign-on into your Veeam account in the cloud and just delete all your backups. And this is not a problem of Veeams, but this is a problem of having online backups and single sign-on. Once the criminals have compromised you, they have the ability to do these things. They'll often download things from your Active Directory, steal your data, and more commonly these days, they're uploading that stolen data to semi-legitimate websites like Mega, the file sharing service of the infamous Kim.com. And of course, in the end, they're holding you for ransomware extortion and stealing your money and laundering it. And that's a pretty obvious outcome that we've all heard about too much in the news. So one of the groups I wanted to talk to you briefly about is Revil. I'm not going to say too much about Sodinic. I'm bad at saying that, so I'll just leave that one. We'll call them Revil. And apparently it's an abbreviation of Resident Evil. Partly was the inspiration for naming the group. In our research, it looks to be a derivative of a previous group called GanCrab. You may have seen many articles on Naked Security and other Sophos materials about GanCrab. They kind of evolved into this Revil group. And Revil is truly evil. I mean, these folks are very sophisticated. They've got a few hallmarks to their business. One is that they auction off the stolen data. So when if you don't pay the ransom, not only do they threaten to publish it publicly, first they offer to sell it to some other cyber criminal who may be able to further exploit the victim before the data becomes public. Now, they have a sick sense of humor a bit, in that the blog they publish all the information about their victims on the dark web is called the Happy Blog. It's not a happy day to be on the Happy Blog, I can tell you. But there's a few examples of some of the victims currently highlighted on the Happy Blog. And, this is kind of part of their three-stage maneuver. First, you get the ransom note. We want $1 million. Second, you get your information published, a few select documents, so maybe some embarrassing ones, to the Happy Blog to threaten to release all of your data if you don't pay the ransom. And then if you kind of refuse them there, they may then, instead of publishing your data, actually end up selling it on. And that's a pretty potent threat. They're not shy. They've done several interviews. You can see a screenshot there of a YouTube video of an interview that was done in Russian a little while back, kind of bragging about the fact that they were able to make more than $100 million in a single year. Naked Security covered around the same time a story where they were kind of posting a $1 million escrow to a criminal forum in Bitcoin, offering jobs to penetration testers and other skilled hackers to join their crew to help make their attacks more efficacious. And even more than that, they did a recent interview that was posted in English to Recorded Futures blog, where they talked about some of the details of how they operate and why they attack certain things and not other things. And it was quite interesting. The guy actually said how his life had changed, going from as a teenager scrounging through trash heaps to find a cigarette to being a millionaire. So, I mean, they're providing press interviews at this point. It's kind of interesting, but they're clearly enjoying the limelight. Another group that's having even more impact than Revil, that we're seeing lots of victims engaging us for assistance with, is Conti. Conti is not just a beer in Brazil, it's a ransomware. I talked to some people in Brazil. Apparently they've not a very popular beer, but that's the only reference I could find to how they might have named themselves. I'm not sure why they're called Conti. But this is a typical way that the attack of a Conti group might unfold. And there's a lot more detail in the Sophos blog at news.sophos.com. If you type in Conti, there's some great write-ups on all different bits about how they work. But this is kind of their standard procedure, right? They gain an initial foothold through one of these vulnerabilities that we talked about. They use off-the-shelf tools like Cobalt Strike, Meterpreter. And they're doing lots of things like deceptive things that make it hard for us to analyze and even look at their tactics sometimes. Reflective DLL loading is a method of not writing any files to disk, which makes doing forensics and getting a copy of the malware even difficult. And so our forensic analysts that are part of our managed threat response team and others are challenged into trying to carve copies of this malware from memory so that we can analyze it in the lab and provide better protection against it. Once we get it in the lab, they're fighting us with things like API by hash, which is an obfuscation method that makes it hard for us to analyze that code, reverse it, and determine what it does. And they're also, just causing as much damage as they can. They're spreading worm-like through your network because they've got credentials. They can spread via SMB and execute code on all those machines once they've got administrative rights. They're embedding their encryption keys in the binary so they don't have to have any cloud communication and make it a little more stealthy. When they steal things, they're uploading them to common public file upload services like Mega. And in the end, they're threatening to publish everything on the dark web, and they certainly are. In fact, Conti in recent weeks has been making kind of more tailored threats against their victims, literally looking at all the information they stole and trying to embarrass them with certain documents and publishing those publicly as a threat of more to come. And if you look at an example victim that we had recently that we helped out, The attack started with an unpatched Fortinet firewall. They were managed to, within 16 minutes, get domain admin on 2 different servers. And fortunately, the victim called us in right away. They noticed them on the first server. But by the time we had evicted them from the first server, they had already moved on to the second server and started trying to spread further through the network. So this is a real big challenge. These things are happening in real time, and you need to have a human response to any alert you get as quickly as you can, because time is of the essence. Within 15 minutes, they had already resumed their attack from that second server, and were using our clone in order to steal sensitive data from HR, IT, and other parts of the organization, ship that off to Mega. They also were scanning the network specifically looking for spreadsheets that contain passwords, because so many organizations have the bad practice of documenting passwords in spreadsheets for shared IT teams and purposes like that. They're looking for that kind of information to further exploit that data if it can be found. They managed to hit more than 300 machines with copies of the malware before we were able to halt them in their tracks and evict them from the network. So it's really critical that you have that human element responding, because they can constantly adjust their attack in real time to your behavior. So I'm going to hand things back to Aaron, and he's going to give us hopefully some good tips on how we can have hope that we can stop this stuff and that we don't have to become victims.
Yeah, so thanks, Chet. So we'll take the next few minutes to go through some of the best practices and best defenses that we've garnered from analysing the activity from these threat actors, their methods, their tools, techniques and procedures, and what you can do best as a security defender. So let's get straight into it. Now, Chet mentioned that there was an interview that the Revel group had done, and they pretty much all came out with a whole bunch of really insightful information. They didn't give away much of their secret sauce or, their tricks really, but a lot of the information they give us was very indicative of what we could be doing better as security practitioners to defend against this sort of stuff. And this particular public paste, if you will, translated from Russian into English, I've just highlighted a few sections and I want to bring them to the fore. First and foremost, they declared that they took advantage of vulnerabilities where they could. Now, Revel was operating as a ransomware as a service operator, so they had a very good piece of payload. Their ransomware was where they put all their focus into. They weren't sort of really looking for exposures of potential victims or flooding the internet looking for avenues of exploitation to take advantage of. They were very much, well, here's our payload, but we do suggest that you look for using these types of vulnerabilities that people have in their environments to gain an easy foothold. And more often than not, they were suggesting the use of things like Citrix and the good old-fashioned pulsar vulnerabilities in a lot of the old VPN gateways. So again, it stands to reason that if you're running any of these types of technologies in your environment, you must be taking stock of them. Understand, what versions they are. Do they need a patch? And you're not sort of like just letting technology like this be implemented and forgotten about, because this is more often than not the way and the method of which the threat actors will take advantage of. They will be able to find this information on the internet and then use it to their advantage and effectively exploit it. And as such, we should absolutely be ensuring that these types of platforms and systems are patched regularly. Don't let them fall by the wayside. Take some time to actually understand where they are, catalog them, understand what risk they present to the business, and then ensure that risk can be either mitigated or deferred by simply keeping them up to date, feeding and watering them, if you will. And if we look further in the documentation, they call out Microsoft's RDP protocol as being such a good utility to utilize and leverage to get into the environment. So as a ransomware as a service provider, they're saying, look, if you can find a system that advertises RDP as being available to the internet, keep knocking on that door, stuff credentials in that you found from previous breaches, because that'll more than likely give you the ability to get into that organization. And then typically those credentials probably would have been reused, recycled at some point. So it'll also allow you to laterally move within the business and establish a nice deep foothold within the organization to then drop the ransomware that they've just subscribed to, yielding them a very high probability that they'd probably get some form of monetary reward from that unfortunate victim. So when you see malware authors, in this particular case, Revel, calling out that RDP is the best vector, what should we be doing with RDP? Well, in my opinion, we should be closing that door straight on it. There's no real reason to have things like RDP exposed directly to the internet anymore. And I understand that the pandemic from last year has forced our hands to maybe do that to ensure that our workers had the ability to gain access to systems that were specifically internally. But we should absolutely be going back and looking at those systems of what we may have done all that time ago, taking stock of them, and maybe devising a better way to expose those systems or those applications to the world. Can we go down the path of like a simple SSL VPN, an IPsec VPN that most firewall vendors like our own Sophos firewall provide? Or even zero trust network architecture, making sure that those that are accessing those gateways are authorized and authenticated to do so. But those sorts of protocols exposed directly to the internet, they're indexable by Shodan, and the attackers are using that as a very easy way to identify who their potential victims will be. And Revel, as I said, was all about the impact. They focused on that very right-hand side of the Biter attack framework's impact channel by deploying and developing and deploying, providing a good piece of ransomware that was very capable and successful into taking away the confidentiality, the integrity, and the availability of information from organizations. So where they had a very good, focus on that effective impact to an organization, it did very wildly to what Conti was doing. And Conti was more of an all-stop shop when it came to operating as a threat actor. They had the reconnaissance, the persistence, the elevation of privilege, and specifically they loved to get in and determine where information was in the network, exfiltrate that to public services, and then pour through that information to understand what they could leverage you over to get a better payout. So that extortion really became personal. We know what you earn. We know what you're insured for. We know that your employees are doing. In fact, let's rope your employees in and blackmail them to effectively exert pressure on you to doing what we want you to do. So if you're looking at an environment, if you're starting to see activity like Conti exhibits in its pretty classic TTPs, like in this case here, extracting information from Active Directory, which is another form of internal reconnaissance. Or if you're actually seeing some information going out of the business and being exfiltrated by the use of those applications, those lol bins that Chet touched on before, like Arclone, and uploading to commodity sites like Mega and so forth, or even if you're only noticing, the ransom at the very end, unfortunately, that impact stage, you've got a bit of a problem. But there is hope. I mean, it's not all doom and gloom, right? I mean, there is a plethora of information resources that are available to any and all of us to utilize to augment our own security proceedings. And I'll just focus on one organization, CISA, and they're very good at publishing information when something like this happens, when, the Citrix issues or the Pulsar vulnerabilities and VPNs were exploited. They were very good at providing, this is what is happening, but this is the steps that you probably should take to help, mitigate those threats and affect a better security outcome for your environment. But it's not a day in or a week goes by where we don't see a variety of different of these things being released. So we've seen things from Citrix, from VMware, from Office 365/SolarWinds, the fallout from that. And we've got things from like F5 and other vendors and absolutely right into gateway systems that we thought, are providing our security to us. But they're now, being exposed and used to victimize organizations. And let's not talk about what happened with Exchange all those weeks ago now, which is still, being felt around the internet. But I think a lot of us that are looking at this sort of information can see this as a little bit overwhelming. It's quite a lot to take in and understand, well, gee, I'm not necessarily a security professional. I've got an interest in security. I've got the label of being tasked with providing security to the business, but I've got other things to do and see around the business. And I think it's this day and age that if you're not a security practitioner, if you're maybe in some cases a casual when it comes to looking after the organization from a security standpoint, it's probably a good point to start asking for help, asking for more human interaction to come along, provide assistance to properly ingest this information that we're seeing on screen and make better use of it in your environment to ensure that you are secure and you're going to be able to, ride the wave when something bad does happen. Because if we go back to that interview from Revel, one of the little things that they said is that they have their own flying squad, a fast response team. So they've got a group of individuals, a crack set of operators, if you want to call them that, to respond to a situation to ensure that they maximize their impact to that potential victim, and also maximize their revenues. So if they're actually giving people not only their regular hackers, but they've got a set of rapid responders, if you will, why don't we all have that sort of same level of human interaction? Why don't we have also the ability in our own organizations to say when a threat is unraveling, when something horrible is starting, or if you're starting to notice something going wrong? I mean, do you have dedicated resources to go and pick through everything that's happened, determine a root cause, and then say, well, actually, this is how it got in. We've been able to neutralize it and mitigate it. We can now make better changes in our environment to ensure this doesn't happen again. And this is where we're going with our own services like managed threat response. We're going to provide that set of human hands, the human eyes, and the brains, of course, that are up here to understand what's happening in an environment, determine what steps we need to take to decide that this is a threat, and then in turn neutralize that threat, and then go back into that listening mode to understand all the noise, all the signals, all the information that's being generated within your environment, the activities being forced against it. Are they good? Are they bad? And what do we need to do about them?
That concludes our presentation. I certainly hope this information has been valuable and useful to you to have a better idea of what's happening out there and what you need to be prepared for. If you'd like more information about this, there's much more detail on our papers, blogs, and write-ups on nakedsecurity.sophos.com and on news.sophos.com, providing a lot more depth of information. And of course, you can always find us at conferences and things, speaking more in depth on individual topics as well. We encourage you to reach out to us and ask any questions you may have on Twitter or other media platforms. And I'd like to thank Aaron for his great advice on what we can do to stay safe. And until next time, stay secure.
Stay secure, everybody. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Chester and Aaron. Really cool presentation from the team there at Sophos. I've just brought up our next poll question on the screen that says, what additional information would you like about the Sophos solution? And I'll leave that up here for a few moments while I announce our next prize winners. All right. We've got another Amazon $500 gift card. This one going to Dale Murphy from Missouri. And our next grand prize for another Apple iPad Pro, the new M1 version. This one going to Brad Bush from Hawaii. Congratulations, Brad Bush from Hawaii. You can relax there with your iPad on the beach, I'm sure. It sounds fantastic. Don't forget, we've got still 3 more iPad Pros to give out. Too many more gift cards to count. We've also got our best question prizes in play as well. So make sure that you stay tuned for all of that. If you haven't answered the poll question on the screen, I encourage you to do that now. The Sophos experts are standing by here answering your questions electronically. It's as fast as their fingers can type. So keep those good questions coming in electronically, and we appreciate those. All right, so in the meantime, it's now time to move on to our next presentation here on the Megacast. I'm excited now to bring in our next presenter. Welcome, Mr. Bassam Khan, Vice President of Product and Technical Marketing Engineering at Gigamon. Bassam, it's great to have you on.
It's great to talk to you again. Yes, can you hear me?
Absolutely, yeah. Good to have you on again, Bassam. Take it away.
Great, thank you, and thanks everybody. And do I get to win an iPad M1 Pro as well? That would be incredible. All right, let's dive in. You've heard a lot about ransomware today. Some of the things I'm going to talk about are a little bit of level setting to things you might have heard, and then we'll sort of talk about the Gigamon's perspective and bring in some new data around the need for visibility, need for detection response around the ransomware attacks that we're starting to see. So again, welcome, and hopefully you'll find this session useful. I'm going to start off by talking about ransomware in general, some of the trends we've seen, and then talk a little bit more about the ransomware, what it's doing in the middle of the attack timeline, and then what you can do to protect yourself, what you can do from a visibility-specific perspective. Again, my name is Bassam, and I look after a few different groups here at Gigamon. I have got a decent amount of security background from the vendor side. I've worked heavily on web application firewalls, API security. I've got privilege management, access control on the endpoint side experience. I've done a lot of network security, including here at Gigamon. I've got email security. But the point here is that my sort of a wide perspective around threats and actor activities is some of the material that I'll kind of give you examples of as I go through the presentation. But I have to say the experience that I value the most, I've just said this to some house guests over the weekend, is how I started off my career in IT, because you get to be in the front lines, you get to experience what things, unfortunately some attacks, but also just IT world, and that's what I have found to be extremely rewarding. So as I jump into this is a timeline, and this is just a sample set of ransomware that we've seen over the years. Ransomware is nothing new. And David, if you have time at the end, I'd love to talk about the first AIDS Trojan. I was actually around at that time on Windows and so on. I read about that. It's really interesting. The person that wrote that was a biologist from Harvard trained. So it's an amazing introduction. And there's been lots and lots of additional ransomware attacks since then. In the 7 to 8 years, in the previous 7 to 8 years, what we've seen, if you just look at these names, it's becoming more and more mainstream. So that's the first point I wanted to make. The second point is we're constantly seeing new variants and new tactics being applied into ransomware, into these attacks. And particularly in the last 2 years, we've seen several of these types of ransomware as a service groups getting more and more involved, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit more later on. But let's look at the sort of the before and after, the pre-2019 and afterwards, and what their behavior was. And this is again the level setting. You might know a lot of this, but I'm going to kind of tie this back into how we view this from Gigamon, and how we provide a new view into how to manage and detect and so on the newer types of ransomware. So the common tactic back then was spray and pray. The actors were very opportunistic. They were going after individuals, and the way they did that was their biggest goal back then was mass distribution. They're always almost always through phishing and phishing campaigns and drive-by downloads and so on. So they put all their energy into individual targets, which was back then the low-hanging fruit, right? And it impacted organizations because employees are in organizations, but that was relatively low compared to what's going on today. And that still exists, by the way. So this type of attack is still happening. But what we've seen the focus more towards is more towards the organization, more towards the enterprise. So what's changed is really who and how the threat actor is targeting. What's also changed is that the fact that they've become much more targeted, and the distribution before was phishing types of attacks and campaigns, email campaigns that we saw back in the CloudMark, which is now Proofpoint days. But now it's more around APT style. The focus shifted from doing some research work on an organization, targeting a person or persons, learning about that person, then moving laterally through the enterprise. So they take their time, they study the organization, and they try to impact as many hosts as possible. So the time between infection and encryption now used to be that from hours or seconds before to now it's gone to days, weeks, and we've even seen dwell times of even months before the encryption detonates. And the reason, and I'll talk about some of the reasons for that, but the opportunity, I guess is the right word there, that now we get presented is the fact that the longer loiter time, the longer lingering time, gives us more time to take an action as they're trying to go laterally as much as possible. By the way, if you have any questions, please post the questions. I would love to see if there are any thoughts on what I'm saying at the end, because there's some pretty cool research we've been able to do based on our customers that we work with and the data that we track. So the more sophisticated more advanced attacks, we're going to continue to see those evolve. The ransom payments that we read about is really funding the groups. It's almost like a tech startup. It just allows them to buy more, innovate more, buy more equipment and time and hire people and so on. One thing that is a little bit different is we're starting to see some sort of a negotiation for the ransom going on now, because the attacks are larger, because the attacks are not individuals but organizations. We're starting to see some level of negotiation. We're also seeing seeing the ransom itself increase over time. So in other words, the longer we've seen the victims take to pay, the more they'll need to pay. So we've seen messages like, if you want your files back, it's going to cost you X. Next week, it's going to be X plus Y. Next week, it's going to be X plus Y plus Z. Very unfortunate. They usually phrase it as, you get a 50% discount now, it's a 25% discount, and so on. It's terrible, but that's something we're seeing. But then there's a second whammy that we're seeing that's actually even worse. And that basically has to do with the exfiltration of the data. This is when a hospital or any kind of organization has been infiltrated, because they're using more of an APT-style attack. We're actually seeing data exfiltration before the encryption happens. Why are they doing that? Why are they exfiltrating the data? Because it's a double whammy for them. It's literally a double extortion. So what they do is they make you pay, make the victim pay once to unlock all of your machines. The second one is to not put your data out there. So if you don't want me to sell your data, you need to pay me more money. And double extortion is another way for the actors to really maximize their profits, and it's just another insidious way for organizations have to deal with. And the question is, why is that important? Well, the reason that's important is, first, the targeted ransomware is becoming big money for threat actors. They're investing in their technology, as I mentioned before. They're investing in their people. And so the next wave of attacks and next wave are becoming more and more advanced. These attacks also affect the most organizations, from small to large organizations. By the way, we've also seen some quote-unquote, strong quote-unquote, ethical actors who don't attack schools and hospitals, but they'll go to town on business, particularly ones that have cyber insurance. And from a defense perspective, here's where it gets even more interesting. The new style of ransomware attacks have longer dwell time, I touched on this earlier, and post-compromise, longer dwell time from post-compromise and pre-encryption, because they're trying to get on as many hosts as possible. As I mentioned, this really presents an opportunity for the defenders to get us more time to go after or understand and take remediation actions before it happens. Effective detection always starts with having the right data. So GigaOne provides a product called Threat Insight, and we extract network metadata and the payload. We analyze the payload for threat detection. We're not storing the payload, but we're creating lots of metadata from that payload. So it's important to have the right data to do any of this detection. Metadata is a common network, metadata of the common network protocols and so on is absolutely critical. Why? Because flow data just doesn't cut it. There isn't enough context about what's happening in the network with just flow data. So if you notice here, while we do extract the common layer 2, layer 3 flow data, we're also inspecting service level data, and this is really inspect up to layer 7, which is things like RDP, HTTP, SNMP, and so on. And we're going to extract all that network metadata that we can use in detection capabilities and store that from a historical search perspective. Before we even do that, we'll actually run the heuristics and do ML-based analysis and so on, multiple algorithms applied. But we also store that because storing and being able to look back is so important because of the linger times and because of the time it takes to get these out. It's window pop-up. Sorry about that. Okay. Let me start off with a really generic timeline here. But before I get into the timeline, this is about detection and so on and activities that are detectable. Let me start off by saying that the best way to detect ransomware is and the malware itself is using an EDR. And I believe CrowdStrike's next. I forget who's next, but they're going to talk about this. It's going to sit on the endpoint, see all the telemetries and so on, and it'll tell you when the crypto libraries are being used, when certain files are being shared and encrypted and so on. However, that being said, we're going to see all the activities leading up to ransomware insertion and the malware insertion distribution. So again, this is a generic timeline. There are several techniques that are used in each of the different stages for the attack to be successful. And we've kind of, in this diagram, mapped the behavior into this MITRE attack framework, which our product kind of maps everything into, as we've seen the previous presenter too. And that's the sort of the most popular, commonly used framework out there. So while MITRE has a lot of endpoint-related activities, and there are quite a few, roughly 40% of that, the activity can be, about 40% activity can be detected from the network as well. So there's plenty of opportunity to detect actors on the network before they encrypt even a single file, especially given the longer dwell time that I was just talking about. So in a longer presentation, I actually go through each of the boxes here. I will not do that right now. What I will do is going to just summarize by saying for each of the phases of attack, we see a lot of examples. There's a lot of ways that activity can be detected using network metadata. But these activities are not stuff that we're kind of hypothesizing on. These are activities we've actually seen in the real world. And again, while EDR is still the best way to detect ransomware and the impact stage, NDRs can detect much of the threat activity on the network leading up to the ransomware distribution. So having said that, let me just bring in one more slide before I get into our products. So what's the best way, and this is sort of our suggestions, what we tell our customers. The best way to prevent ransomware is to patch and have good backups and educate your employees and so on. It's always the case. It's always been the case with security. With all of that, you can still be infected. With all of the measures and everything, the best practices and hygiene and so on, you can still be infected. Even with endpoint protection like an EDR, we have seen some of the newer sophisticated ransomware being able to evade some of the EDR capabilities. And these are, as I mentioned, the attackers are getting more and more sophisticated. That's where NDR comes in. NDR helps provide detection capabilities where EDR has gaps. Most of the activities we talked about has to occur within the network. So let me kind of just jump forward a little bit here and start talking about Gigamon. So I'm going to talk about two different parts of Gigamon. One is what we call core. So this is the visibility and analytics fabric. This is the core Gigamon. This used to be called Network Packet Broker. We call it the Visibility and Analytics Fabric. That's a new name for it. If you look at this environment, you've got all of your infrastructure on the left-hand side, highly distributed, complex, physical, private cloud, public cloud, containers, east, west, north, south. There's a lot of things going on, a lot of data in motion. On the right side, we've got all of the tools that need to monitor all of the traffic in order for it to function, except the network infrastructure is extremely complex and distributed and so on. So what is Gigamon? Well, we are a physical box, virtual box, cloud box, container, doesn't matter. You can deploy us in many, many different ways. We sit in between the infrastructure and the tools. So, and we get plugged in using our taps, using local systems taps and so on. We collect all the data one time. And once we've done that, we will aggregate all, access all of the data one time so the tools can come directly to us. We'll aggregate the data. So if you're rolling out any kind of security tool that needs access to the data, you're not having to plug that into a hyper complex infrastructure. You're plugging in literally simply into our physical box or virtual boxes. So we aggregate. But once we've aggregated, we do some level of transformation to that data. So we see a typical organization, 30, 40, 50% of the packets are duplicates, so we'll do deduplication. Do you lose any data fidelity by deduplication? Almost 100% answers no. You're not losing any data fidelity, but by deduplicating 50% duplicate packets, you're doubling capacity of all the tools on the right-hand side. We do decryption, for example, one time, so the tools don't have to do it one by one. And decryption, as you know, is a very high-end, high CPU functionality, as well as all the way up to TLS 1.3. And then we do some level deep packet analysis to pull information out. So that's the core product. Using Gigamon Core product, we have over 4,500 customers that are able to get all the data in one place, eliminate blind spots, look at encrypted traffic, and I didn't get into it, but once you decrypt, there's all kinds of policies and PII-related information. We help you handle all of that. The second part, so that's the GACS. The second part is an actual network detection and response product. We call it Threat Insight. I'm going to just build this up very quickly, and I want to get to some of the questions you guys might have. This is a recent survey that talks about the Security Operations Center and the challenges that they face. So number one, the lack of visibility is impacting most of the SOC personnel out there in being able to do their job, because you don't have access to all of the data, and this is where the visibility fabric is so critical. Number two, false positive. You're going to hear about this over and over, and you can see this over and over, is the fact that we're always dealing with false positives coming in. That's where we're spending a majority of our time. The third one is what I call a crime being committed by the vendors, by the people that sell us security systems. What's the crime? The crime is that we make our customers put a lot of time in installing and maintaining and tuning and just working on our systems when they should be spending that time on threat hunting and detection and so on. And the reason you have to do that, we're forced to do that, is because we're giving you software, even a SaaS service, you still have to fine tune it to eliminate false positives and so on. The customer should not have to do that. The vendor should be able to do that. And the last part really here has to do with not having any guidance. When you're hunting an incident, an active incident, it's high stress environment, and you're working alone. So all of this put together, we say SOC analysts, the problem with the world right now, SOC analysts have to work alone, distracted with systems maintenance, and in the dark, because you don't have access to a lot of the data. And that's where Gigamon Threat Insight comes in. I have two options if I'm going down this path. One, I can get my own NDR, or I can just outsource the whole thing. Pluses and minuses. If I get my own NDR, I've got a system that's optimized for my environment. My crew is checked in. I have full control over the risk response. But I spend the 43%, I spend a lot of time maintaining, managing, upkeeping, fine-tuning that system. When I outsource it all, some great things I get in predictable costs. I know how much it's going to cost, and somebody else is doing that and managing the platform for me. But I'm just a number. I don't really have any kind of information about, hey, this is an active attack going on and so on. And Gigamon's approach is the best of both worlds. What if we could take best of both of these situations and pull it together? So we offer what we call a guided SaaS NDR. So our product's hosted in the cloud. You're not installing and maintaining, adding storage, and any of that work. You're not even fine-tuning it based on attacks that have taken place to adjust to it in the future. Then really helps with false positives as well. The right-hand side here is what makes Gigamon Threat Insight so different. It's a high-touch service between two groups. ATRs are the data scientists, so that you don't have to be a data scientist. You can focus more on the threats. They are the developers, and they're always looking at threats. The TTP experts, and so on. The bottom right group, the TSMs, are the ones that our customers love the most. So when an active incident's happening, we're not managing for you, but our customers call us up, or we'll proactively call our customers, say, okay, here's the latest attack going on. Here's the tools they're using. Here's the techniques. Here's the IOCs to look for, and so on. Having this outside help, our customers tell us, is huge, because they're not having to go online and do all kinds of research. If they are, they get an additional perspective coming in. And all of these people are ex-incident responders. So they're talking to their peers who've had the uber visibility into an active attack. So that's what Threat Insight is. So with that, I'm going to stop and see if there are any questions. David?
Absolutely, yeah. Great presentation, Bassam. We do have some questions for you. While we do that, I'm just going to bring up this poll for everyone out there in the audience. Again, what additional information would you like about the Gigamon solution? That question's on the screen, and we appreciate your response. So let's see, lots of good questions coming in. The first one here that caught my eye, Bassam, Darren is asking, essentially he's saying, we have users who are working from home, we have edge locations, we have traffic that's not on the corporate network necessarily. Can Gigamon still help us to better protect our network?
Yeah, great question. Thank you, Darren. The answer is absolutely yes. So first of all, there are still attacks going on the corporate network. It's not something we can just turn off and turn away from. So that needs to happen. As far as working remote, we collect our sensors are running on premises. Our sensors for our customers run in AWS workloads, in Azure workloads, and so on, so in public cloud workloads, so we get visibility into that. The question is, what if the user Bob is at home and is dialing in? For cases like those, for monitoring and securing SaaS applications, we've partnered with Zscaler. So it's an integrated system with Zscaler where all the Zscaler logs and usage and information is coming into threat insight. So when a campaign's happening against your organization, you have one single, what we call Omni Search screen. So you can say, this is what's going on, and this IP address had this alert. Boom. I can see everything that's happened. I can see Bob dialing in from home, accessing that application, communication between Bob and somebody else through Zscaler logs and so on, how that ties back, correlated back to my on-premises activities. So the actual end user part that's not happening to corporate or the cloud or your cloud IaaS type of network, we are partnered through Zscaler. The rest of it, we're monitoring, collecting through our sensors. It's the values, all of it put together into one view, and that's what our value is, and that's what our customers talk about.
Excellent, excellent. And then there's another question here. They're asking if you have any advice on how to strike a balance between avoiding alert fatigue and false positives versus faster incident responses with human engagement.
Good question. So the question basically is how does a system become more savvy in not sending false positives, and then people having to do that manually and so on. So this is there's a lot of, I can answer this for talk about this next hour, but if I were to shorten this up, number one, the false positive should be minimized as much as possible. You'll hear that from Gigamon. You'll hear that from every single vendor out there. The question is, what is the vendor doing to help their customer minimize false positives? Now, there's some things that have been around for a while. So if we see Bob again or some other IT security person going in and marking false positive on alerts, well, the system should learn that this was a false positive alert and start learning from that and kind of building its own AI capability to say, okay, I'm going to be not ringing that bell so many times because it's been marked as false positive. That's kind of the table stakes. But then every deployment of any security system is different. If it's the simplest thing, IDS, if there's some activity happening, you don't want that to come through. You want to write some rules to avoid that, either for false positive minimization or for other new attacks coming in and so on. So you, as in the IT, as in the security person, is forced to make that change yourself. You're forced to fine-tune that IDS and write that rule. It gets a lot worse in more complicated systems like what we have in most of our shops today, including an NDR. It's a lot more nuanced. You can't just say block this IP address, but that just doesn't mean doesn't do a whole lot anymore. However, vendors are committing the crime. I keep coming back to that. I believe it's a crime in things that they could be doing, particularly if you have a SaaS offering, to learn and be able to adjust for the system to minimize the false positives. So the simplest way is that the system should learn from the SOC analyst's actions to see which ones are false positive or not, but also change the system itself, whether it means new code, new rules, whatever it is, and that onus should be on the vendor. That onus should not be on the security analyst that's trying to get their job done. Long-winded answer. I'm very passionate about this, and this is why we call it the guided SaaS NDR, where SOC analysts are working alone in the dark and distracted. That's the distracted part. Too much work on false positives and chasing wild gooses.
Excellent. And then here you said you talked about longer ransomware loitering in your presentation. They're asking, is that something new?
Yes. Good question. So we are seeing, as I mentioned in the past couple of years, 3 years, 2017 roughly, a complete shift in ransomware attacks from targeting individuals and making $1,000 off of David's machines and $500 because that's all I can afford off of Bassam's machine to unlock and decrypt. The attacks have shifted into getting on as many hosts in an enterprise, in an organization as possible, particularly for ones that have cybersecurity insurance, because that is something that's easy for the organization to say, I'm just going to go into insurance, I pay for insurance, I'm going to go do that. So in order for that attacker using APT tools and ransomware as a service and whatever the approach they take, it takes them longer to go and proliferate across the machine. So yes, we are seeing longer loiter time. That's different than what we were seeing 4 or 5 years ago. Now, I should probably, let me just, if I can jump in, I mentioned this earlier. 1989, the first known ransomware, what's called the AIDS Trojan, at an AIDS conference, it was somewhere overseas, there were like 1,000 floppy disks sent out in an envelope after the people went home from the conference with a floppy, and you put the floppy in and your machine gets infected, and your autoexec.batch file, for those of you guys that remember that from the DOS, or even Windows, but DOS days, it would modify it so that every time you logged in, there was a counter that would just increment by 1 every time the person rebooted and logged in, but rebooted his machine. On the 93rd or 98th time, I forget what the exact number was, it would trigger, and back then there was no encryption, but what there was a little routine that would run that would rename all the files on your C drive, on your entire C drive, D drive, whatever you had. And when your files are all renamed, it's still there if you open the file, but it's just not usable unless you paid them $200. So if you paid them $200, they will give you a key, and then all the file names will come back. The Scotland Yard tracked this person down. Turns out that he was a researcher who was trying to raise money for the AIDS Foundation or some kind of AIDS support organization, research organization, and wasn't getting it. Put this out there, and the money that you would send to decrypt your machine or change the file names back were being sent to this organization. So Scotland arrested him, put him in jail, and long story short, legal case, let him out because this was for a good cause, and there wasn't a whole lot of cybersecurity crime and such at that time, and at least not at this scale. But it was a very interesting case on how this all got started in 1989.
Fascinating. So not something completely new here. It's been going on since 1989, but certainly the criticality of it has increased dramatically since then. But I'm afraid that's all the time we have for our live Q&A. There's a lot more electronic questions there for you. But again, thank you so much for being on the event.
My pleasure. Good talking to you, Dave.
You too as well. For more information on Gigamon, check out the link. It's there in your audience console in the handouts tab. And it's there that you'll find the guided SaaS NDR report. You can learn more about that. Also, I'll leave up the poll question there on the screen for everyone to respond to while I announce our next set of prize winners. I'm excited to award our Amazon $500 gift card. This is going to Chris Gartner from Texas. Congratulations, Chris Gartner from Texas. All right, if you haven't answered the poll, now's the time to do so because we are moving on now to our next presentation. And with that, I'm excited to introduce you to Mr. Jason Rivera, Global Director of Strategic Threat Advisory at CrowdStrike. Jason, it's great to have you on.
Awesome. Thanks for having me. I'll just go ahead and jump in if that's okay with you.
Absolutely.
All right, let's go ahead and get started. So today we're going to be talking about some of the lessons that we've learned from observing the threat actors involved in the Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack. And ideally, hopefully we can glean some insights from that attack so we can make our own environments more defensible from future ransomware attacks that may take place. So like I said, my name is Jason, and I'm the director of the Strategic Threat Advisory Group. Basically what my team does is we help our customers operationalize their intelligence capabilities. Prior to CrowdStrike, I used to work for a Big Four consulting firm where I built threat intel programs for Fortune 500 companies and government agencies. Prior to that, I used to be in the military for approximately 7 years, where I was a captain in the U.S. Army at places like the NSA and Cyber Command. So enough about me. Let's go ahead and jump into the brief, and we're going to talk about first some large kind of high-scale observations as it pertains to ransomware and e-crime trends. So what you're looking at here is a chart that I personally like to follow and have been following ever since my time here at CrowdStrike, And basically what you're looking at is the proportion of interactive intrusions we have detected via our threat hunting capability. An interactive intrusion is exactly as the name implies. It's basically when an adversary is engaging in complex or hands-on keyboard techniques. And with this particular chart, you're looking at distinct and sophisticated intrusions, which means stuff that we've never seen before. So to make this simple, as you can tell by the growth in the chart, basically the amount of stuff that we have never seen before is continuing to skyrocket, particularly within the criminal space, which is outlined within the dark gray. I think there's two things worth calling out on this chart. The first, in which kind of, again, kind of the overarching question of all of this is, well, why? Why are there more criminal attacks? What is allowing them to be more capable? And I would argue that really we're seeing two things here. If you look at that huge spike in Q1 of 2020, that was likely caused by COVID-19. And when you think about what COVID-19 did to us as a society, it basically increased our attack surface because it made all of our information security environments way more complex. And the other contribution to the kind of increasing amount of attacks that we're seeing is around increasing improvements in ransomware itself. So things like ransomware as a service, for example, which is where the adversary outsources their ransomware to different affiliates who carry out attacks on their behalf, which actually was the case of the dark side ransomware. So that kind of fits in very well with this chart. To kind of go further into the numbers, let's take a look at how ransomware has grown since 2018 through 2020. And to illustrate that, we're going to talk dollars, because I think when you think about it from a dollars perspective, that really helps drive the point home. So in 2018, the top three ransomware actors combined made about $30 to $40 million between themselves. So that's three actors, 30 to 40 million. In 2019, the top single actor autonomously makes $100 million in a year. We call this actor Wizard Spider. You may know them better as the Ryuk ransomware or the TrickBot banking Trojan. And then in 2020, this same actor breaks their own record and now makes $150 million in a year, 34 million of which came from a single victim. Of note, and I thought this was interesting, we saw a $1.4 billion ransom demand issued, which was the largest we had ever seen. Obviously, nobody paid that. Otherwise, Doppelspider would be the top ransomware actor in the year 2020. I think it's interesting to note that in 2021, a $40 million ransom was paid. So again, the increasing propensity of ransomware in our society is not slowing down. It appears to be speeding up, and not just speeding up, but also speeding up exponentially. So let's actually break down what this, the Colonial Pipeline attack, and kind of take a look at what happened from a dark side perspective. So I'm not going to spend too long here. I think everyone gets it at this point. This is one of the most severe ransomware events in U.S. history. Not only did it result in kind of going after a major piece of U.S. critical infrastructure, but it also kind of really severely affected the population to the point to where this kind of held at risk about 45% of the East Coast total fuel supply. So again, that is a disruption to tens of millions of people. And like I said earlier, at least to my knowledge, this is the most significant attack against critical infrastructure in the United States that I am personally aware of. So again, certainly seeing escalating stakes here. But this isn't the first time these attacks have happened. And typically you'll see these from nation states. Like, for example, in 2014, there was an Iranian cyber campaign directed against the U.S. financial sector, and as well as other critical infrastructure organizations within the United States, Canada, Europe, and a few other places. In 2017 through 2018, we began to see much more Russian targeting, specifically of U.S. energy companies as well as different critical infrastructure entities. We actually saw them go kinetic within the Ukraine space. And when I say kinetic, I mean literally to the point of causing physical damage with ICS SCADA infrastructure destructive attacks. That is something that they have not yet done in the United States, but I think it's worth noting the destructive potential of what they've done in the past. We also saw some Russian targeting in 2020 against the aviation sector. And then now we have, this most current attack by the Carbon Spider actor family group with a ransomware attack. So I think it's interesting to note that ransomware in of itself is more than just a financially motivated capability. It is also a destructive capability, which is sort of what we saw from the Colonial Pipeline attack. So let's take a look at this actor. This actor's been around for a while, and they go by a few names. It could be Fin7, ITG14, and they actually got their start with point-of-sale system targeting, and they really started engaging in ransomware operations not that long ago. They started by using another ransomware entity in around April 2020 called ReEvil. After succeeding in that realm, they decided to create their own dark side ransomware as a service, and then deployed that in 2020. And then we also saw them use this initial access capability called Zloader. I'll talk more about that in a bit. But basically, they were able to kind of gain maturity pretty fast. So to go a little bit deeper, again, let's talk about this actor in more depth. Like I said, this is a ransomware as a service capability. It's known as dark side. Again, the issue of ransomware as a service is basically exponentially multiplies the amount of threats you are experiencing. So instead of one ransomware actor, it's now that one ransomware actor plus 50 affiliates of whoever they're associated with. And if you have, like, let's say 10 ransomware developers and they all have an affiliate program, that means you're actually dealing with now 500 different ransomware operators. So one thing I do want to express throughout the course of this call is we are experiencing a challenge of volume. The volume of attacks is one of the issues that we're facing. And with this particular actor, they're what I would consider a multi-pronged threat in that they're able to gain their own initial access. They have a lot of capabilities organic to their own group, as I'm showing on the slide. We have the Dominus and Zloader initial access capabilities. They also have some script-based backdoors to include Harpy and Killac, which for this allows them more options to get into target environments. We've seen them engage in credential access techniques. We've seen them leverage Cobalt Strike, which is an open source penetration testing tool that they've used to go after both Windows and ESXi virtual server environments. So that's another thing worth noting about this actor is that they have the ability to not only go after Windows, but they have the ability to hold virtual server environments at risk, which means that raises the propensity of the damage they can do, and therefore a higher probability of the victim paying out the ransom fees. And like I said earlier, we did observe them targeting a variety of different systems. So again, very capable actor who has gotten up to speed in a very quick amount of time. And when I talk about getting up to speed, let's take a look at their evolution from a timeline perspective. So in 2013, you see them targeting financial institutions and point-of-sale devices in 2013. What's interesting is this is a Russian actor who is targeting Russian financial institutions, which is a major no-no in Russia. They ended up changing that. I don't think they've done any ransomware attacks against Russia, but I do think it's interesting that they got their start by targeting other Russian entities. We saw them expand their targeting apparatus to the Middle East, Europe, United States, and then, like I said earlier, a lot of activities against point-of-sale devices. Like I said, in 2020, that's when they start getting more into the ransomware game. They start by using Pinchy Spider's ReEvil ransomware. They have their own downloader and initial access capabilities. They then decide to use their own ransomware, and then eventually, again, they're able to really pick up speed with that. This chart over here illustrates how fast they were able to pick up speed. Basically, you're looking at the ransomware as a service here, and as you can see in October and November, not that many attacks. They go live with the ransomware as a service affiliate program in November, and then poof, in December now you have in excess of 20 attacks. So they were able to rapidly grow their capability amongst the affiliates as well, which I think is another interesting note about this actor. So moving on, we're going to take a look at their functionality and kind of like how this has impacted the e-crime ecosystem. In general, like I said, this is a multi-pronged actor that might be gaining initial access for themselves, but could also be doing it for other entities as well. So that's another thing worth kind of knowing. They also have some interesting mechanisms for engaging in extortion, like this one that I'm showing up here, which is the announcement of stock shorting tactics for publicly traded victims who refuse to pay, basically kind of going after victims who are publicly traded and using that as an additional extortion technique by threatening them and, kind of like having an effect on their stock price. So that's another interesting way of extortion and is a trend that we're seeing within the extortion space of these actors finding additional ways to engage in those extortive type attacks. So one of the, I think that funny things about this attack is like, and this is like a lot of ransomware actors, after they get too much attention, they will claim to quote unquote shut down. We saw a similar outcome with the Maze ransomware last year, which, was wildly successful, was able to go after a lot of targets, got too much attention, they shut down, but then something that kind of looked like the Maze popped up called the Egregor, had the same code, operated the same way, a lot of the same infrastructure, but, quote unquote, a different malware type. So it could be possible that that Carbon Spider is kind of following in this actor's footsteps. We are still observing them engage in initial access and backdoor capabilities. So though they may have shut down what is called the dark side ransomware, this actor has certainly not gone entirely dark, and they do appear to be continually operating. I think, and we got some slides loading here. I think one positive thing, well, not that there's anything positive about this attack, but I think one positive thing about the U.S. law enforcement response to this attack was what the FBI was able to recover in terms of their operation against the ransomware actor, Carbon Spider. And on June 7th, the U.S. Department of Justice actually announced that they were able to seize a very significant portion of the ransom payment. They got approximately 85% of the payment, which to me indicates that they were able to get the affiliates cut. So we didn't talk about this part, but basically the way that the affiliates get paid is they get the larger portion of the ransomware dollar amount. So in a lot of cases, I've seen like 70-30 splits, 60-40 splits. Apparently in this case, it's like an 85-15 split, and somehow the DOJ was able to gain access to that 85%. My understanding as to what they did was they basically found out and were able to kind of figure out which Bitcoin address was being used by the affiliates. They were able to use their legal authorities with the cryptocurrency exchange and then get the password and seize that amount. But again, that really speaks to the flexibility and kind of the rapid reaction capability of U.S. law enforcement. To my awareness, this is one of the first operations of its type and is potentially indicative of how we might see the FBI as well as other law enforcement organizations respond as they go into the future. So in terms of the future outlook and where Carbon Spider might go and how they might evolve, I think it's safe to say that this actor has successfully reinvented themselves numerous times and are very used to adapting to changing trends. So what I mean by that is, they started with targeting Russian financial institutions. They evolved to targeting point-of-sale devices. Middle of last year, they decided they'd try their hands at ransomware, and then by the end of the year, they created one of the most capable ransomware capabilities out there on the market. So this group is technically competent. They're also competent from a business perspective because remember, with these affiliates, you're managing people. This isn't just malware. You're managing individuals who are engaging in attacks on your behalf. You're figuring out how to pay out those individuals, how to keep them incentivized, how to keep them honest. That's even a thing in the criminal world, so it's a lot, right? You're having to manage a lot of stuff. So this actor clearly has the infrastructure and the capabilities to adapt, and I think it's safe to say that we will see them adapt into the future. Again, in 2020, we saw them transition from that point-of-sale compromise to these big game hunting ransomware attacks. It's kind of like I was saying earlier, basically the challenge of ransomware is how massively profitable it is. And the more profitable it becomes, the more incentivized actors are to engage in these big game hunting style enterprise-wide ransomware attacks. So I think this is a trend that you'll continue to see within the growing criminal community. With the third bullet down, again, despite the alleged termination of the dark side ransomware as a service in May 2021, it's pretty likely that they're going to kind of just rebrand under something else. And like I said, we've seen this before. We have seen several actors at this point rebrand their malware types. We've seen an actor called Indrik Spider do this, going from, I forget what the old ransomware type was, but then they basically transitioned to Wasted Locker. We saw Twisted Spider do this, who transitioned from the Maze to Gregor ransomware. We've even seen Wizard Spider potentially do this in some form. They're the user of the Ryuk ransomware, and then they also created the Conti ransomware. However, they do still appear to be using the Ryuk ransomware. But again, the reason I bring up these previous precedents is to illustrate that there is precedent, and that in the past we have not seen these actors go away, but rather rebrand into some other form that kind of looks and smells similar, but it is just different enough in order to kind of evade some of the attention that they're trying to not have and trying to avoid. And then lastly, with the last bullet, this adversary is highly likely to continue to, update established malware and introduce new tools in future campaigns. And, on the notion of new tools, it's kind of like a chess match, right? They go back and forth. They invent something, we invent the capability to find them and stop them. They invented something to kind of bypass that, and it's basically going back and forth. So, I just don't see that trend ending anytime soon. In terms of where we're at now, basically we've seen some pretty significant activity going back and forth. So this slide that I'm showing here is around a potentially related actor called Pinchy Spider, which is the user of the ReEvil ransomware. And remember what I said earlier, basically in the May in the May of this year timeframe, a lot of ransomware actors in response to the Colonial Pipeline attack basically kind of eased off critical infrastructure. A lot of them made public statements about not desiring to target critical infrastructure. A lot of the forum moderators kicked ransomware out because they just don't want all the attention and all the heat that can be brought down by, U.S. and international law enforcement. So we saw a lot of these actors kind of back off, at least publicly, from engaging in ransomware attacks. However, on June 4th, 2021, Pinchy Spider said they are lifting all the restrictions and are basically kind of have a free-for-all again in terms of targeting. And it is believed that this is in response to the recent DOJ guidance regarding ransomware operations. So the United States Department of Justice has basically created a ransomware response task force who has been obviously successful in some operations, as we saw with the Colonial Pipeline attack, where the FBI was able to kind of reobtain 85% of those funds. I'm also aware of an FBI operation where they were able to basically put a bogus communication capability within the criminal underground, got criminals to use it, and they were able to make several significant arrests off of that as well. So, this task force in a very short amount of time has had some pretty significant successes. So I think that's one of the things you are seeing the criminal community respond to, rather than backing down based off what you're seeing the FBI do. It appears they're kind of ramping up. And I think something that's telling that kind of really helps allude to what the future of this conflict might look like is what FBI Director Christopher Wray said, who basically compared the need to respond and combat to ransomware as something similar to what the U.S. government's response was to the September 11th 9/11 terrorist attacks, basically stating that there are a lot of parallels. So it does appear that in many ways that the U.S. law enforcement community does intend on treating ransomware like, a terrorist attack. And I would agree, there are some parallels, right? If you think about traditional terrorism, the purpose of terrorism is to extort the victims into some type of political action or into some type of action. Get people to do something based off fear. Ransomware is also an extortion capability. It is designed to extort a victim into paying something based off the fear that they're going to lose their data, based off the fear that their private data is going to be revealed on the criminal underground. So there are some parallels, and I do think it's interesting to kind of see that parallel being made by the FBI. And I guess we'll see where this goes. I guess where we're at the current time is that the ransomware actors appear to have lifted their constraints on targeting. The forums are still not allowing ransomware to be discussed, and that kind of makes sense. So you're likely to see these ransomware actors, I guess, go into a metaphorical hole, so to speak, where they'll kind of go into more private channels, less so in the public channels where they can draw more attention. So I believe that's kind of where we're going in terms of the next steps of this. So here's a recommendation that I'm going to issue. I've been telling a lot of organizations lately that really, if you want to understand ransomware, you need to kind of understand the full spectrum of the adversary's operational life cycles, not just the ransomware itself. And I like to think of this as a 3-stage process. So, the first stage is the adversary actually has to get into the position to actually succeed in an attack. Like, for example, with phishing or downloaders or banking Trojans. And so that's kind of the first phase, whereas the exploitation phase, that's where the ransomware takes place. That's where the irreversible damage is caused. And when I say irreversible, I don't mean irrecoverable, but again, rather the word irreversible, meaning that the damage is done, you might recover from it, but the adversary did what the adversary did. Whereas the last phase is the capitalization phase, where the actor hopes to actually financially capitalize on the operations. So the reason I show this cycle is I'm recommending to customers that they think about how are they going to stop the adversary as far to the left as possible. And here's what I mean by that. I'm going to illustrate what Carbon Spider did using the same model. So they get in using Zloader or Killac. They use different delivery vehicles. They vet the victims by enumerating the systems. And then in the middle, that's when they engage in the ransomware attacks. And then lastly, we see them negotiate. But imagine, if you will, that you stop them when they were trying to use Zloader, if you stop them trying to use Killac, if you could stop them during the enumeration phase. If you can stop them in the targeting and positioning phase, then you might be able to get a leg up on them. So that kind of brings me to my recommendation. And what this ultimately boils down to is I believe you should do these things that I have on my screen. I believe you should automate intelligence capabilities to allow you to defend yourself against the increased volume of threats. I believe you should engage in intelligence monitoring and proactively look for threats emanating to your organization from the dark web. My belief is that you should combine intelligence reporting with threat hunting and learn from the lessons of these attacks so you can emulate real-world threat hunts within your environment, as well as potentially have service partners in order to respond to this threat. And something I would encourage you to think about is you don't have to do this alone. You don't actually have to literally do all of this, but you do have to think about it. And if you're not going to do it, I do recommend that you work with a partner who is able to do it. And what it ultimately boils down to is this singular question that I have up top. And I like to talk to my customers a lot about this question all the time. But at the end of the day, this is the question that you have to answer. How exactly is the adversary going to attack you? How exactly are you going to stop them? Because what it kind of comes down to is your ability to defeat these advanced cyber threats rests almost entirely on your understanding of the problem. If you understand the problem well enough, you will make the right decision. But if you don't understand the problem, you will make all the wrong decisions. You will purchase the wrong things. You will hire the wrong people. You will go the wrong direction. So what I would strongly recommend is to really think about how are you going to gain an understanding of the problem? How will you use intelligence to create a more defensible environment? And if you're interested in learning more about this from a CrowdStrike perspective, here are 2 points of contact for you. You have my team on the left, which is the threat advisors at CrowdStrike.com. If you want to have a threat-focused conversation, whereas if you would like to have a demo of CrowdStrike's intelligence products, we have the one on the right, which is Intel Sales Response at CrowdStrike.com. So that's what I have. Thank you for your time, and now we'll kind of go to the audience for some questions and answers.
Absolutely, yeah. Mind-blowing presentation. Really, really cool stuff. We got a lot of great feedback as well, Jason. So thank you so much for that. We do have some questions for you from the audience. And while we do that, I'm just going to bring up this poll for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about the CrowdStrike solution? And we appreciate your feedback on that. Let's see. First question that came in, Jason, I wanted to ask you, they're asking, what role does threat intelligence play in an organization's ability to preempt ransomware attacks?
So intelligence is your ability to understand the problem and to understand the problem before it gets to your doorstep. Here's a way to think of this. In the absence of intelligence, you are responding. You're doing whatever the console tells you to do. If you have an alert, I guess I'm going to respond to the alert. Or you have an incident, okay, I guess I'm going to set out that fire. But without intelligence, you are basically responding to things that are happening to you. Intelligence allows you to go beyond the ability to respond and rather to the ability to preempt. So instead of having to experience a malicious attack, you can instead glean from the lessons of your peer who experienced a similar attack and then figure out what you're going to do in your environment prior to that attack taking place. So I would argue that that is the principal purpose of intelligence and the benefit that you should seek to gather if you're going to implement a program in your own organization.
Got it. Okay. Excellent advice. Next question, they're asking, what are some actionable steps that we can take to harden our environment against ransomware?
Yeah, I think a lot of this actually boils down to basic hygiene, because when you think about the ways that actors get in, it typically has to do with vulnerability flaws, phishing attacks, things that are simple by kind of like, it's just simple in nature, but very hard to kind of address in totality, especially if you are a larger organization. So I certainly would recommend, I would certainly recommend, kind of the hygiene piece. But then, let's say you got hygiene down, then it's kind of like, well, how are you going to stop the advanced attacks? And, this applies to your advanced ransomware attacks, but also it applies to other advanced attack types. It could apply to supply chain. There's a lot of things that are holding us at risk. And the term I like to use for that is a term called intelligence-driven hunting. If you want to stop an advanced attack, I would recommend engaging in that discipline. And what I mean by that is using intelligence about your understanding of what a threat actor is doing, especially against your peers, and then emulating those threat hunts within your environment. That is one of the best things that you can possibly do in order to combat an advanced attack, in addition to, of course, basic hygiene.
Excellent advice. And then next question, they want to know, how is the threat of ransomware likely to evolve in the future? What are you predicting, or what are you seeing?
So if I were to kind of like, look into the magic mirror in this one and kind of read the future, I think you will see actors continue to find additional ways of monetization. So over the last 2 years, we saw the increased prevalence of ransomware as a service. I don't think that's going anywhere. I think the affiliate model is tried and true. I think there's a lot of people out there who are looking to make a quick buck, and this is a method for them. And if you look at the price of crypto is also kind of contributing to this to some degree as well. So I think you'll continue to see affiliates being used in terms of ransomware as a service. I think data extortion will certainly continue to play a significant role in ransomware attacks. And I believe the last speaker also spoke about data extortion. But again, basically what you're looking at here is not just having your environment locked up, but then having this double jeopardy type issue where the actor is now extorting you with the data itself and threatening to release the data Something that I would say in the future, though, that we're seeing this more and more is more along the lines of it's basically like engaging in a ransomware attack against one company, but then trying to get other companies who are related to that company from a supply chain perspective to pay the ransom. So, for example, there's a semiconductor manufacturer in Taiwan that got hit by ransomware, and the actor behind the attack actually was trying to get Apple to pay for the attack. So I thought that was interesting, and we're seeing a lot of actors think about this. I've seen another actor group also basically hit one company, but within that company there was data about another company. So instead of trying to go after just that one company, the actor also extended their extortion to the other company with which they also got data from. So I think you're going to see actors continue to think about how to monetize the data that they have access to, whether it be in the form of traditional techniques or some of the new techniques that I talked about.
Wow, very scary and creative, but scary. So, Jason, I'm afraid that's all the time we have here in our live Q&A. There's a lot more electronic questions here coming in for you and your experts from CrowdStrike. So thank you so much for your fantastic presentation.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
And thank you to CrowdStrike, of course. If you'd like more information, check out the poll there on the screen, and they want to hear from you. Also, check out the link that's there in your handout tab. It will take you to crowdstrike.com, and they have a post here on how to prevent ransomware, 9 tips. So make sure that you check that out. It looks like a very comprehensive, well-done post for additional information. And so I'll leave that poll question up for everyone to respond to while I announce our next prize winner. We've got an Amazon $500 gift card going to Tony Nguyen from Texas. Congratulations, Tony Nguyen from Texas. Still 2 more grand prizes and 3 more gift cards to give out. Also our best question prize. So don't forget about those. Keep your questions coming. All right, it's time now to move on to our next presentation here on today's Megacast. All right, and now I'm excited to introduce Mr. David Cunningham, Senior Product Manager at Commvault. David, how you doing?
Oh, very good. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely, great to have you. Take it away.
You got it. So hello, everybody. Thanks for having me here. Looking forward to talking about Commvault's ransomware recovery solution. And we're going to dig in and get into some really interesting topics today. First thing, let me kind of talk about Commvault in general, just to kind of give you an idea of what we are and who we are. I'm very excited to be to say that we're celebrating our 25th anniversary. 25 years of offering industry-leading data protection solutions. And I think this really reinforces our expertise in the data protection recovery space, as well as solidifies us as leaders in this space. We have this intelligent data services platform, which is a simplified data management platform for protecting different various workloads in multiple different endpoints, different cloud locations, on-prem, and there's many different consumption points that you can use our product as well. We have a software product, we have services, as well as an appliance, and of course we have a backup as a service offering as well. Probably the most powerful thing about our platform is that each one of these different offerings that we have, whether you're using our badge solution, whether you're using our software solution, they all interoperate with each other. So you can kind of mix and match our solutions to really provide, to get that ultimate prescriptive data protection approach from us. So we kind of handle everything all within one platform, no matter what products of ours you're using. And of course, security is a huge concern for our platform. And I'm not going to dig into these details here with these stats. I think probably we got a lot of that good information today. But there's one thing I want to really mention here. It's quite obvious that cyber threats aren't going away anytime soon. Ransomware is not going away. These threats keep evolving. They keep persisting. We've even seen some of these ransomware variants. I'm not going to name which ones, but a couple that I actually heard on this webinar that actually target backup solutions, and that we've even seen try to target our backup solution. Right. So this is the reality we live in. So we're constantly evolving as a platform to provide the best layered approach that we can provide to our customers, because ultimately customers are counting on Commvault to protect data and keep it in this unchanged state so they can recover it as fast as possible. But to do this, we follow this NIST cybersecurity framework, and I'm sure that we're all familiar with this framework. But probably the most important thing I want to derive from this is all these different areas from this framework, all these different columns, right, really leads us towards the most ultimate and the best recovery outcomes. And that's really what our end goal is. How do we help customers recover the data fast, ensure that they can trust their data, right? Trust it, that it doesn't contain threats and they're going to reintroduce threats into the environment. And how can they use that data that they have protected to their advantage, to gain more insights from it, to do more with it, provide extra value to maybe their SecOps organizations, and use it as like a time capsule, right, for forensic purposes. So I'm going to dig into these individual components and kind of talk about like the key areas in our product that fit into these categories. So first and foremost, let's talk about identification, right? We have this really special tool in our product. It's unique to our product, and it's a differentiator for us because we don't rely on any third-party tools for this feature set. It's a risk management tool that we have in our product that uses our metrics reporting framework. And you can access this via our cloud portal or even through the command center, which is our management interface that's on-prem. And what this basically does is we do periodic metrics checks on the backup and recovery environment, and we'll provide recommendations as to areas that you can harden and apply various security controls. The idea behind this is to simplify security. I think that, especially when you look at a data management platform like ours, we're interacting with so many different applications, so many different databases, so many different cloud endpoints that security becomes a very difficult conversation to have from our platform perspective. And this is a simplification, right? This puts it all in one single pane of glass. And more importantly, it's offering a way of mitigating and actioning on it. So here's an example of what it might look like if you log into the dashboard. You can see the dashboard has various security controls that we monitor. And depending on the status of those controls and how we would recommend you apply those controls, you would have different statuses on them, such as two-factor authentication, which is a pretty standard thing. But also we have various ransomware locking, dual authorization, MFA controls as well, which I'll dig into in much more detail. Probably the most important thing on this dashboard isn't the information itself, which is very important, but it's the ability to action on it very interactively. So instead of having to dig through the interface and try to find where to actually apply the controls within the management interface, you can do it right from this dashboard interactively, or you can get more information on how to do it, whether that be a documentation link or whether that be additional information as to like your data encryption status and things like that. So this is the starting point for any discussion within our platform when it comes to security and hardening your data. Next thing I want to talk about, let's talk about data protection, or let's talk about in particular, how does Commvault protect the data repositories, the backup data itself, to keep that data from being changed in maliciously or even accidentally. The first and foremost, from part of this immutable architecture, are the security controls at the management interface level. So this is very important. We have a lot of checks and balances just within the command center, which is our management interface, to protect against unauthorized change. We call this our AAA framework: authentication, authorization, auditing controls. And you're going to have like some of the basic type of capabilities like role-based access controls, right, where you can provide different levels of permission at a granular level. But maybe you want a particular user in your organization to have restore capabilities only, or you can do that. Or you could have different levels of administrators, or you can even segment the access into like these multi-tenant type configurations where you might have separate business units within your environment that have pocketed levels of access to the backup data. These are all things you can do within the management interface and control from the command center. Additionally, Commvault supports multiple different identity providers. And this is really important because a lot of our customers rely on like Azure AD or ADFS or like Okta, all these different like identity provider type platforms, and we support using open SAML plugins within our product, pretty much any one of these external identity providers. But probably most importantly is whatever multi-factor authentication controls these platforms support, we also support. So if you're using hardware authentication keys, like a YubiKey, for example, or using PIN-based, authorization app that's fully supported in our platform, that provides that initial layer of multi-factor authentication that's truly required for a hardened and backup and recovery environment. Next up are some capabilities we have built in and baked into the product. We call these our dual authorization. And I like to compare dual authorization capabilities kind of like the lockbox at the bank. You might have a key, the bank teller might have a key. When you both put the key into the lockbox and you turn the keys at the same time, the lockbox opens. Same difference. If you're an administrator, there's just so much power that an administrator has within the management interface. When you have access to all of this data, you can recover it. You can try to even maliciously do something malicious with that data, destroy it, or you can do an accident. Back in my support days, we've seen many administrators click the wrong button and accidentally delete the data. This is a threat. This is going to pose a recovery risk. So these dual authorization capabilities allow us to put these gates in place. So if an administrator tries to do something, it'll stop them. Even if they have the right access, it'll stop them from doing it and then request additional authorization. Same with privacy. Designate owners to data. So that way only the owners can restore that data or have access to it. So these are all these different checks and balances. The last thing I want to mention is our integration with CyberArk, which is something that we've built into the product where you can do privileged access management. You can manage credentials completely outside of Commvault. Through CyberArk, you can set whatever aggressive rotation policies you want, and Commvault will integrate within your environment and keep your credentials up to date. So these are just a few of the security controls that exist at the management interface level, protecting against administrative tasks. Next, I want to talk about storage locking. So we talked about the management interface. What about the storage? This is where the backup data is going to reside. This is really important to protect and to secure. You don't want unauthorized changes to occur to your data. So our Hyperscale X storage appliance, this is our software-defined storage appliance. It's fully hardened using STIGs, and it's a mutable storage target. And this is our primary offering for primary data storage as well as secondary backup data storage. Right, so this storage target is going to really get you off into the right place. Fully hardened, you can't make changes to the system. You can even air gap the Hyperscale appliance as well. So in a really prescriptive approach, you would have our appliance as a primary storage target. You would have our appliance as a secondary storage target, completely isolated. And what that means is there's no inbound connections to it, and you can only authorize connections outbound from it. And this is fully controlled from Commvault's management interface. You create different policies within Commvault that creates these dynamic pipes that are encrypted outbound and will authenticate outbound to the primary storage and pull data into the air gap. Great way to secure data, great way to keep from lateral moving threats from accessing your secondary copies of your data. If you don't want to add another storage device on-prem, where you're looking for some sort of a off-site copy of data, you could even use Commvault's Metallic Cloud Storage Service. So Metallic is one of our backup as a service offerings that we have, where you could have our platform completely managed by Commvault in our cloud, backed by Azure, completely secured, FedRAMP ready. And this platform will handle all your backups. But additionally, if you have an on-premise Commvault environment with Hyperscale, you can use storage hosted by Metallic. And this will provide you with that virtual air gap storage, fully secured, untouchable from any of the on-premise activities. One of the things that's really important about Metallic Cloud Storage is we don't provide credentials to it, unlike a regular storage target like in cloud. So if you had an Azure container that you're backing up to, or you're backing up to AWS, your organization would have access to the back end of that data. Someone in the organization would have login access and potentially could manipulate the data on the back end. With this particular service, we don't provide any access to the back end. It's completely abstracted to the end user, and it's essentially just apply a license in our software, and then you can configure the storage target. Super simple, easy button. The last piece I want to mention is validation. And I'm going to dig deeper into this, further into the slides. But think of it like this. If you're protecting all this data and you have data sitting in this air gap zone, wouldn't it be nice if you could do a little more with that data rather than it just sit there doing nothing? And what we have a lot of customers that do this. They'll have air gap versions of their data like sitting on like a Hyperscale appliance. And they might even air gap a hypervisor as well, right? So this would be like an isolated environment. And what they do is they'll do scheduled mountain scans of their data, or they'll do test recoveries, different validation processing on that data. So that way they can assure that when the time comes to recover that data, it's been tried and true, it's been tested, and they know that they're going to be able to get that data back. And I'm going to dig back into this in a couple slides up ahead. The next thing I want to talk about is monitoring. I like to think of monitoring as like cameras on front of your house. If you don't have a camera on your front of the house and somebody steals a package off your porch, you're not going to have any visualization. You're not going to have the face of that malicious actor, that criminal. You're not going to have the license plate, on the car that was parked on the side of the street. You're not going to have any of this information. So how are you going to respond, right? It's kind of limiting your ability to respond to that threat. And that's exactly what monitoring is all about when it comes to Commvault. We're not here we're not an antivirus application. We're not trying to find ransomware. We're not trying to, find malware on the systems or APTs on the systems. That's way outside of the scope of our platform. But what we are interested in is anomalous data changes. And anomalous data changes is really important to us because it allows you to react and to respond in an insightful way. And now that you know that there's changes going on with your data and your data footprint and the backups itself, you can start an investigation process and start validating that your backups are okay. One differentiator for our product is we actually do live monitoring. We use the apps that we have within the environment that do interactions with the file systems and whatnot, looks at unusual behaviors on those file systems, and we'll flag those up into our dashboard. Or we even look at, we use honeypot techniques as well. Our monitoring is all based on machine learning, so it's based on unusual activity, not something that's some hard-coded threshold, something that's different, something that's an outlier. And it's all about finding those changes in the data. And I want to dig deeper into that. So this is great, right? We have the monitor, we can send alerts all day long, but how can you actually respond and use that information? And that's actually where the next step comes in. How do we respond to what we detect from our monitoring capabilities? Well, our dashboards within our platform, which are API driven, so you can pull this info into whatever SIM you want to, or whatever event management platform you want to, but also you could use it integrated in our product. You can monitor the activity, using these various trending charts that are on this dashboard, or you can dig deeper into the paths where the anomalies are occurring, so you can tell if it's actually if these anomalies are occurring like on your file system. And these are really good insights because you might find that there was legitimate changes to the file system that caused an anomaly. It was outside of the norm, but it caused an anomaly. And this would really give you that indication that everything's okay. Probably the most important part is the ability to recover. So imagine getting these anomalies or getting this honeypot notification that something changed on the system and you want to start the recovery process. We will automatically provide pre-suspect version recovery of that data. And you can send that data anywhere. You can send it to another file system. You can send it back to the original location, or you can recover it as a virtual machine. And that virtual machine can exist pretty much anywhere. So this is an automatic, clean version of your data prior to the anomalies. So you know that you're getting the good version of your data, not the data where the anomalies were detected. But let's just say you want to take this a step further. You could actually recover a suspect version of the data. And this is where Commvault's, the power comes in with the platform. But since everything's API driven, these are actions that you can drive from whatever system you want, whatever SOAR application you're using. Start these automated recovery processes, and you can use those isolated, VM recoveries for forensic purposes. We have a lot of customers looking to do this, and they are doing this, where they're using Commvault like a time machine, right? We have all these recovery points going back, X amount of months, and they're great data inputs and data points for forensics and incident response. So this is, where the extended value comes in. Not only can you do that pre-suspect recovery, but hey, let's do a recovery of the data in suspect mode and just do an investigation and see what's going on. The next thing I want to talk about is some of the advanced recovery capabilities we have in the product. So I kind of talked about the response to the monitoring, but we also have this capability of automatically mounting virtual machine data. And this is really cool because the virtual machines are completely isolated, no network access. They're safe recoveries of that data, and you can investigate and look into the data and run various scans. And what we're actually doing is we're looking to see if the VM will boot, and then we're looking to see if the applications in the VM will start. In many cases, customers have their own customized applications that they're running, and they want to see if those applications are working or are properly being backed up. So we have customization in our app validation where you can write your own scripts, and those scripts can do different things like antivirus scanning, or you can do, your own customized validation for your customized applications. So if you're looking for a platform that's going to protect data and then also help you validate it in an automated way, that's Commvault. That's exactly what we're doing here. And this is all really simple to do, all within the same interface. Additionally, let's just say you did find threats, or let's just say the SecOps team in your organization said, hey, we detected that there's these malicious executables within the environment. We want to make sure that the backup content is clean. We want to make sure that this isn't in the backup content, because obviously the risk here is if you recover data, you recover your VMs, you could potentially be recovering the threats back into the environment. Well, we have the capability of doing this. You can browse using our index operations, and you can browse any version of the data. Let's just say your data is air-gapped, or let's just say your data is sitting in cloud. It doesn't matter. This index operation is independent of the destination. And what happens is you can go into that content, and of course, this is all gated capabilities under, stuff that you have to have the right capabilities and the right authorization to do, but you can surgically remove those threats from the content. So now if your SecOps teams provide you, those lists of executables that you want to make sure aren't in your content, you could actually go in the content and remove it from the content. And guess what? We're not breaking the laws of immutability. The data on the library is still intact. It's still unchanged. This is all stuff that we're doing at the index layer of our product. Now what happens is when you do a recovery, we won't reintroduce those files back into the environment, those executables, and you can be assured that your data is going to be safe during the recovery process. The last thing I want to talk about, and just talk briefly about this, is let's just talk about validating the readiness, right? And we have this really powerful metrics platform. I briefly talked about it before, in reporting platforms, and we have all these different ways of gauging the success of the backup and recovery environment. Our recover readiness report is exactly that. It's a really quick way of just seeing, hey, is all my data copied where it needs to go? Am I meeting my recovery time objectives? Am I meeting my recovery point objectives? Am I behind? You can see on this dashboard I have a couple that are behind, not meeting the objectives. There could be a number of reasons why that is, but at least I have the information in front of me. And this is a great dashboard that you can export out, provide to management, and you can try to resolve and mitigate those gaps on here, because there's nothing worse than being in a situation where you try to recover data and you realize it's not there, right? And this is one of those things that's going to help mitigate that and help protect against those type of risks. I went through quite a bit in this presentation. I really dug into some of the capabilities around this framework here. The ability to identify, assess, and mitigate risks using the Security Health Assessment Dashboard. This is a differentiator in our product. This is something that's unique to us. This built-in protection capabilities around, the management interface with the dual authorization, immutability on the storage layer with our Hyperscale X, and of course with our Metallic Cloud Storage. The ability to monitor, right? We talked about how we're not looking to actually find ransomware, right? We'll let the expert platforms handle that. But what we are trying to do is find data changes, risks to the data. And then, of course, probably the most important part is what do you do with that info? How do you respond? How do you recover it in a fast, expedient way? So there's a lot of information that I covered here, and you can get a lot more depth on our ransomware protection webpage. And pretty much all the links that are on here will be on that one single page. But definitely take a look at the Commvault YouTube channel as well. We have a lot of tech demo videos. If you want to see the product in full action, I would have loved to have shown demonstrations during this webinar. I just don't we just don't have time to do that. But you can see it in live in action, how live ransomware attack, how our product can help on the monitoring side, how it helps on the respawn, how you can go into the content and sanitize and start the recovery process. All of that's on our YouTube page. Definitely encourage you to check it out, even our customer stories as well. And of course, feel free to reach out to us. We would love to hear from you, and we would love to have further, deeper conversations about our platform. Thank you.
Great presentation, David. Appreciate that. We've got some questions for you. And while we do so, we'll bring up our poll question for everyone out there in the audience. What additional information would you like about the Commvault solution? And we appreciate your response to that question. So let's see, a lot of good questions coming in for you, David. I'm going to start with this one here. They're just asking, when you talked about the Commvault kind of ransomware feature and functionality, they want to know, is this an additional package or an additional charge when purchasing Commvault?
Oh, that's a great question. No. We feel very strongly, all the capabilities I talked about, obviously with the exception of like MCS, the Metallic Cloud Storage Service, the monitoring capabilities, the security health assessment, all those type of capabilities, that's all part of the base core product. So, we feel very strongly that we need to provide our customers with the best solutions out of the box. And then, of course, we'll have some premium options down the road, maybe that might have a cost, but no, that's really the question.
Got it. And then what about immutability? There's a couple questions here on if Commvault offers immutability and how that works.
Yeah. So we have an infrastructure agnostic solution. So in this presentation, I gave you the prescriptive approach. This is the best way to consume Commvault from a secure perspective. This is what most organizations look to do. They use a hyperscale that is immutable, has immutability built into it. But as well, if you're using your own storage, we do support object locking in cloud. So if you're using like a cloud storage target, you can enable the warm locks. We also support hardware warm locks. We have a lot of documentation around the specific vendors that we have partnerships with where we support that. So outside of our core product, we do support those other technologies outside. But as a whole, if you buy, Commvault, or if you apply Commvault, as the appliance and with the MTSS, all of that stuff is built into the platform.
Very nice. I like that. It's all included. And then another question here. In general, I guess they're just kind of asking, what's recommended when it comes to hardening your environment against ransomware?
Yeah, that's a great question. So you really want to look at, and we use this, so this is an old tried framework, the 3-2-1 strategy, right? You want to have some resiliency with your backups, because this the context of this conversation is with backups and securing those backups. You want to have some resiliency. So, you want to have those 3 copies on 2 different medias, and you want to have one offsite. And that's kind of like what I showed today. And you can mix and match it in a lot of different ways. You can use your own cloud if you want. But having that level of resiliency and in those levels of copies of your data is going to help mitigate those risks. And it helps provide like those levels of layers of security for your data. Additionally, you can definitely start with our platform. You can start with the security health assessment dashboard. One thing I did not talk about is our platform is based on, the best practices of hardening from like CIS, the hyperscale uses STIGs. So we have all these different guidances on our website that when you deploy our platform, you could fully harden it to the industry standard recommendations, and that would be a really good approach to take.
Awesome. All right. Well, David, I'm afraid we're running out of time here in our live Q&A session. There's a lot more questions still coming in electronically. Hopefully you can respond to some of those. In fact, I see the Commvault team responding as well.
Awesome.
So really appreciate your excellent presentation today. Thanks for being on.
Hey, thanks for having me. Really appreciate it.
For more information on the Commvault solution, check out your handouts tab, and it's there that you'll find a brief on Commvault's immutable infrastructure architecture to better protect you from ransomware. So make sure that you check that resource out, and of course visit commvault.com. I'll leave up the poll question there for anyone to respond to who hasn't yet while I announce our next prize winners. We have another Amazon $50 or $500 gift card, going to Adam Palafox from California. And our next grand prize for another iPad M1 Pro going to Oscar Jera from Arizona. Congratulations. 2 more grand prizes, 3 more gift cards. Make sure you stay tuned. And a ton more of information here on preventing ransomware. So with that, let's move on now to our next presentation. And I'm excited now to introduce you to Mr. Andy Fernandez, Senior Product Marketing Manager at Zerto. Hey, Andy, it's great to have you back on again.
Hey, how's it going? Thank you for the time.
Absolutely, yeah. Take it away.
Perfect. Alrighty, let me just test to make sure I can move this slide. And here we are. Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm really happy to be here at the Megacast. As we know, this is a focus on ransomware. We're going to talk about things a little bit differently here. But just a quick introduction. My name is Andy Fernandez. I'm a Senior Manager of Product Marketing here at Zerto. Most of my experience has been within the data center, specifically backup and DR, BCDR as well. So thank you so much. We don't have too much time, so let's get started. So just a quick agenda for today. We're going to take a look at, what are some of the changes, what are the things that go on during a ransomware attack, but specifically, what are the challenges of legacy backup? Like, what does that do when it comes to recovery from ransomware, and where are some of the gaps in both availability and unplanned downtime as well? We're going to take a look at how Zerto delivers continuous data protection, how you can use continuous data protection to really maximize your availability and get up and running with as minimal data loss as possible. And we're going to show you how that happens when you recover from ransomware. Unfortunately, I realize I'm not going to have the time for a demo scenario, but we will be doing a webinar in July where we'll be providing this webinar as well. We'll take a look at the Zerto platform as a whole. So I don't have to spend too much time on this. We're all bombarded with this much information around all of the recent victims. Regardless of the size of the company, regardless of the industry, we realize that no one is safe, whether you are a traditional company, whether you're an SMB, an enterprise, or even a tech provider. It's very clear that the scale, and there's a growth in both the volume and the severity of these attacks. And it's something we have to be attuned to. And just from a validation from an analyst perspective, right, Gartner's showcasing that, by 2025, at least 75% of IT organizations are going to face one or more attacks. This is interesting. Really what this shows is it's not a matter of if, but when, and that should show in our approach to recovering from ransomware. When we look at the components of an attack, it's important to understand it as you build a resilience model towards this, but it all starts with the penetration of the network, right? Whether that's through stolen credentials via phishing, remote access malware, whatever it is, they're able to get in, they're able to steal the credentials of those systems, those accounts, and even potentially attack the backup administration console, whether it's to encrypt the backup or even find out just what kind of data is critical and what should be encrypted. We're also seeing scenarios where sometimes it's not an attack focused on getting ransom, but on leaking data or the threat of leaking data in order to get money for it as well. So, no single solution is going to tell you that you're 100% prevented from ransomware. So no vendor, no one can tell you that you're 100% safe. And you have to operate under that assumption for you to be able to be successful. From the preventative side, but also from the recovery side. And, Zerto, we're not focused on preventing, we're not focused on the identification, we're focused on helping you protect your system and helping you recover that data when all else fails. And the way we see this is we take a look at, what are the 3 steps that you need to use to strengthen your data protection, right? You need to have some type of software that allows you to detect these attacks, to make sure that you're finding out the exact time when something happens, what kind of attack is happening, so that you know when to be able to roll back to. You need to configure your backup system in order to effectively protect it, to make sure that doesn't get encrypted. The most important piece is you need a technology that actually allows you to recover from these attacks. It allows you to recover from these attacks in a very timely manner. That's just important as well. So let's take a look at that. When we talk about recovery, we've had the same approach for the last 30 years. We've had iterative improvements within backup technology, but nevertheless, it's still taking a copy of data and being able to recover that copy of data. And this is really what the foundation of the 3-2-1 rule is. If you think about it, we're all familiar with this. The backup world, you have to take 3 different copies of your data, have it on 2 different media, and then have it on one offsite location. This has been the general rule, but in today's era, where snapshots are vulnerable, where tape isn't always the best option, we kind of have to rethink the 3-2-1 rule, not only just the rule and the best practice itself, but also the technology that you're using within backup, right? And the reason I bring that up is to give you an example of a current Zerto customer who, before Zerto, experienced a ransomware attack. And they had a traditional, backup tape and disk strategy. And because of the nature of periodic backup, they suffered an immediate 12 hours of data loss. And it took them about 2 weeks to really be able to recover that data and get back up and running. And that was a really critical aspect. Such a lengthy RTO really damaged the business. But why is that? Why is it that backup tape and disk introduces so much data loss and introduces such a lengthy RTO? Well, we have to take a look at the way it works, right? A traditional recovery process, you have your production systems and you have your backup infrastructure that is copying that data at the production system. Whether you're using a backup appliance or agents, it still requires something there. And then you're also moving to offsite storage, whether that's tape, a disk, or moving to cost-effective storage in the cloud as well. But if you just think about what are the challenges here, because of the production impact that a lot of these VM snapshots technologies place, you're really only getting daily backups. Sometimes you might get a backup, every 12 hours, but you're still introducing a lot of data loss. But you're also requiring dedicated hardware, whether that's dedicated appliance for backup purposes or the storage to run this backup and host those repositories as well. You also realize that sometimes ransomware isn't always just a backup scenario. You have to think about it from a site level. What if entire applications are encrypted, entire sites are encrypted? That's a disaster recovery scenario. And backup technologies is not equipped to be able to keep an organization up and running the way that we need it today. And then you have the issue of application consistency, which we'll cover in a bit. And ultimately, I think we're all familiar, what are the pitfalls? Sometimes it's useful, but there are a lot of organizations that could benefit from moving away from lost and damaged tapes. So the first challenge is an RPO challenge when we talk about snapshots, VM snapshots. We know the production impact they have. We know that most organizations, because of their capacity, can only really run nightly or daily backup jobs. So let's say that something happens and you're hit by ransomware or with ransomware at 5 p.m., miraculously, or your software works and you're able to detect it. Even if you're able to restore, even if you're able to get back up and running and recover, you're still losing an inherent day's worth of data. That's if your solution works perfectly. You're still losing data. Now that's RPO, but what about RTO? Well, if you think about the nature of your enterprise applications, they're made up of multiple VMs. So when you have a periodic backup that uses an incremental VM snapshot approach, you have multiple VMs that belong to this one application being snapshotted at completely different checkpoints. So when you have to recover, you have to do find the common denominator checkpoint and do a lot of math there to try to figure out when and how to recover. This takes a lot of time. This is really what is a major pain point for organizations. It's how long it takes them to get that data back, right? So those are two key initial technological challenges that periodic backup introduces. So that brings us kind of to the point of what we want to talk about today, which is a new way to recover. I don't want you to think from the perspective or the siloed perspective of just here's your backup technology, here's your DR. I want you to simply think about recovery itself. And with that, we need to take a look at how Zerto is different in the way that it treats your data. So from snapshots to replication. Zerto doesn't use snapshots. What Zerto does is it replicates. It replicates data using block level replication. So you're having changes written and observed every 5 seconds. This replication happens at the hypervisor level. It's software only, doesn't require snapshots, aging, agents, or any scheduling. And there's zero production impact. You have the ability to replicate locally, meaning at the production level, you can replicate, have your journal available, and you can restore files, folders, VMs, and applications locally. But while you're replicating locally, you're simultaneously replicating to a target site, whether that target site is on premises or in the public cloud or even a service provider. You're replicating the same data. You have 2 warm sites available for you to recover from. After that, you're also copying data into long-term retention, more cost-effective storage, whether it's a purpose-built backup appliance or a cost-effective storage in the cloud. You have the ability to perform all of this at the same time. So instead of relying on daily backups, you are relying on thousands of checkpoints that you can pick up from in a day. So I just told you something kind of insane, right? You have thousands of checkpoints to pick from. What kind of mechanism allows you to roll back in the sense when you find out that there's a specific encryption event at this checkpoint? What happens? Well, with Zerto, let me make sure I'm in the right spot. Okay. With Zerto, our replication simply allows you to get rid of that, right? We're going to show you how the journal works, but here's a quick comparison of how you compare with snapshots versus replications, what that means from an RPO perspective, but what it also means from an RTO perspective. And as I just alluded, right, you have thousands of recovery checkpoints. How do you roll back? Well, that's where the Zerto journaling technology comes in. This journal allows you to consistently put your applications at checkpoints. Every 5 seconds is a replica of this data that you have available. And all you need to do when you figure out that you need to recover, you figure out what checkpoint you're able to and need to recover, simply select it. This allows you to restore a file, a folder, recover a VM, an application, or even an entire site. This applies to, what you would consider traditional operational backup scenarios around deletions, corruptions, but also around DR scenarios, which would be more like a very large-scale ransomware attack, outages. And then we get into an important piece, which is around, we talked about RPO, but what about RTO? It's about consistency. With Zerto, you have the ability to create what we call virtual protection groups. These virtual protection groups allow you to designate all of the VMs that belong to this specific application, and then you can start replicating them consistently, which also means that you can recover them consistently. So you have an application that's encrypted, you know when it was encrypted, you can just roll back 5 seconds, select that application, and restore it without any type of impact to production. This is done in a simple, scalable way with right order fidelity and consistency. So, when you think about that, it's important to understand that with Zerto, you have an ability to have multiple recoveries. You can perform one-to-many replication. So instead of just relying on the 3-2-1 rule that's backup only, you incorporate replication technologies. You incorporate warm sites that give you better RPO, that give you better RTO, and you still have the copies of data that will be available to you. It's important to think about this just from a recovery perspective. Stop isolating DR, stop isolating backup. It's one experience where you have to look at every single scenario. Did a file get encrypted? Is it an application? Is it an entire site? It doesn't matter with Zerto. You just select the area where it makes the most sense to recover from, select the checkpoint, and then simply and consistently recover that application. And here's a quick example from Tenkata, a customer of ours. After they became a customer, they experienced a second ransomware attack. The difference is with this is that they had continuous data protection instead of backup tape and disk. The same type of attack happened. They only experienced 10 seconds of data loss. And this recovery, it was a click of a few buttons. So they were able to designate the point in time in which they wanted to recover, and it quickly happened. That's the difference in experience of relying on periodic backup versus a continuous data protection approach. But that's where Zerto comes in. It's not just about ransomware, right? Building a resilience around your data is more than just ransomware. It's about being ready for any scenario, whether it's a disaster recovery scenario, like infrastructure failures, natural disasters, power outages, or more operational backup scenarios, right? User errors, deletions, corruptions, even ransomware. But also compliance, being able to archive data, to keep it there and then restore it when you need to. And then more of your planned experience as well, right? I need to move my backups to the cloud, move my DR to the cloud. I need to migrate. I need to consolidate data centers. With Zerto, you have one single software platform that is simple and that has all of these use cases within one experience. And that's what I really want to highlight. It's not separate purchases. It's one simple software installation, configuration, and experience to protect, to recover, and to manage all of your data. That's what the Zerto platform is all about, giving you the ability to select whatever infrastructure works for you, but making sure that that data, wherever it lives, is being replicated, it's being secured, and it's done so in a way that you can unlock RPOs of seconds and RTOs of minutes. Now, I brought out a lot here, and so what I want to do is provide you with a few resources that allow you to kind of experience Zerto firsthand. The first thing is that's included in your package today is the Cyber Attack Kit. This is a survival guide that has a lot of ransomware insights, a lot of information, thought leadership-oriented information around how to best prepare, how to build a cyber resilience organization, and then how to select a recovery method that works for you. But I also, urge people that sometimes the best thing to do is just try it out for yourself. We have a ransomware lab that you can deploy without any infrastructure. Go through an encryption scenario and see how easy and simple it is to simply recover. We've also made a lot of statements around converging DR and backup, so it's important to know what is that going to cost me from a resource perspective. That's why I've also included our TCO calculator, and you can see the link there. Let me just go back to that. One other thing I wanted to mention was I always urge for people to look at reviews of the vendors that are presenting to them. So if you want to go to G2 or even Gartner Peer Insights, take a look at that, hear from your peers, and see how simple and scalable Zerto is. With that, I want to thank you for your time and move on to questions.
Absolutely. Always a great presentation, Andy. We do have some questions for you. And while we do that, we're just going to bring up our poll question for everyone out there. I want to call your attention to that says, what additional information would you like about Zerto? And let's see, a lot of good questions coming in, Andy. First one I saw here, they're asking about when it comes to replication, how do you know what type of network pipe you need is a question from Kale.
Yeah, so Kale, what we do is it depends on every type of organization, what kind of infrastructure they're running. But we have the installation and configuration guide that will run you through exactly what that is. I can actually send that over your way, and I'll get your information and provide a little bit more insight into that.
Okay, excellent. And then a question from Chris here. He's asking, would Zerto complement my current backup solution, or would it replace it?
If you just want to use Zerto for DR, it could complement. What we're seeing, though, is that our customers start with that originally, because that's where Zerto was 10 years ago. And then they just start using Zerto more and more for all type of restore and recovery scenarios. So you can have it complement, but when you experience Zerto's simplicity and the fact that it's all within one experience and you're getting replication, RPO, and RTOs for backup, we see that it's most likely that organizations just use Zerto for both DR and backup.
Got it. Okay, excellent. Thanks for clarifying that. Let's see, another question here. They're asking, what hypervisors does Zerto support?
Yeah, absolutely. So we support vSphere and Hyper-V.
Nice. And is the platform only for VMs is the follow-up question here.
So the Zerto platform that we're speaking about today was from a VM perspective. We have the Zerto for Kubernetes option as well, and that is for all containerized applications. We also have Zerto for SaaS. So think Google Workspace, Microsoft 365 as well. So we're supporting, cloud native and next gen workloads as well.
Very nice. And then let's see, James is asking, are analytics included with this, and what kind of analytics are available?
Yeah, absolutely. So Zerto Analytics is actually a SaaS delivered. So you can access it from any browser, from your phone, tablet. And what it does is it gives you full insights that you would expect, right, from a data protection organization. And it's completely included. It's not a separate SKU, not a separate installation. It's something that is completely included and accessible for everyone in the organization.
Very nice. And then what about licensing? There's a couple questions about the licensing model.
Yeah, so on the virtual machine side, it's just licensed per VM. And on the Kubernetes side, it's licensed per cluster. There's some interesting insights there. And then on the SaaS side, it's per user.
Excellent. And then next question they're asking, is Zerto an appliance? And if not, does it require agents?
No, so Zerto is just simple software install. It's a very low overhead Windows install that doesn't require an appliance to be used or run. It just sits on your infrastructure and runs effectively.
All right. Let's see. Another question here. They're asking about just the protection of the Zerto, I guess, backups themselves or replications. What best practices do you have for protecting what Zerto is replicating or protecting?
Yeah, we have best practices documentation on how to harden Zerto, specifically the Zerto Virtual Manager, and how to handle the networking, how to handle the infrastructure, credentials, authentication. We'll run you through all of that, especially try to equip, or not try to, but equip our end users with the confidence knowing that Zerto will not be encrypted.
Excellent. All right, and so I know you mentioned the best way to get started. You said there's a lab environment that folks can use to try out Zerto for themselves?
Yes, absolutely. The lab, you just sign up. You don't need additional infrastructure. You can simply run it, and it's on our site, zerto.com/labs. That's my favorite thing to recommend people. You can read marketing, you can read technical documentation, but to see the restore experience for yourself is the most valuable thing.
Absolutely. I agree. Yeah, that sounds like a great opportunity for anyone interested in this. Andy, it's been great having you on. I'm afraid we ran out of time here in our live Q&A. There's some more electronic questions you might be able to respond to, but thank you so much for being on the event.
Thank you. Have a great day.
For more information on Zerto, check out zerto.com. Andy talked about the lab environment that you can access for free. There's also a link there in your handouts tab to the Zerto Cyber Attack Survival Guide. You can download that as well. It looks like an excellent resource for you to learn more about how Zerto can better protect your company and recover from ransomware if you are impacted. So make sure you check those resources out. And so I'll leave up the poll question now while I announce our next set of prize winners. We've got another Amazon $500 gift card. This is going out to Megan Reinfield from Indiana. Congratulations. And then our next grand prize, this is going to Andy Small from Missouri for another iPad M1 Pro. Don't forget, we've got another grand prize and 2 more gift cards still to give out on the Megacast today, as well as some more fantastic presentations.
And now I'm excited to introduce you to our next presenter. Welcome Gaurav Rishi, Vice President of Product at Kasten. Gaurav, take it away.
Hello, and thank you for joining us. My name is Gaurav Rishi. I am the VP of Product at Kasten by Beam. And now, as a part of Beam, Kasten is super happy to talk to you about Kubernetes ransomware protection. In fact, with version 4.0 of Kasten K10 recently announced, we believe we are the first ones in the industry to go ahead and give you a solution like this. So let's go right under the hood to figure out what we are doing and why we are doing it. I don't think I need to tell this audience about how important ransomware protection is. Hardly a day goes by when you don't hear of a meat processing plant getting hacked and held to ransom, or your oil fuel lines getting disrupted. And so you've had ransomware on a growing vector, which is affecting a lot of the traditional applications. But along with it, as Kubernetes applications increase, both in the number of applications that you see deployed across the world, as well as the magnitude of those applications. So the number of Kubernetes applications that we see across multiple clusters, the number of worker nodes are all on a tear, and they're all increasing. And what that results in is a lot of malicious attacks now going after these Kubernetes applications, which includes ransomware attacks. So we need to make sure that we have a solution that works not only for traditional solutions or traditional applications, but also cloud-native applications that run in Kubernetes environments. So the next question which comes up is really, why is it different to go ahead and have a Kubernetes ransomware protection solution? And the answer to that is several points, but I'll touch on a few. As you probably know, the deployment patterns in a traditional application, let's say a hypervisor-based application, is going ahead and backing up your particular hypervisor. That's a self-contained environment where you have your application, your operating system, your config files. But when you talk about a cloud-native application, that itself is made up of multiple microservices. And those microservices are scheduled on different nodes, which may or may not be running hypervisors. And to add to the complexity, those particular microservices are constantly getting rescheduled between different worker nodes. So your unit of atomicity in terms of what you need to back up changes from a hypervisor to an actual cloud-native application and all of the underlying constructs that go with it. The second point I'll touch on is the scale change as a result of it. So once you make your unit of atomicity of what you need to back up, the application not only includes the microservices, like I said, but also all of the Kubernetes objects that go alongside that contain the networking, compute, storage information, whether it's your config maps or your secrets. And so that results in a massive difference in terms of the number of objects that you need to go ahead and protect. And so when you think of a protection solution in this environment for Kubernetes, you need to work in a brand new environment, which has a different ecosystem at a scale that you've never seen before, and in a dynamic environment where it's not just the rescheduling point that I talked about, but also in a DevOps working environment. So it's not just a technology shift, it's also an operations shift where people expect self-service portals and they want to move very quickly in terms of being able to figure out what should be the right protection policies, and then also not get bottlenecked in terms of going and opening support tickets when time comes to recover from these applications. So those are some of the points which lead me to point out why Kubernetes ransomware protection solutions are different from what you might have seen in traditional environments. The next question which comes up is, well, what makes Kubernetes applications vulnerable to ransomware? And now there are multiple reasons out here. It starts with making sure that when you run your applications or create your applications in terms of the code, you might be using lots of open source libraries. So it's always good hygiene to make sure that you have scanning tools, etc. However, even let's say you have an application that you do trust, Kubernetes is a young ecosystem. And what we see is a lot of times there is incorrect or over permissions that are set up for a particular application. And this could happen at installation time, and that might be exploited at runtime, either maliciously or accidentally, which leads to a negative effect on the clusters. In the context of ransomware, we do see people exploiting this attack surface to go ahead and get control of your entire cluster or the entire application, and then having malicious attacks on that. The second point is, in this dynamic environment, Kubernetes itself comes up with a new release every quarter. So it's extremely important to make sure that you stay up to date with these releases. But it's not just a quarterly granularity. In addition to the Kubernetes versions getting upgraded, there are sometimes critical vulnerabilities or CVEs. And these exploits have patches that many of the good vendors go ahead and make sure that they give in a very short period of time. I know Cast and K10, we reach out to our customers, we publish blogs to make sure that people know about it and can patch the systems. So the onus is both on the vendors who are creating these applications to make sure that they're setting out these CVEs and informing folks, as well as on the enterprise side, the onus is to make sure that you're going ahead and updating a system. And if you don't, that leads you to some vulnerabilities. And then third, it always surprises me that even with all of this known, backup turns out to be a last line of defense, but many applications are not protected by a backup policy. In fact, many enterprises don't have a Kubernetes backup and recovery solution in place. So as these ransomware attacks become more sophisticated, not only are they going ahead and destroying the clusters and the applications there, they're also going out and destroying, at times, the target solutions or the target storage if you have not gone ahead and kept a Kubernetes backup and recovery solution in place. So first of all, make sure you have your best practices in place, have a backup and recovery solution that is meant for this Kubernetes environment, and that will get us at least a little better in terms of where we are today as an industry. Now, let's talk about when we went out to our customers and asked them that, given the increase in terms of your Kubernetes applications and the fact that we need to go ahead and make sure we have a backup and recovery solution, what are the key requirements that we need to have from a solution like that? And the first one turns out to be backup integrity. Like I pointed out, backup is your last line of defense. And so it's extremely important to make sure that your backed up data, in which case it's the entire application, is something that you can rely on and recover from, and it's not touched, whether it's because of malicious attacks or whether it's because of an accidental deletion. So that is point number one. Second, when it comes to ransomware attacks, usually the cost of what your ransom is goes up as time goes on. And so it's extremely important to go ahead and have short recovery times so that you can also work in an environment which is high pressure. Typically, when you have a ransomware attack, your operations team needs to be able to work at scale across multiple clusters in all of these hybrid environments that span cloud and multiple on-premises locations in a varied infrastructure from vendors providing you storage and Kubernetes distributions and data services. So these are complex cloud-native applications, but your operations need to be extremely simple when time comes for you to back up, as well as easily recover in case you're under attack or you've been held to ransom. And then finally, all the customers came back and said they want the solution to be cost-effective. You cannot just go ahead and have something where you're tied to a certain vendor, whether it's a cloud provider or whether it's one of the infrastructure vendors, which states that you are going to have a ransomware protection solution, but only if you use our products. That doesn't really get the ransom out of the ransomware. And so with these 4 key requirements in place, what we as Cast by Veeam have done, especially with Cast and K10 version 4.0, is introduced, like I said, the industry's first ransomware protection solution for Kubernetes. And the unique approach that we have taken is, first of all, we support immutability. This addresses the point I had made earlier to make sure that you can rely on your backup target storage locations to contain the information that you are actually stored in them. So with integrations that go along with S3 from Amazon, we have been able to go ahead and keep worm support, which is write once, read many. You can set a flag which says that you want to enable immutability, and then you can also go ahead and set a retention period in your policies, which says how long does your application need to stay protected. And even if somebody takes administrative control of your application or of the bucket, they will not be able to go ahead and overwrite on that. So this makes sure that you have a recovery time during which you know that your application data is going to be completely safe. Now, I pointed out that you need to have short recovery times because ransomware costs go up. And that's where Cast K10 is unique in terms of being able to set up policies that can be then tied to applications. What these policies allow you to do is set up backup frequencies where they should be stored, maybe in this immutable S3 target store as an example. We, of course, support other object stores, whether it's a MinIO on premises, as well as others. And then we can also make these policies forward-looking. And what I mean by that is, as soon as an application is introduced into a cluster, Cast and K10 policies can automatically discover an application has been added, figure out what the dependency map of that application is in terms of what the persistent volume claims, Kubernetes objects that are associated with it are, and when it backs up all of them on an ongoing basis. In addition to that, you can also have blueprints and policies for going ahead and recovering. And so that makes your job extremely easy because you're relying on automation when you're working in a high pressure environment of being able to respond to an attack or recover from an attack. Hence, simplicity not only in terms of going ahead and making sure that you have an application like Cast and K10 that can set up in less than 10 minutes and start protecting your applications, but can work at scale across multiple locations and clusters is extremely important. And then finally, from the perspective of keeping the ransom out of ransomware, where we are not tying you to a particular vendor, is at the heart of the design. Cast and K10 works across various types of vendors, whether it's a variety of storage vendors, and we have deep integrations into most of them, whether it's direct or through CSI interfaces. But in addition to that, we also have integrations into Kubernetes distributions, whether it's public cloud providers or whether it's on-premises where you have people like Red Hat OpenShift, as well as on the public cloud side, you might have Amazon EKS or Azure AKS. We also have gone ahead and, as a part of Cast and K10, made sure we have the next generation data engine under the covers, which gives you additional level of efficiency and security in terms of making sure that we take the minimal amount of footprint. And if you go back to the original slide when I was talking about over permissions, we ourselves run in restricted permissions as Cast and K10. So you make sure that Cast and K10 can operate only on things that you have actually given explicit permission for it to work on. It runs in the same cluster as where your applications are running, and the data stays with you or wherever you want it to be backed up to if you decide to go ahead and have applications like DR and move it to an offsite, which is a good location. So with these 4 points, I do want to stress that Cast and K10 provides you an easy way to go ahead and get you up and protected in a Kubernetes environment from a ransomware protection perspective. And how easy is it? It's a 2-step process. Once you've got Cast and K10, when you're going ahead and set up your target store, in this particular case, an object store, you just need to go ahead and enable immutability that you see listed out here. In addition to that, you need to set a protection period. In this case, it's listed as 8 days. We add a minimum of 21 days out here. And this makes sure that you go ahead and actually have nobody being able to touch your application during this time, and that provides for easy security. Now, with the few minutes that we have, let's look at a quick demo to demonstrate how we can go ahead and enable ransomware protection for Kubernetes using Cast and K10. So for this demo, let's assume that you have a Kubernetes cluster and your application is running on that cluster. The application data is on MySQL Server, and of course that's connected through a persistent volume plane. And let's also assume that you're going ahead and setting up a policy that can back up your application frequently. And in addition to that, you're exporting the backed up data to an external storage system, in this case, an S3. And remember, I had said we will, in this case, enable the object locking so that you do have permanence to the data with immutability. So let's switch over now to the Cast and K10 dashboard to see how we can get this done. So this is a Cast and K10 dashboard. And as you can see, we have my production application out here. And if I look under the covers, there's about 1 gigabit of data. Under the covers, when I click on my production app, there is SQL Server which is running. When I look at SQL Server, there's a table that we have created, and that actually has some data just to demonstrate that this is before the attack. We can go ahead and see that there is information, and let's assume this is critical information that we need to make sure is recoverable. And now the second thing we go ahead and make sure we do is create a policy. And we need to go ahead and let's call this a lock policy. This is for my production application, and it's getting snapshotted every hour. And you are also exporting that hourly snapshot to an external storage. And that external storage here, in this case, is AWS S3. And when I go look at that AWS S3, you can see that object locking is enabled. And the protection period in this particular case for this demonstration is set to 30 days, which means that it's immutable, whatever is being backed up, and as it gets refreshed for 30 days after that point. Now, let's assume you've got that application, your My Production app, with the profile, set up so you're automatically going ahead and have that object locking enabled in that S3 profile, and you're going and backing up your application and exporting it. Now, let's assume you are under attack. Attacker has gone ahead and compromised your Kubernetes cluster as well as your S3 credentials. So not only do they go ahead and encrypt your data, they also go and delete all the restore points on S3, which is what you were using as your target storage when you exported the data. And what we'll go ahead and show is that when we detect that that attack has taken place, if we had not gone ahead and done object locking, we would not be able to recover. But in this particular case, because we had set up cast and K10 profiles and the policies to use that, we can actually go ahead and restore that particular bucket content and get that SQL Server back on. So I switch back to my SQL workbench, and I can see that the data actually has been encrypted. So the ransomware attacker has been successful, and they've gone ahead and encrypted all the contents that I showed you that we had created in there. However, now also when I go to the S3 console, you can see that we don't see any objects listed out there because they had also gotten ahead and known the AWS credentials and been malicious to delete that. However, when I go and list versions on the S3 side, you can see under the cast and K10 directory folder, you actually will have the contents available because we had set the immutability flag. So going back to my dashboard, I could just go choose my production application, click on restore application, and you can see that the exported restore points are actually available. And all I need to do is press restore to start the process. And you can track the process here on the particular dashboard. So we go and rehydrate the entire application and the underlying content accordingly. Now, in the interest of time, I'll fast forward the time to show you that the restore application has successfully completed. Took a little more than 3 minutes. And now let's go back to my SQL workbench and see if the data actually has been restored. If you remember, it had been previously encrypted because the ransomware attacker had successfully gone ahead and encrypted it. But here is the data, and that just demonstrates that we can actually go ahead and successfully get back and recover very quickly, both from an S3 credential loss as well as on somebody taking over your credentials on the Kubernetes cluster side. So with that said, I hope you can see that Cast and K10 can completely protect your entire application. And to get started yourself, it just takes less than 5 minutes. All you need to do is go to the link below, or you can scan the QR code, and that gets you a Cast and K10, which is completely fully featured and lets you run 10 Kubernetes worker nodes for free. So I hope this was useful and look forward to any questions that you might have.
All right, excellent presentation. Gaurav, you ready for some Q&A? Well, while we bring Gaurav on the line here, I do want to point out that I brought up a poll question for everyone out there in the audience that says, do you have Kubernetes in production today with a data protection project? Gaurav, are you there?
I am here.
Excellent. Great to have you. I really enjoyed the demo there. That was cool to see Cast in action. I hadn't seen it myself before, so that was great to see. Thank you for sharing that.
All right. No, thank you. Glad to be able to quickly show it. I know it was a bird's eye view, but I do encourage people to try it out themselves too.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's cool that you provided a link there for folks to go do that. We've got some questions for you. And while we do that, I've just brought up the poll question that says, do you have Kubernetes in production today with a data protection project? And we'll leave that up there while we take a couple of your questions, and then we move on to our next poll. So let's see, first question, they're asking, does Kasten provide service for NoSQL or protection for NoSQL Server as well?
So the short answer is yes. So the way Kasten works is it works for a variety of SQL as well as NoSQL data services that can be protected. And in fact, it can be extended using what we call blueprints. So if you have some custom requirements in terms of pre-hooks or post-hooks, we also support that. And there are common sort of data services that we see in the deployed in the cloud native world today whether it's a Mongo or a NoSQL, etc. We've got blueprints for them already created, and they are freely available on the open source community. You can actually check out canister.io, and you can see some of these blueprints out there. So we do support data services, backup, and also we support, obviously, backup at the storage level.
Very nice. Very nice. Let's see another question from Guy who's asking, does Kasten work with a managed solution like Azure Kubernetes Service or GCP?
Yeah, so I think the short answer again there is yes, Guy. The Kasten K10 is qualified. In fact, we have nightly builds and automated tests which go and qualify it with a variety of managed Kubernetes distributions. This is, your hyperscalers, so definitely GCP, GKE on Google, AKS on Azure, definitely EKS on Amazon, and then also Red Hat OpenShift and the variants there of things like ARO, which is Azure Red Hat OpenShift, in addition to obviously a variety of Kubernetes distributions that we have deeply integrated on the on-premises side also primarily. So HPE Ezmeral as an example of that, in addition to upstream Kubernetes. So a wide variety of choice there.
Very nice. Very nice. And then let's see, next question. They want to know, what's the relationship between Kasten K10 and Veeam? Is it an add-on product for Veeam? Are these two separate products? How does that work?
Okay, good question. So Kasten K10 is an independent product. In fact, Kasten K10, Kasten by itself, just as a quick company brief, is an independent business unit inside Veeam. We are definitely an integral part of Veeam as a company. However, Kasten K10, which is the core product, can be run independently. It does not require Veeam. But we have announced, and some of you might have attended the VeeamON conference a few weeks ago, where we've also talked about how if you have, for example, VBR, the Veeam Backup and Replication solution, you can use Kasten K10 to write into that. So independent, but if you do want to go ahead and store your content into VBR, that is an option that's coming out also.
Very nice. That's cool. Exciting new functionality or integration there coming soon. So I've just brought up a poll question for everyone out there. Again, this says, what additional information would you like about the Kasten solution? And we appreciate your response to that while we take your questions. Next question here, Bing is asking, what is the retention policy of the backups, that Kasten would take of the Kubernetes infrastructure? And I assume you can configure that?
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. I know I flew past the demo on that. In fact, one of the screens actually showed that you can go ahead and have a configurable policy of, how the snapshot should be taken, how long they should be, retained in terms of number of days. And then, in fact, you can also set up a separate retention policy even for the exported snapshots, which make them more resilient, and we call those backups, right? So you can independently set that also. So both configurable, and they come with some default values, which we look at best practices.
Very nice. Bradford is asking, does Kasten K10 support air gapping for private networks or sites?
Yeah, no, Bradford, that's a good question. Actually, a very sort of common requirement. We definitely see lots of enterprises using that in Kasten K10. So yes, we do support air-gapped installs. So you don't need to have, quote unquote, internet connection to get K10 up and running or to operate it. And, extremely important and topical given the conversation we're having around ransomware anyway. So yes to answer your question.
Absolutely. And then here's a good question. They're asking, where do you recommend we go for more about Kubernetes ransomware recovery and the K10 solution?
So I see from your previous poll, there are a lot of people who seem to be experimenting with Kubernetes and not in production today. So first of all, I think for learning about Kubernetes, if you go to the handout section, we do have a guide around getting started with Kubernetes. I think that's a good resource to start off with. Personally, when I started with Kubernetes, I did go to, FIPI, the CNCF website has FIPI related resources, which is an easy to read kids sort of cartoon type thing. So go to fipi.io, I believe.
and that's a good way to get started also as your nighttime reading. As far as the ransomware solutions are concerned, good way to go is the caston.io/resources. I will also try and see if I can paste a specific link which talks about some of the technical details and more detailed demos that people can look at and share. Maybe we can also distribute that after the fact.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I'm afraid that's all the time we have in our live Q&A session here. There's some more technical questions I've posted for you in the queue electronically. But Gaurav, great presentation. Thank you so much for being on the event today.
Thank you. Pleasure. All right. Have a nice day.
You too. For more information on Caston, they have provided the Kubernetes Backup and Recovery for Dummies full ebook. It's available for download there in your Handouts tab. So make sure that you download that resource before you go. And of course, visit caston.io for more information. All right, I'll leave up the poll question for everyone to respond to while I announce our next prize winner. We've got another Amazon $500 gift card, this one going to Timothy Hoffman of Pennsylvania. That's our 10th gift card we're giving out on the event so far today. Stay tuned, we've got another gift card and our final grand prize for another iPad M1 Pro. All right, thank you to everyone who responded to the poll. It's time now to move on to our next presentation. I'm excited now to introduce Subhaya Sundaram, Vice President of Products at Haiku. Subhaya, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Thank you very much for inviting us to the session.
Absolutely. Great to have you. Take it away.
Thank you very much. For folks, again, this is probably your last session for the day, and I'm sure you've been here for a long time. The thing which what I want to do just to introduce quickly about what we do and how we can help you. I don't want to repeat, I'm sure, many things what you have heard from a lot of our other great presenters all through the day. I want to see how I can make it simple. So when you go back to your boss or your management and how you can actually tell them what you got out of this thing and how you can help the organization prevent ransomware, or how do you handle ransomware when it attacks you. That's what we're trying to do. I'm going to be actually doing most of the talking today, but I also have a colleague here, Shiva, who's part of it. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to post it on the Q&A, and happy to answer them. The quick thing about Haiku, and you guys heard from a lot of great companies all through the day. One of the things about us is that we are probably a company some of you have heard, but not all of you, because we are a younger company compared to pretty much most of the companies you heard today. We are a company based out of Boston. Even though we are a younger company, I'll tell you the thing about us is that the core thing we do as a company is around data protection. That's in our, as we call it, data protection DNA, because we truly mean it. Because our team, we have the privilege of having worked on at least 8 different data protection products in the industry today in the Gartner's Magic Quadrant, at least 8 of them. So that's the amount of experience our team actually has. Why do I even say that? Till you do something, you don't know what the good and bad about it. And our team has experienced the good, bad, and ugly from the data protection space. So when we built our next generation solution, what it allowed us to do is to make sure the solution is compelling, easy to use, and does not have some of the problems people have actually had in the past. That's something there. The other thing which I call out for people is that if you look at compared to many other players in the industry, you've been here a long time, we are a younger player compared to them. There's a positive and negative for each one of them. We are younger than many other people, but the advantage for us that because we started later in the game, we are able to build for the cloud, build it cloud native, build it every platform, do it differently than many other people. So in some sense, we don't have some of the legacy baggage because a lot of the traditional solutions, I wouldn't want to call them other people, but a lot of traditional solutions were built originally for on-prem, and they decided to port it to the cloud. Porting is good, but as you know, it doesn't always take advantage of what's built in the platform. That's one of the things which we have the fortune of working, building the best solution for every cloud platform we take. And that's why our solution is multi-cloud and our focus is multi-cloud. Because some of you probably are wondering, guys, I just have on-prem or I just have on cloud. Why do I care about multi-cloud? If you double click in your infrastructure, then look at it a little closely, On an average, customers have 4 to 5 clouds. That's very like our 4.5 or something with the average, I think. That's the number of clouds customers actually have in their infrastructure. And that's why any solution you look at, you want to make sure it's multi-cloud ready. The last thing, we as a company, many of you in the call today are multi-cloud, are present worldwide. And you want to make sure we are a company, even though we are younger than many people, we have been fortunate enough, our solution has been compelling that we have over 2,500 customers and we have sold in over 75 countries. That's amazing, and it's within a very short time, so many customers have trusted us. Okay, so I'm just going to go through one quick slide. As all of you guys know this is not new. Ransomware is something you guys have, I'm sure, heard all through the day. It is not something which any one vertical is immune to. Pretty much every vertical you name it, you can find a customer, at least one, if not hundreds of thousands of customers who have been impacted in every one of them. You hear all the popular ones like the Colonial Pipeline or a couple of other ones which are very popular and everybody hears about it, but there's a lot more other things which you never hear. They happen, and that people just mask it before it happens. So this is something which happens. So the only thing we tell customers is it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when it's going to happen to you. So something for you to constantly keep thinking about. Also, if you think about it, one of the key things we, as the organizer of this event, clearly point out, from a data protection perspective, our focus is around recovery. Because at some point we said it is going to happen. The question is, what can we do to help our management, right? That's what all of our people who focus on data protections focus is. We are an insurance, right? One thing, there are so many variables in this industry and so many variables in ransomware protection. So one of the constant requests we got from customers is that, hey, how do I make sure am I okay? So what we as a company did, this is different than every other thing you probably heard today. What we as a company did, we said, let's take a step back and help our customers. If you were to measure yourself, tell how prepared you are. What you want to think of is what's your ransomware recovery readiness score is. You probably won't think, I've never heard of that. How's that? Because it is something which has evolved after talking to many customers like you, and that's what we have actually done. Again, it's a simple metric, but it tells you saying where you are and where you need to be, right? It allows you to think of that. That's why it's a very simple thing. Again, it's very similar to, I'm sure you guys have your credit scores and things like that, right? It tells you what's your metric. Very similar here. It's your ransomware recovery readiness score. So we want all of you to constantly keep thinking about and saying, how do you get there? So as soon as I said that, many of you saying, first question to you is, do you know what's your score? People say, I don't even know how to compute it. It's like, sometimes it's a complex thing, but I'll walk you through what it is. There are many factors which go into it. It's similar to, again, you guys are all very familiar with your credit score. There are many factors which go into credit score, right? How you do. Good thing, unlike the credit score, which is complex and they'll not tell you, in our case, we can tell you exactly what is required to make your ransomware readiness, right? The first thing, it's around, if you're interested later on, we can just send us an email and we will actually give you all the details on how to compute and so on. The first thing is that how often you back up. Is it aligned to your business objective? And you also have to recognize some of these ransomware are so smart these days, it doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't encrypt everything overnight. It's over time it does it. So you got to make sure your data is safe and set up in such a way that you can recover from lots of different things. That's why the planning is so important, the number of backups and how often you do. The second thing goes to saying, how do you protect the backups? It's not about having a backup. It's a question of, did you protect your backup? That's an important aspect of it. It's also is the kind of backup you use is protected. The other one is that the accessibility to the system. That sounds straightforward, but I'll tell you, we have had so many customers make simple mistakes. They thought they had done it. They had exported the backup share to a bunch of people. That's not the right thing to do. Small mistakes, but it could be very costly. Things around safety of the backup service itself. You can have the best backup, you can have it or locked and great. But if your backup infrastructure itself is compromised, what's the point, right? So you got to make sure how safe your backup service is itself. It's your backup service, essentially meaning either it's a SaaS offering or on-prem. You got to make sure how secure that is. Then it comes down to networking. At the end of the day, backup software has to move the data from source to target. So something has to move from A to B. You have to have network connectivity. And how you set up the network connectivity plays a significant part in this compromise. And our goal here is to keep your backups safe, right? What do we do? Naturally, as you can imagine, monitoring your backups. It sounds like a simple thing, but you know how many times you have found people making this mistake. And the last thing in this list at the top level is around making sure, can you plan your recovery? But at the end of the day, because you are signing up to your business saying recovery time objective, you talk about recovery time, people talk about it all the time. In most backup software, you ask, can you tell me how the recovery time objective is? They say, try it out and then I'll tell you. That's not good enough for your organization. You got to be able to plan something, because you should be able to confidently tell your boss, can you get it back in case something goes wrong, right? That's something you have to give confidence to your management. Okay, so quickly running into Haiku, you probably have heard so far around the broader thing I talked to you about, how do we help people and what is the measure? The question comes down to saying, what can Haiku do for you as a customer, right? Broadly speaking, you don't know, since some of you don't know about Haiku, we have built a solution called Haiku Protege, which actually offers you multi-cloud data management. This is your backup and recovery, your DR, and your data migration between these clouds. And we support your virtual machines, your applications, your file servers, your containers, everything from a single solution. So you probably are wondering, hey, there are so many solutions. What's different about you guys? One, we are a SaaS offering in the sense that we make it extremely simple for a turn on or off the service. It's that simple, straightforward, right? Number one. Number two, because it's a SaaS, you don't have to upgrade, manage, maintain, all that stuff. So life becomes so much more cleaner. That's something there. The second one, it comes down to, for every one of the cloud you choose, or every one of the platform, on-prem platform, be it VMware or be it Nutanix on-prem infrastructure, we have built something purpose-built. It's like my CEO likes to call it, it's like having a purpose-built engine for your car. You can have imagine you have 6 different engines in your car, one for your street driving, one for your mountain climbing, one for your high-speed racing, things like that, right? That because there are different purposes and you have to have different infrastructure. Same thing with Haiku. For each of the clouds, we have built something purpose-built. But the good thing is, from your perspective, you don't have to worry about how it's built, right? Because as a team managing it, you don't care how it's built. You care about how simple it is to use, how easy it is to operate your infrastructure, and are you safe and secure. That's what you care about. So we do provide application-aware, backup and recovery, migration, and DR cross-cloud. That is something we do. Our biggest things are, which I tell people, is the simplicity, which we offer. So it saves you time, money, and resources. That's the first part. The second thing is it's all around applications. There are many software you probably heard today. There are lots of things people talk about, VMs and that and this, people, jobs and retention is what people a lot of times talk about. Your management doesn't care about jobs and backup resources. All they care about is, did you back up my applications? That's one of the reasons in Haiku, we have made sure all of our backup infrastructure management is all around applications. That's what we actually focus on. That's the second thing. And the third thing is that we talked about every cloud has its own, it's similar to Engine, every cloud has its own backup service, and we integrate it together. Why do we do that? Because you chose a different cloud. Your organization chose different clouds because you find value in each one of them. And we have to make sure we get the best out of it. You don't want the peanut butter approach of trying to do okay in each one of them. That's not good enough for your organization. Especially in a SaaS world, you should demand from all your vendors the best for each one of the clouds. That is something, because you are paying for the cloud, you want to get the best out of it. And that's something we do. Yeah? And as you can imagine, we do support all the breadth of applications you can imagine, which people ask for. And all of this is self-service ready and so on. So I wish I had more time to actually even do a demo for you, but let me just start there. I would love to actually get an opportunity to talk to a lot of you in person and talk about that. So that's a quick thing about a company. So you're probably wondering, Subhaya, that's all great. Tell me, how are you helping ransomware, right? How are you helping me get my ransomware readiness, right? That's what are you saying? What's your ransomware readiness? That's your recovery readiness. That's what you care about, right? Ransomware recovery readiness. That's what's the score? How do you get your score up is what you're looking at. First thing is around backup. It's a simple thing around backup principles, right? I'm not trying to, this is obvious to many of you, but I'll tell you how often people say, 30 days is good enough. 30-day backup is good. But did you know that some of the ransomware do actually slowly encrypt the data over 90 days? So the question you got to think of is that, do I have it protected? That's number one. Number two, you probably say, oh, it's great, I have this one infrastructure, it's all protected. But you know what? There are times people think they are protected, but accidentally one person made one configuration change, they didn't realize it opened a port, access a vulnerability there. You got to make sure you have multiple copies. And how do you leverage some of the functionality in the different things? So there are a bunch of things we got to do. Some simple best practice, but we can help you with that. We can help you. That's one of the things we do. Second thing is that when you have copies, you got to make sure there are bad actors from two different things. It could be ransomware, could be a bad actor. Sometimes internal people get upset too. We are humans, and people do sometimes get into bad things. So you got to say, how do you protect yourself from that? That's something, the second one. The third thing, again, it's very similar to that. You have, one is from a protection perspective. One is to saying I have read-only data, air gapping, things like that. A lot of them at the end of the day still depend on security. You got to make sure you set up the right security. It has to have the right isolation from a security perspective too. That's there. And the other one is that, do you actually have the right multi-tenancy? If you think about a lot of the traditional solutions, which have been here 10, 20, 30 years, they were built in the day where they did not think of multi-tenancy. They think in terms of individual systems and infrastructure. That's how they managed. Later on, they added multi-tenancy. When you add later on, many cases it becomes a bolt-on, not built-in. Sounds simple, but it's an important thing. Again, it's a bolt-on, not a built-in. Whereas in Haiku, it's built-in within the native infrastructure. What is you probably want to, so what does it matter to buy it? Just tell me the reason. The reason is that if it's integrated, imagine that the ability to crack open is much more harder. Whereas if it's a bolt-on, there is always a layer in the middle, and it's easy to penetrate. That's something people run into. The fourth thing I'll probably tell you is around, we talked about earlier, what's the infrastructure, what is the service or the infrastructure you're using to do the data protection? You can have the best backup, but if the infrastructure is gone, you lose the whole thing, right? You want to make sure your infrastructure is up and running and safe for you to actually do it. And that's where a good black box style infrastructure, either black box style deployment on-prem or a complete managed service, which is completely black box isolated from your production infrastructure, that gives you the security. Because as we said earlier, it's not a question of when ransomware. When it happens, is a will it ransomware hit? When it hits you, are you ready for recovery? That's what you are looking for, right? The fifth thing, which comes down to, is that network segmentation. I mean, like as we said earlier, this is something in backup world, it's so simple, but unless you follow some best practice, unless you set it up properly, small mistakes are the ones which cost the most. So that's something you want to make sure it's clear and set it up in such a way. There's so many different ways to do it. We can assist you with that, but that is something we strongly encourage customers to do. Again, these are probably a good recap of a lot of what you learned today, but the good thing is that we built and bake it into the solution itself, and that's what we're doing here. The last two things I'll mention. One is around, we talked about monitoring. This is not unusual. It's something we have to do on a constant basis. There are a lot of things we can do. In addition to monitoring your broader infrastructure, you should also make sure to look for your data change rate, things like that. These are simple practices, but that's something, how do we do it? And the last, but not the least, the most important thing I'll tell you is recovery performance. There are multiple things here. One is how long it's going to take when something hits it. As we were talking to lots of customers yesterday, and one of the things which one of our board members, he is an expert in cybersecurity. One of the things he always says is that every customer, if there's one thing you take away from this entire session, I'll tell you, is that have an operational recovery procedures written up. You might think, why is that important? Because as we all say, it's not a when it's going to happen, if it will happen. When it happens, do you have the operational readiness checklist? Do you actually have preparedness? Are you prepared for it? And that's something we want you to do. And we want you to make sure to check your score. Are you ready, right? Are you ready from this infrastructure? That is something we want you to do. So I do want to talk about everything what I told you. Some of you might think, oh, it's all theoretical, and is it No, actually, I can tell you every one of the capabilities I talked to you, we can demonstrate in the solution. But in the meantime, I'll tell you, sometimes people say, "Oh, this is great. Have you really helped the customer?" Right? I mean, this is just one real-world example. I can tell you so many more where we have been able to help customers, and so many more where we have been able to prevent customers once they follow some of the best practices which we recommend for them. Right? That's what I will tell you. So that's, as the title of the session says, it's around best practices and solutions. That's where our solution itself includes a lot of the best practices. In addition, we guide the customers to the thing. So that's one thing I strongly encourage. Here's the real-world use customer. What happened? I'll tell you. It's a true story. It's not made up something. It's something real thing. One of the customers in the eastern part of the United States. It's essentially what happened was Sunday night. The customer actually had a ransomware attack. It was a simple mistake. One of the people sounds very very common to most of you. One of the people clicked on a link which came to them. They didn't realize what they were doing. They clicked on it. You can imagine what happened after that. The ransomware got deployed. It started encrypting everything. The problem was they actually had the network. They left some gaps in the network, and the person who actually left the gap actually had the highest credentials. And that you can imagine what happened after that. Everything got locked. The only thing running was Haiku. I'm just not making it. This is a true thing, as I said earlier. At night, 10 o'clock on Sunday night, their CIO called our salesperson and said, "Guys, everything is locked. The only thing running is Haiku. Looks like maybe you guys can help us. Can you call your engineering and I'll spend any amount of money. I want it up and running." Because you can imagine it's impacting an organization with tons of people, and their customer data is there. So the good thing, we were able to get it up and running without the customer having to pay a single penny to the ransomware people. The ransomware guys, in today's dollar, were asking about a little more than $4.5 million. They were asking. Good thing is we were able to save the money. Good thing they didn't have to spend the money with Haiku too, because it was simple, clean recovery for the customer. This is something we were able to get them up and running. It's because of the way we integrate into the different platforms and different storage tiers and the air gapping and security, everything we talked about earlier. So please do reach out. We can actually help you, and that is something which we wanted. This is again one customer. I wanted to share that with you. The last thing I'll again mention, there's a call to action to you. I'm sure over the day today, you probably want to say, "Why I get it done? I got to go home." I probably want to take off. It's probably late in the day for you guys. But I'll tell you one thing, if there is one action. Have your operational readiness. To help you with that, if you want, again, no cost to you guys, if you want what's your score? What's your ransomware recovery readiness score? Again, what's your ransomware recovery readiness score? Very similar to your credit score. If you want it, please do reach out to us. There's no cost to you. We can actually help you figure your score out. That will give you a simple benchmark for you, metric for you to keep getting better and better and better. That is something we can help you with. Again, it's very simple. If you want to try it yourself, try our solution yourself. And if you want to go any of our public cloud solutions or on-prem solution, go to tryhaiku.com, tryhaiku.com. Very simple. And that's a quick thing about what we do. And there's so much more. I wish I had time for this one. Reach out to us, and we'd be very happy to. Again, send a simple email to info@haiku.com. Happy to jump on a call with you guys and share with it. Our people would be very, very happy to do that. So that's a quick wrap. Any questions, comments, things like that? People actually, I'm very happy to actually do that.
Absolutely. Yeah, we got a lot of great questions coming in for you, Subhaya. While we do that, I'm just going to bring up this poll question for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about the Haiku solution? So we'll leave that up there for a moment while we take your questions. Let's see. First question here coming in from the audience. I lost it for a moment there. They're asking about Haiku. What clouds is Haiku able to protect?
Great question. So today we actually support your classic on-prem infrastructure, what we call the enterprise cloud, your VMware infrastructure, or your VMware Nutanix infrastructure, things like your private cloud, right? In addition to that, from a public cloud perspective, we support Google, we support Azure, we support VMware on AWS, and shortly some of the other public clouds too. So you will see the full public cloud. So that is something we can actually help you guys with.
Very nice. Very nice. And then another question they're asking about, can Haiku, you talked about the time that the data is kept for. With Haiku, can you configure that for, the retention time? That's the word I'm trying to think of here. Yeah.
Absolutely.
How do you configure the retention time?
Absolutely. I wish I was able to show you the demo of that particular one. Absolutely. So one of the things we do let the customers, the thing which we believe in is that it's around the policy-based management. I know every vendor talks about policy-based management. It's something people talk about. It's like, oh, what's special about it? The thing which I'll tell you when we talk about in Haiku, there's one simple form, just like 5 lines or something like that. You just fill it in, and that's your policy, and that's all you manage. You simply think in terms of how often I want to back up, how long do I want to keep it, how long do I want to keep it, and what's my recovery time objective. That is something you ask in the policy itself. Some of you are wondering, what does it mean? Because in a traditional policy setting, things like that, when you think in terms of, oh, how often I want to back up, how long do I want to keep it? That's all most people think. But at the end of the day, when you go back to your management, you are committing to them saying, if something goes wrong, I can recover back within a certain amount of time. That is something, how do you know you can make it? If you ask, most people will say, if you ask most of your vendors, they'll probably say, click on the reporting, and once you do the backup first, Mr. Customer, and then once you back it up, go to the reporting, and then the reporting, there's a 13th column which will tell you exactly how long it's going to recover. That sounds good. But what happens if that's not the recovery window your team wants it? Then you got to go back and start trial and error method. We think that's a little crazy. So that's one of the reasons upfront we ask the customer, tell us what's your recovery time objective. And then we automatically manage the backup of things for the customer. And we will tell you whether you're compliant or not to your business every day in and day out. So it's one simple selection policy, and that's it. And after that, the system takes care of. So that's one of the reasons, sorry to jump a little long-winded answer, but one of the things which actually we tell people is that sometimes people think it's like, is it there? I didn't do any jobs, retention, management, any of that stuff. Where do I do all that stuff? We tell them, no, it's just apply the policy and let the system take care, because that's why we call it intelligent simplicity. It's simple, doesn't mean it's dumb, because the system takes care of automatically doing all the work for you.
It's very nice. I like that feature. I mean, it's something that you know that you're protected every day. It's not just a report that runs, once a quarter or once a month or something like that. Every day you have that kind of peace of mind to know that you're protected. There's another question here. They're asking if Haiku can protect VMware vSphere.
Absolutely. So that's a good question. So yes, we do support VMware vSphere. We do support the thing about us is people sometimes ask, so we started with Nutanix, and then we added VMware, and then we added Google and Azure and so on. The difference is the way we end up doing, people say, so you are like one other vendor, so what's special about you guys? The biggest thing, as I mentioned earlier, it's around the simplicity, it's the application awareness, and integration with the platforms. That's what we try to harp on with people, because at the end of the day, data protection is one other thing your teams are managing, and this is one of the services where, it's like the data protection, as we all know, it's an insurance, right? You don't want to deal with it day in and day out. You want to set and forget. That's the model. And you want it to run, and if there's a problem, it will tell you. That's the model we follow. Absolutely, we do support VMware. And we also support physical. And one of the things I'll tell you, if you're running VMware, most customers today are being asked by their management to go to the public cloud, right? And the good thing here is that it's very simple to say, right mouse click and say spin up, one click, and you can spin up to any public cloud you want. Same thing, not just go the other way, one way. It's also the other way around too. You can spin up from the public cloud onwards. It's just one click.
Very nice. I like that. And then there's another question here about the pricing model or licensing model with Haiku. How does that work?
Excellent question. So we actually want to make sure our licensing model aligns with the customer success. So the way we end up doing it is that, for example, we give the customer a choice. In some of the things that are on public cloud, what they still, because customers don't know exactly what they do, we simply go by the amount of capacity they are protecting. That's something there. And the one in the classic on-prem world, they are very used to the number of virtual machines or the number of sockets which they actually manage. We provide them the flexibility to choose what works for them and how it actually, because we don't want to tell the customer saying small VM, big VM, large VM. That's your problem in the sense that you don't want to, your IT team, backup team doesn't control that. So we give you the flexibility of choosing the model which works for your organization.
Very nice. And then, so I know you mentioned the URL is try.haiku.com if folks want to get started.
It's tryhaiku.com, just one word. It's tryhaiku.com. That's it.
Oh, tryhaiku.com. Very cool.
That's
So
right.
if folks go there and they sign up, can you walk us through the process?
Absolutely. So when you go to tryhaiku.com, Tryhycu, tryhaiku.com, it's very simple. As soon as you go, you can actually choose any cloud you want. We talked about the different public clouds or the private cloud. You can choose any one of them. It's very easy to just, in all of the cases, you will get the public clouds. You can subscribe and start using it immediately. In the case of private cloud, they'll give you a simple vApp to download. You get automatic email with a link to the vApp, download it, install it, and play that. And as always, we have our customer success team to help you, onboard you, help you with that thing. Again, there's no cost because we want you to first try it, experience the differentiator, which we talk about, and then there's an opportunity there. Again, this is not just for VMs. We do VM, virtual machines, applications, files, containers, and even some of the services. So that's a quick thing about it.
Very cool. Well, excellent presentation. Again, thank you so much for being on the event today, Subbiah.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
For more information on Haiku, visit tryhaiku.com. Also, check out the resource there in your handouts tab. You'll find a link to haiku.com, and you can sign up there for the free trial as well. Also learn about everything that Haiku does and everything that makes it unique. So check out that handout before you go. And of course, thank you to everyone there who responded to the poll question on your screen. It's now time for our final prize announcement, and I will leave up the poll question for you to respond to while we do that. Our final prize winners, we are giving out an Amazon $500 gift card to Chris Getler from California. Congratulations. And our final grand prize for another iPad Pro M1 is going out to Drew McIntyre of Illinois. Congratulations. I'll post all the prize winners there in the questions pane. All right, that is done. And with that, it's time to wrap up today's Megacast. Don't forget to join us on our next event, our next big event, I should say, happening next week. It's our EcoCast on securing and protecting email services specifically. On that event, you'll hear from KnowBe4, Duo, and Druva. Hope to see you there next Wednesday. If you are a potential sponsor of an upcoming event, reach out to us at connect@actualtechmedia.com. We would love to chat. And finally, don't forget about the new Inside the Guide, Gorilla Guide podcast. We've got our first 3 episodes posted out there in the iTunes store, as well as all the other podcast directories. I hope that you'll check that out. We've got episodes coming up soon on ransomware, so now's the time to get subscribed. In fact, after the event, you'll be automatically redirected to the Apple store, Apple Podcasting store or directory where you can subscribe to Inside the Guide. Hope that you'll check that out. Thank you to everyone who joined us today on the Ransomware Recovery Megacast. What a fantastic event, fantastic presentations, and a fantastic audience. Thank you so much, everyone. Hope that you learned a lot, and have a great day. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.